korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Cool City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
愚かなる弟よ。
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。
子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu. Roti dah nak siap!
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar Zon. Aku pun lapar Zon. Kami faham Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo kawan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。
子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。
Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan dibawa perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gendir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara. so we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayangkan nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan dibawa perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Pautan. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Good afternoon, fans all across the world tuning in to watch MPL MY's English broadcast here on Season 17. Live in Quill City Mall, currently 2:12 on the GMT +8 for anybody watching across the world. Thank you for tuning in. Today's games, of course, going to be as action-packed as ever. 3 best-of-3s to determine the end of this beautiful Saturday, with only one of these teams sitting up on the top in the standings of the MPL MY. With that being said, we want to welcome everybody here live in Quill City Mall and those who are watching online. Thank you so much. I can't even thank you guys enough. Wherever you are watching from wherever, please keep your eyes on MPL MY. My name is Gideon Q. This, of course, is going to be Husky as our co-caster for this Saturday. 3 best-of-3s as mentioned before, but all of which I'm not 100% sure who's going to win, and even so, yesterday, some of the bigger upsets we've seen throughout the league this week.
Yeah, and it's a very good start to week number 3 because I think we ended week 2 on a slightly low note. But week 3 has given us a lot of unexpected results, and I think it's directly affecting what we can expect today.
So many things are going to be affecting today's games. To kick things off, we have BTRM, who have found their very first win yesterday against Team Flash, now facing up against Team Ray, who has been, well, I wouldn't even say polar opposites, but really sitting in the center of the pack of which one of these teams is just going to get all their stuff together first.
Yeah, and I think BTRM have found some of their strides, and I think for everyone else out there, if you haven't found the optimal service provider, may I suggest you Cellcom Digi?
Hey, let me tell you, you can power up now with Cellcom Digi prepaid 5G Power Pass. Go limitless with unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeed, made for the Gen now. If there's any time to join Digi, it is a pretty good time to join Cellcom Digi here today, so you don't miss out on any of the rewards.
Yeah, you know it's the best thing when Gojo Satoru himself has a move called Limitless.
You gotta get with the times, gotta get with the times. If you don't get the jokes, if you don't understand the references, maybe you should consider porting over to Gen now. But with that being said, today's games have been such a question mark with the level of play that we've been seeing off of each of these teams. But not only that, keep in mind that we are about to have a full packed house later here today. And if you want to be part of that house, please, $15 on the table. Get your tickets here live in Quill City Mall. You don't want to miss any of the action.
Yeah, we also have meet and greet for the home teams, and if you guys are confused who is the home team, whenever you look at the schedule, the team logo that is on the left of the matchup would be the home team of that series. So if you want to meet your favorite players or coaches, do make sure to keep that in mind.
Yep, meet and greets is always a good time to get in touch with the players, to really ground yourselves, knowing that yes, they are humans just like us too, but we expect them to be performing at a higher standard, and that's what we're expecting here today, especially from BTRM. If you're walking off of not exactly the cleanest win, but a win nevertheless. Now facing up against Team Ray, I think that will close out BTRM's week real nicely.
Yeah, there's an alternate universe where they would have went down 0-2 yesterday against Team Flash, and they were definitely... They should have. They were online discussions saying that BTRM, sure, they won. But the fact that they had to win in that manner felt like it's more of just luck than raw skill. It's arguable. It's very arguable. I think Team Flash definitely made some blunders that contributed to that, and we had some stellar, showings behind the scenes by especially Chiku guys. I mean, but all that aside, I think today is one of another test, not just for them, but for Team Ray.
Yep, Team Ray has been a very big question mark with Juskar as their jungler. They have Zayed in the back pocket, but they haven't seemed to fielded him just yet. And we're wondering whether this team is actually going to make that change, because they're kind of getting desperate for points. But luckily, they've kind of buffered that with a couple of wins of their own.
Yeah, they were able to take down Team Flash in quite a slugfest last week, and that's the only series win that they got so far. But they are also, surprisingly, the only team that has drawn blood from SRG. So you start to see the contrast of where does Team Ray really stand in this league, and today is a very good time to figure it out.
I don't think anybody really has a solid power ranking besides SRG. And even I think most people who had RRQ Tora in second place probably may not be as confident, other than the Kingdom, of course, naturally. But everybody else fighting in that middle of the pack, we don't know just yet. We haven't seen the polish or refinement. I think we have to keep an eye out for that closer to week number 4. But we'll wait, because even week 3 so far, now that the transfer window is open, we are seeing, yes, there are holes in a lot of rosters. Is it by the end of this week, we need to see whether or not we're going to fill those slots, or hey, maybe it's just an in-game problem.
Yeah, some teams are definitely in more dire need, more dire straits. I think Team Ray feels like one of those teams, but surprisingly, they are also one of the teams that hasn't made any moves. I think this week itself, the conclusion on Sunday, is going to give us a very good idea of where they should go, because I think plenty of people in the public, on the public space, has already had their answer that Team Ray needs to make that move.
Funnily enough, with everybody making so much noise on the line, you would imagine that there would be a more public statement coming out from any of these organizations, and we haven't heard much from it. We have to wait for that week 4 where we actually see those official moves. So far, in terms of official moves, you've already seen the Aaron Cheeky leak already joining AC, so therefore, anybody could be on the table. Imports, big question mark. Because, I mean, I'm looking at AC, like, sure, fine, but then you look at someone like, look at the team like Team Ray. How many changes do you actually have, right? Because again, it's a matter of number of imports, it's a matter of finding the right roles.
But I would say there are some local players that are still out there on the market. They are either free agents or they are substitutes for other teams that you can consider loaning. I'm saying maybe Chibi from Vamo. That's a good jungler option if anyone wants to hunt him down. So, Zyme Senpoi is still out there. Maima is still out there. Couple of options, limited, but not, non-existent.
Non-existent. That's the thing. That's why I'm thinking that imports might just be the way to go, because if you're pulling people like Zion, and more importantly, Maima being the big headliner here, that's when you know it's desperate, because we've seen historically, Maima only comes in, hey, we need a band-aid to stop the bleeding. Maima's like, I'm a pretty big band-aid. I can cover a lot.
Yeah, they can say what they want about me, but I win games.
He apparently wins games and saves people from relegation. So a lot of things need to be, paying attention to in this coming week. Maybe not so much here on week number 3, but week number 4 especially is when we're going to get critical.
Yeah, and I think Team Ray so far, there are 2 highlight players, right? Siska and No Liao, the 2, I guess, father of Team Ray at this point. They are the one
CEO and COO of Side Lane Esports.
Exactly, and if there's a High Rocks tournament, these 2 are the perfect duo. They're the one doing the farmer's carry. They're the one that's running the 6 km.
They're doing the Atlas lifts.
Yeah, doing the sub 1 hour record. That is them. They are the ones that has the biggest muscles right now, but they're also in need of dire support because the rest of the team hasn't been able to back them up with the required resources. Ivan hasn't been showing up. Just Gar is just there, and then Martisi is sort of a good middle ground, but he hasn't been given the right tools in the draft.
Okay, let's make the comparison of the mid trios, right? Because I'm feeling like after seeing what BTRM was able to do yesterday, I would say that they had a better showing with their mid trio, not the whole team, but at least their mid trio in comparison to their opponents, right? Speaking of which, let's look at the full lineup right now with Bigatron MY by Vitality. We got Chiku guys in the gold lane, Rasi as support, Zay this time in the mid, Annabelle as your jungler, and Smooth, of course, as your EXP.
Yeah, not too shabby of a debut for Z. There were moments where, he sort of lost track of the fight, but he gets the job done. Yes. I think a lot of general consensus is that he definitely is a better fit compared to Fakes, who played in the first 2 weeks, and they also dispel one of the stereotypes of either is Chiku carrying everyone or everyone else carrying Chiku, but yesterday, everyone did their job.
Yeah, a much better foundation for the mid trio for Bigatron MY overall by Vitality. And I think that, when we're talking about side lane esports, Smooth and Chiku guys have a lot of work to do. And Smooth, notoriously known as an extremely stable laner, unless we are seeing direct plans from specifically Team Ray with the lineup you're about to see. We've got Lolios, Ivan, Martisi, Justgar, and as well as Siska. We've talked about Lolios alongside with Siska, but then comes the question of Ivan, right? Notoriously playing on the homeboys, he shifted this entire team around. Why aren't we seeing the same effect here on Team Ray?
Yeah, one of my theories is that maybe because Ivan needs the duo of Vel, right? Because when they joined Homeboys, it was Ivan Vel that sort of completed the equation, but right now it's just Ivan on his own. That could be a theory, but another big part of it is just Gar. We haven't really been able to point him in a to point him with something that defines him as a jungler. You know, there's nothing that you look at Jaskar and you're like, maybe he's a good tank jungler, maybe he's an assassin superstar. He's just
He's
common.
just there.
No, he's just there.
He's just there, right? He's just like, you open a booster pack and you're like, ah, wow, nothing too exciting in this one, right? I agree. I think that right now Jaskar hasn't shown us why he needs to be a staple for this team. Really no signature style, and even the regular jobs you would expect a jungler to do, his stats are below average, which is a little frustrating for not only him as well as Team Ray, but there is no solution to it unless you are, number one, putting him on something that he's comfortable with. We don't know what that is, whether it's assassins or the tank junglers, really no idea, right? Both of them seem kind of underwhelming at best. And when you start looking at the side laners and expand it further, even Siska, you can see that he's trying to make things happen, but EXP can only get so much done.
Yeah, and I think there's actually a good parallel to draw between Team Ray and Team Flash, where also the side laners are the ones that's trying to make the plays. For Team Flash, at least, it's the roamers, right? Zorn and Diablo. For Team Ray, it's Lo Liao and Siska. And I'm surprised to say this because Ivan also hasn't really had a good performance with the hero pool that he has.
Yeah, no, it's pretty wild, but hopefully this day it changes. Let's bring out our competitors up onto the stage. First, introducing our home team.
After a slow start, the Malaysia's Red Robots have initiated their first successful sequence. Diagnostics shows improvement, sharper, faster, deadlier. Executing through the side laners, Chico guys and Smooth to chase for another victory. Oh my goodness, see Optimus Prime. This is Bicatron Malaysia by Vitality.
Annabelle seems to have composed himself under the head coaching of Kenji. Hopefully it's going to be enough to turn this entire team around to walk away week 3 as a 2-series winner. Bicatron have a lot ahead of them, especially when you consider their opponents on the other side to set the bar for the rest of the league. Still trusting the process, still chasing the climb, still retaining the same lineup. A ray of hope begins to shine through. Is this the breakthrough they've been waiting for? Let's cheer for Team Ray!
Get ready to lift some weights in the High Rocks Farmers carry. Can Lo Liao lead the charge to secure another point for Team Ray? And can Jaskar finally get just up to par?
Next, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match. Joined by the head of League Ops Franklin, who ensures every game runs fairly and smoothly. For the side of BTR Malaysia, Kenji as head coach, Amzik as assistant coach. From the side of Team Ray, it's Caleb as head coach and St. DeLucas as assistant coach. Once again, let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism and the last point of contact before these two teams head into war. Good luck to both our competitors up on the stage. Let these battles begin.
And there's been whispers that morale was at an all-time low for at least after the conclusion of week 2 and leading into their first series of today. But the faces of the players on Team Ray say otherwise, and hopefully that stays a theme, because I think this series is very important to them, even though they were the first team to get a series win, compared to BTRM, who only got theirs yesterday. But it still feels like Team Ray are in more desperate times than BTRM.
Well, for the time being, that might just change now if we see BTRM taking a huge loss, a 2-0 loss against Team Ray here as the away team. For home team, at the very least, they had a great introduction coming and walking up onto the stage, but generally looking at the faces of the side of Team Ray, it's strange to see after Rasi having his haircut being less eccentric when the camera is on him, but at the very least for BTR, they understand it's all business up on that stage.
Yeah. BTRM also had this interview with Chiku guys where he told Coach Kenji to trust him bringing Z onto the table. So far, it's worked out, right? Chiku, guys, has an eye for potential, and a lot of his prodigies have become either superstars or rising superstars. And in this case, Amzik was one of them, and now we got Z in the roster. It looks like things are only getting better.
Yep, it's good to see that at least these people can start scouting out. But let's talk about Chiku guys versus Lolias with the stat breakdown, because we're talking about two gold laners who have inevitably tried to carry their own teams, except when we're talking about specifically the gold lane, the only big difference is whether or not you have access to, the traditional marksmen or Freya.
And in this case, we haven't seen Loliao play that Freya. Chiku guys has done that, but the last time he did it was, I think, against AC, and he unfortunately lost that game. Aside from that, they all have very, very similar hero pools. I want to see Loliao play that YSS gold lane again, because the first time he showed it a couple of seasons ago, we had some questions, but now YSS is an actual thing. It seems like Loliao has something to prove.
He does. In terms of laning presence in general, I think both Chiku guys and Lolia's really good at what they do when it comes down to the lane. The team fights as well, very similar ways of playing the team fights, being as a secondary, well, not even thinking of yourself as the one and all who will carry the game, putting themselves in danger to bait out spells is the really big difference as to why BTR and Team Ray are so volatile.
And the one thing that Chiku guys has definitely shown that gives him a slight edge over Loliao is those split-second decision-making, right? When you really tap into that it stat of Chiku guys and how he make these small movements across the map that sets things up for success in a bigger picture, he definitely has more compared to what Loliao has done.
Now, we also talked to Caleb through our MPL Insiders by Cellcom. Did you be asked what BTRM's weaknesses can TR exploit? And he says that there are certainly weaknesses, but I can't name them. We asked him why not. He said, I can't list the friend's weaknesses. Annabelle and I used to be on the same team. I know how he plays and thinks. That's all I can say.
He's a horrible food reviewer.
Oh,
come on,
boy.
man.
No, I can't talk about my competitor, food reviewer. It'll look bad on all of us. That would be crazy. I think this is good coming in from Caleb at the very least, understanding how Annabelle plays, especially since it feels like everybody from week 1 and week 2 already understood what Annabelle was trying to attempt, or at least bring to the table.
Yeah, and yesterday was actually one of Annabelle's better showings across all 3 rings, right? Barring the Fanny, the stellar Fanny performance he had in week 2. Yesterday, Annabelle was stable. He was a rock for the team.
And that's what we need to see, right? Stability in the team to at least bring everybody else to a consistent level before we see those big high ends for the time being. Now, you can see that Chiku fans are all across the table here in the arena to make sure that BTRM has the extra help that they need in the game. But we also talk to Coach Kenji. A new challenge, because again, he did come in pretty recently. There's pressure from other expectations for me to set up as the head coach, but at the same time, I feel more comfortable because I now have a bigger say. As for the mid lane, it was Chiku guys who suggested Zay, as they had previously tried out together in other teams.
Yeah, they have, I think they tried for a couple of teams, I think like IG or something, that they didn't make it through, and as a mid laner as well, so it's pretty interesting that things go back full circle. Chiku guys back in the gold lane, and he was able to rope Z in, and Z had, I mean, hell of a debut, right? It's quite an experience to play your first game on the MPL stage after your last professional match in MAL, which was 500 plus days ago, and have the minions win the game for you.
Yeah.
The core memory unlocked.
Core memory unlocked on the debut itself. It's hard to forget. This time round, I don't think we're going to see another backdoor. And I feel like, well, then again, at least Team Ray, they clear waves, right?
They do. They do a pretty good job in playing that late game. I say that, but Team Flash sort of did the same thing against them when they met last time.
I mean, average game time for Team Ray is currently like 17 to 16 minutes at this point. We'll see whether or not that stat's going to increase to 18 minutes if we get another 2 20-minute games. But let's jump right into it in the drafting phase, right? Let's kick things off with something that everybody is familiar with. First, the random map draw.
We didn't get to see Flying Clouds yesterday. I hope we get to see it today. I'm so good on these maps, dude. I have 100% roll rate right now. I'm on a roll.
You are nailing it. You are nailing it so far. We'll see how long the streak continues on as we see the first couple of bans come through. Remember, BTRMY is going to be first pick. They've already gotten rid of the Gwen, but they also got rid of the Fredrin.
And so far, Juskar has not shown any assassin junglers in the regular season, so taking out comfort picks like Fredrin and Baxia seems to be the right choice for BTRM. And that's going to force Juskar into the position where Do we heavy spin now, or do we lean into the assassin?
I think it might just lean him into the Akai. We'll see whether or not his pick is going to get, at least get him a option for the first phase, but we'll have to wait and see, because right now, in terms of variations of the bans, Team Ray is doing a much better job getting rid of the Freya alongside with the Fanny, which leaves the big opener of Sora, Valentina, and Jushin up for grabs.
And if I remember correctly, we didn't see Sora yesterday at all. We saw it once, like Game 3, Team Flash against BTRM, but aside from that, he was either banned or ignored, which is quite shocking considering how up to week 2, everyone has been picking Sora.
Yep, I think, a lot of teams have now figured out that, wait, Sora's actually pretty useless if he doesn't get his ult off, and better yet, you just dodge one of his spells, he basically can't ult you for free, so it's a lot of executional errors, which is causing Sora to be a little bit more unstable here in MPL MY. Rather shocking, I thought our EXP laners were better than that, but hey, apparently Sora is that difficult.
Yeah, now there's some power picks on the table, right? Zusin is one of it. I wouldn't be surprised if they just lock it in for Z. But at the same time, he also played a pretty mean Eve yesterday.
He did.
Against Team Flash, and I think that was game 1, which was... This should be the Zusin pick. So far, 100% ban and pick rate, and unfortunately, she's no longer 100% win rate because he did lose a couple of games. But now for Team Ray, Sora is open. And the Sora Valentina, the Eve is open.
A lot of good options, a lot of good, really, really good options here, but the question is, what is Team Ray willing to let go, right? I think that's a big question, because no matter what, if you play Sora on your side, Valentina is almost a guaranteed pick on the opposite end. So, unless you want to sacrifice the mid lane, say, I'm sorry, Valentina, you're just going to get dumpster, you just got to deal with that. We'll find you a support laner that could help you out later down the line, but for now, that could be the opening picks.
Or they could just think one step ahead and go for someone like a Phobius, right? That can deal with the Sora, but they will stick with the Eve and Uranus, which I think is okay. I'm fine with that. At least Martisi gets a functional mid laner.
Yes, no, this mid laner is actually quite important. It's one of the few mid laners that actually stands a pretty decent chance in the lane against Zushin, who's hyper oppressive. Super long ranges, beats you 1v1 in lane, and once it turns into a 2v2, you're kind of rolling the dice.
Yeah, and uses your roamer against you. Max SP damage.
Yeah.
Some good numbers. I think it was like, what, 10%? 8%?
8%. I want to say 10 so bad, but I think that's with once you start getting glowing wand, that's when it starts pushing the 10%. But either way, Uranus has been quite the popular pick. So far here in MPL MY, I'm looking at Uranus here, and Justgar apparently having 100% win rate and an average of 3.3 KD when playing Uranus.
Which is quite an unusual stat. Though yesterday we did see the Uranus on Zeno, and he had one of the best games ever. Now, we see the Harley and the Kalea, and I'm immediately thinking, is Marcel an option for Ivan here?
Marcel
plus or multiple purifiers. At least that's how Vamos and BTRM dealt with a Kalea yesterday.
I don't think it's a bad idea, because then you take away a lot of flexibility from BTR Vitality in trying to outplay you, right? Because a lot of their combinations require I need a flicker so I catch you off guard. And I think that's going to be the biggest problem. So far, BTRM, they've got a really solid draft going, right? Knowing that Valentina is still open, knowing that they're not going to touch Sora for the time being until the second half of the phase, locking Harley and Kalea puts a lot of pressure onto TR now, because now they have to mess with their battle spells. Now they also have to think, well, wait a minute, are we still going to get Sora at the end of the day? And if we've avoided, that means, hey, Valentina is still an option. We can finally ban it out in the second phase.
Immediately reveals that this Uranus is going into the jungle, so Team Ray still sticking with the just guard tank jungle strat. If that's the case, aside from Marcel, it's probably the Hilda that they can think of. I still feel like I would take the Marcel over the Hilda, but it also comes down to what Ivan is comfortable with. We haven't seen it on that Cho yet, which is surprising because I feel like Cho is one of the... It's like the Fanny of roam, right? You have to know how to play Cho to be a roamer.
Absolutely. I think knowing that the Kalea is on the other side, in terms of stocks, I would say best quality stock right now, Gatot probably. Banning out the Alice, not a bad option as well to make sure that people can't get onto your backline traditionally. There's still also other problems. Yuzong, for an example, Lapu Lapu, EXP, Benedetta as well, EXP laners who basically close that distance onto Eve. Because no matter what, Team Ray understands this. Hey, we're playing around our Eve. Eve lives, we have a pretty good chance of survival. BTRM says, no Marcel for you at the bare minimum.
Yeah, because I think that is the key for Team Ray to really disrupt the tempo of BTRM, because if you have a Marcel on your team, doesn't matter if it's Kalea, doesn't matter if it's a Sora, the moment they make contact with you, you take a snapshot, you just break their tempo. But what's done is done. They ban the Valentina out to keep this Sora safe, but at the same time just to eliminate the chances of BTRM having this cheeky Valentina XP potential for Smooth.
Yeah, honestly, the way that I see it right now, Benedetta is looking mighty fine for BTR by Vitality. BTRM are in a really good position to take this game away, but we'll see what that first pick is on the opposite side, for the side of Team Ray, because now that Valentina is gone, there's nothing to worry about for the Sora other than his laning phase, right? There's still Phobius. Glue was another mention I was going to bring up as well, especially when we're looking onto BTRM Vitality side, because their composition is very straightforward. We have a 2-part combination, a 3-part combination if that doesn't work, and if necessary, we can start getting the side lanes playing Moskov, something with a Trinity build to deal with the raw HP we're seeing from Sora and Uranus.
I think regardless of what Team Ray picks for their gold lane, a big part of that would enable the Phobius a bit more regardless, right? Because most meta marksmen right now have some sort of mobility.
Agreed.
I think the Phobius does look good for BTRM with all the other choices left on the table, unless they want to run like a Gut XP, which we haven't seen BTRM do just yet.
Yeah, I think right now, if they're looking for marksmen, it is Granger, Granger Claude. If we're talking about, okay, Obsidian, they want to play for like the raw scale. So they're not trying to snowball here from the side of Team Ray. They are trying to scale. Bit dangerous to do, assuming that the mid trio doesn't do well. It'll take quite a while.
But it is sort of like a gimmick to catch the Harley if she just
that can be, well, agreed, but that can also be said about Kalian as well as Harley, right?
True, yeah.
So there's a lot of ways to punish anybody who's standing up in front. Right now, it's really a battle of the mid laners who can anchor down better compared to the rest. And arguably, Jushin has the advantage because she can reposition multiple times.
Now we need to look at the Roma is the question for Team Ray, like what is available for Ivan, but for BTRM they take the Smooth, Lapu and the Carry to complete the equation, and so far Carry still in the history of ML marksman one of the best late game marksman available.
Yeah, I'm thinking Brock here, I'm thinking access to AOG with Gatot. Cho is also pretty good if you can outplay your opponent and you want to be more proactive on the map.
Khalid is not too bad.
It's not a bad idea, but honestly, you're not going to get as much value with Kalea and Zushin running around. That's the big issue, because as soon as you show up, you're going to get taxed for it. And when you want to heal, you can get punished, which is one of the few things that this mid-trio can lock down on. Hilda, not a bad idea, but at the same time, not a lot of ways to kind of reduce, take advantage of the armor reduction.
And they don't really have much crowd control to work with as well, and they need setup to catch some pretty elusive heroes, so they do opt for the Khalid.
I'm not a big fan of this, because First Blood, given over to any of those mid-trios, as soon as the supports hit level 4, like if Rossi hits level 4, he's just going to use the ult off of cooldown. So I want to see what the battle spells coming in from TR are actually going to be, because looking at the way that BTRM, if all lanes ended up being equal, all the picks are going to be directed towards the supports, unless, mid laners, I don't know, you take one step too far.
Yeah, we've seen that with Team Flash as well, when Razin was also running the Khalid. There's going to be a certain timing where the Khalid starts being less effective against pick-off comms.
Yes.
And he's also a roamer that doesn't take Purify, unlike what we see from Marcel, for example. So in this case, we only have Lo Liao with the Purify.
Okay, everybody has Flicker on the side of BTR and by Vitality. On the opposite side, one Purify on Lo Liao's to make the difference. One team playing for the late game, one team looking to maintain tempo. Let's jump right into the game, unless we've got a pause here, which I hope we don't. I'm going to quickly look on backwards, and thank God, into the game.
Till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
It's going to be very important for both BTRM and Team Ray. Of course, for Team Ray, fun fact, Ray means king in Spanish, which I just learned 5 seconds ago.
Good to know, good to know. I've yet to see the royalty in them, but there's still plenty of time to actually find an answer to it. Ivan already revealing early on where the BTRM jungler is going to start giving that early information that they're looking for these fast rotates.
Seems like Ivan is not really in a rush to shove that mid wave, and what? See? Hello? No blinker, he's dead!
Kill him, beat him up, punish him. He deserved that. He deserved to die there, 100%. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse. Your finger's too big. You should have set the controls better. Not my fault.
That is pretty unfortunate. The first blood goes over to Ivan. I guess that is sort of like the silver lining out of all of that. They lose a camp, the Golem, and the Little Wanderer. And that's gonna allow Jaskar to keep on pushing the envelope.
Oh no, and it's getting even worse. They've already lost a camp.
Plenty of damage. Just Guard gets the kill. Annabelle will die too. What?
Stop! You've already gotten one camp. Just go to the opposite side. You've now screwed over Lolios, who had a perfect freeze on that bottom wave, forcing him to walk out and miss out 2 minions when he already was ahead. What are we doing here?
Brings me back to Team Flash BTRM.
Don't you dare.
Exact same thing.
No, this can't be the same thing.
These junglers.
I don't know. That was very greedy. No matter what, Jaskar is walking away with, at a bare minimum, a little bit of extra gold, because he did steal away some camps from Annabelle. However, trading out like that, not the worst, but 2 assists is going to keep him ahead ever so slightly. He's going to hit level 4 in time compared to Annabelle.
This guy just makes a visit to the mid lane, because guess what? Z still does not have Flicker.
Yep, and that's the way you should be playing the game. Finding these big overlaps. Battle spells done. Look for these punish. It's time after time after time. This game determines that tempo is more important.
Annabelle is still tree and he's dead again.
Beautiful.
And Rasi will not be able to get out of this. Smooth shows up. Flickers forward, the Last Shaker, and just swings away, gets Martizi, needs something in return, and now Z hits level 4, gets the Crimson Beacon, Siska will flicker out to safety, and Jaskar also escapes. 1-4-1, but Team Ray comes out better on the end.
Hey, Zay had his flicker, maybe you could have chased, but a second off, it happens, the best, oh god.
Siska's gonna 1v1 smooth here, oh Siska, my boy.
Dude, this game's so over. The game, I'm not gonna lie, there's very few times where I call this early that the game is kind of over, but it's pretty difficult to lose the lead if you are Team Ray. Because it is Predator versus Prey at this point. You know exactly where Annabelle is going to be. You got the timings on every single one of his camps. Just Gar has to do this for another 4 more minutes and he'll develop at least, at a bare minimum, a 2 to 3 level lead.
Just Gar has stolen 2 buffs from him. The most recent one being the orange buff. Loliao got a kill onto Chiku guys with the help of Ivan off screen. A 2.5k gold lead, 3.5 minutes in, and Jaskar can just keep doing this. And the sad thing right now is that BTRM actually doesn't have a way to bail Annabelle out of this.
Nope, not until they start getting the glowing wands. Once the anti-heal comes in, then you can at least punish Jaskar and not let him sustain throughout the enemy side of the, your side of the jungle when he does go for the invades. Uranus, by far the most frustrating jungler to deal with when ahead, because he's in your face and he doesn't care.
Yeah, and we saw what Zeno did yesterday with a Uranus XP. He just zones you out. Doesn't matter what you do. Here he comes again. 3 level ahead of Annabelle.
Yeah, Jungle Uranus is a lot more interactive, but luckily Annabelle and as well as Rasi prepared for this as they're slowly trying to take back control. With a 2.6k lead coming in from Team Ray, the only way to accelerate is if Bigatron by Vitality start making the mistakes.
Yeah. And this allows Ivan to have even more time.
Bye-bye.
They're gonna try and kidnap him. It's a 4-man onto Ivan. He runs away with a Raging Sandstorm.
Didn't get as many marks as I thought from Zay. Zay did not want to commit his ult to that, alright? They still get a very big ult from him. Siska is going to compensate in the mid lane so they maintain control over the turtle.
And this should be a free objective for Team Ray. Smooth sees this, but there's no room for any attempt. Corrosion Sight just get picked up by Chiku guys as Team Ray looks to extend that lead. Almost looking at a 3k goal lead right now. Ivan again pays another visit, but he doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm back up. Has to be very careful. They're going to grab him. Force that flicker out. Loliao latches onto Annabelle, but with Z around the corner, it's going to be pretty hard. Z gets a lift off, but he has to flicker to safety. Almost burns down to the Void Crystal of Martizi. But Team Ray now has gotten the cores of Bigatron in around lane. Z makes contact with the planet. He dies, and Rasi forced to abandon, but Ivan doesn't want to let him go. Spook joins the fight, comes in, bravest fighter. Loliao is out of it. Last Shaker completely hits an airball, and Team Ray will get a free bottom tier 1 and get another flicker out from BTRM.
Yeah, Smooth judged it well, and now Siska is should be able to clean this up. He's got the flicker, but he doesn't want to commit for more as he already missed the first half of the dash. He needs at least 3 hits first to guarantee that he can get his ult when he dives underneath the turret. As mentioned before, Team Ray, this is a very difficult position to lose from considering the composition. Ivan and Jaskar is going to live in your jungle rent-free. They've got the squatters' rights, maintaining this 3k lead ahead of Bigatron MY by Vitality. Oh, now speaking of which, let me just quickly turn around, look at the items real quick. I'm seeing a Dom Ice coming in from Rasi, and that's the only anti-heal they have as of right now.
Not the easiest to apply, and Jaskar, most of the time, can still ignore that. They need that glowing wand. Jaskar's gonna easily face check this. Raging Sandstorm avoided by the Crimson Beacon as Loliao shows up and just pelts away the Smooth. The auto flam is perfect. They're all trapped in the box. They're all dead. BTRM will try, but they will get nothing in return. Skypiercer stack given over to Lo Liao as Annabelle cashes in on Martisi, but still, it's a 3-4-1.
Very good attempt here, but unfortunately not enough items to make it work, right? Because again, Zay's opting to convert his build a little bit. He's not all going for the crystal, instead going straight into the glowing wand. However, as we see this play actually happen, right? Catching all three members here, delaying the inevitable, and allowing Martisi to actually get a pretty incredible setup. Despite Martisi dying at the very end, his job was basically done chunking three of the major members of Bigatron MY.
Now it's gonna extend Team Ray's goal lead to 5.2k, and Jaskar stole the orange ball of Annabelle again.
Can't do much about this. Not to mention that Siska is putting the plug on a Bigatron MY by Vitality just before they're about to turn the tables.
Chico guys really holding his breath there. Siska level 10, 2 levels ahead of Smooth and everyone on the side of Team Ray. In a position where, at this point of time, if the game was even, Ivan's effectiveness would go down, but that is not the case anymore.
I'm trying to see how many items Jaskar currently has. Only with the Brute Force Breastplate and Tough Boots. Should they actually go for the invade? I think he only goes for the invade after he gets the Oracle, but it might be a little late now. It's a bit of an awkward situation for Team Ray where you're not strong enough to take whatever you want, but neither are you weak enough to say no to open space. And they'll take a T2 for this.
Smooth will try to clear out the wave, but unfortunately this does not have the sufficient output to do so, and they are relying on Annabelle to do this split map movement.
Yep.
Harley is quite good at, but unfortunately Team Ray on the case.
Very nice that Annabelle is going into the split push. He understands that right now he can't find individual fights. Team Ray just won't give it to them ever from this point onwards with 6.3k lead. So therefore, the fact that Annabelle already has like a, 4-second cooldown on his magic trick, on his hat trick, is what's allowing him to actually move so fast across the map. Split pushing is actually pretty ideal for Annabelle.
The game does slow down a little bit as Team Ray, the next opportunity to push the envelope is to get a pick off or get the next Lord. They will try with the box and an instant flicker in to kill Chico, guys. It cannot even respond.
Yep, every single structure is going down. Team Ray playing this very, very nicely. Question is whether they can close out the games, right? This is one of the few times we actually get to see Team Ray play a decent early to mid game, right? And now as we transition from mid game to potentially late game, a lot of teams fall at this moment. The 8 to 9 minute mark where they don't have the full setup, or they accidentally left the Lord or give the Lord over to opponent's hands.
I do wonder how many Skypiercer stacks does Lo Liao have. I know I saw one, but it could be more than that. He's really accelerating in the item progression. 3-0 and 4. The Lord just spawned the bottom side of the map. 7.6k gold lead for Team Ray.
He should be having roughly about 30-ish stacks. Ooh, not going for the Trinity build, but instead going for the full crit build. Very greedy of Loleos for it's so much more expensive. The cap isn't as nasty as the triple, but these shorter fights for him is going to be so much better. Look at that. And that's before he's fully scaled up.
So 20 out of 80 Skypiercer stack for Lo Liao. And this is bad news because wherever he catches those bone shards can be the reason you go down. It's like getting hit by a YSS turtle boat with Skypiercer.
Yep. It's gonna be very difficult. Very, very difficult. Especially since the big change is because of that Haas Claw. Like, DHS is such a good item because not only does it chunk you out for your max HP, it also gives you a little bit of life back. And then you meet Haas Claw, its sexier older brother, and you're like, wow, if only I committed to the crit.
Yep.
Look at that.
Most heroes can't afford to.
It's too expensive, man. It's too expensive, but considering that Loleos is already like, what, 6k ahead in this game, he's holding up 2/3 of the major economy from Team Ray, unless we see him run it down for whatever reason.
Last time he did that was pretty long ago, so
yeah,
you're in good hands.
Well, we say that now, but Loleos, we'll see. He needs to land that Hunt the Bone first, and ideally it lands onto Annabelle.
And Lord crashing in, that's all holy defenses of BTRM going down. Well, no inhibitors fall as expected. It's just the first Lord. But as the game pace slow down, BTRM, they need to look for some space for Chiku guys and Annabelle. But sadly, they don't have the tools to do that. No one to really open up the map, no one to create those no-go zones. And that means Team Ray can sit wherever they want. Second siege coming up. Ivan has the Winter Crown. Here they come. Another engagement. Flicker! Oh. Perfect execution right there from Team Ray. Chico guys dies immediately.
Instant regrets. Instant regrets. I was expecting to see the RWM. The question is, how much was TR actually going to commit to it? Siska just said, yes, I got Flicker. I'm going to make something happen. And they catch Chiku guys of all people. I bet Chiku guys is thinking to himself, like, damn, I really need to pick up Purify more often, but this laning phase is already hard enough.
Yeah, even with Purify, he probably would still explode with the amount of damage they throw onto him. Again, unlosable. I mean, you did call it like 2 minutes in that Team Ray has gotten this game in the bag. They've gotten all inhibitors and another vacuum from Siska. The setup is there. Smooth trying his darnest, but Loli out. He's free hitting everyone. Here comes the Sky Piercer stacks. 1, 2, 3. They all go down. Loli out pelting away. They get the lift off though. Honestly, the Purify comes through, but it's not enough. Loli out actually gets shut down. And BTRM now have a chance with Chico guys alive. The HP shred is dead. Team Ray cannot end the game just yet.
Well, you see what I'm saying? At the very least, Loliel is losing all RWM. They want... Hey, I mean, they can clear these waves, but I don't think they can end the game off of this. Bit of a wasted RWM, forcing a reset onto BTRMY, but okay. Woo. Team Ray, they found the checkmate angle. I don't know why Loliel's decided to die there, but let's look at the instant play run one more time. We know for a fact that he was hit by the Hardly ult, but what else did he get chunked by? Smooth was on Martizi. Loliel's just able to dodge the stun. He's dodging everything. He's good. Gets hit by the Kalia. I see. Zaze is the one who caught him off initially. Didn't purify it fast enough.
I think he took an extra crystal shot or something too. Well, the second Lord should seal the deal unless Annabelle pulls out the steal of a lifetime here.
A bit hard against Jaskar, 2-level difference, but then again, we've seen a lot of impossible things happen within the first 2 weeks, so nothing can be left off the table. In terms of waves, all waves are looking very nice towards Team Ray's side, but the setup from Bigatron MY looks like they want to punish them. Like, if Siska decides, you know what, I'm going to start pushing that mid lane, we could see a gank.
Yep. Loliel only has still 20 Sky Piercer stacks as he went up to 40 and died, so that's half of it gone. So not gonna have the power spike that we initially thought he would possess prior to the death. And Jaskar is actually taking a lot of damage from the Lord as well. They might have to change their plan, and they found Chico again! That's the last man you want to go down, and Rasi, he's gonna also perish. Loliel cashes in on the easiest double kill of his life. Siska and Martizi work together. Z is out of the fight. Smooth leaps in. He's the bravest fighter trying to save the country, but there's nothing to be saved. As Team Ray wipes the floor with BTRM in this game 1. Smooth will also fall down. Martizi blows the flicker because of why not. Team Ray will smash the robots in half and take game 1.
Easy game number 1. Could have been a little bit cleaner, admittedly, but hey, they still got the job done, and that's what was the most important. BTRM, unfortunately, did not put enough resistance in the mid-game and gave away the lead too early. From BTRM's POV, let's just move on to next game. We messed up, we know that. We can correct it in game 2.
And Team Ray finding some life in the formula. This feels like the Team Ray that is performing on a good day. This is Team Ray at their most optimal. The Team Ray that took that game off of SRG. Some signs of it are coming back. Now we need to see them maintain that.
Yep. I mean, a lot of it just came down to having access to Sora here, right? Being a secondary threat, not only as a good setter, but actually a lethal hero to start diving into those back lines.
Complete demolition as well. I think the calls that Team Ray has made, especially those early game rotations, you know, barring the blunder at the Beetle camp there, where it felt slightly too much, but the recovery was good. I think Siska once again delivering on that side lane presence.
Oh yeah, he capped off BTRM, making sure that they don't go beyond the scope of what they were looking for, and making sure that the composition was always under-leveled and underpowered in 90% of these fights. Economically, can't do too much about that. It's really hard to get through that particular aspect of the game. Levels, even so, I think the biggest level differential had to come through the roaming, inarguably, next to the jungle. 2-level difference there, and even from the economic lead, majority coming through Loliel's.
Even at one point, Siska was 2 levels ahead of Smooth, right? That's how far behind BTRM were. And that's an interesting point because Lapu Lapu so far hasn't really seen the light of day.
Well, that's the thing, because Lapu Lapu, it's hard to control that lane, especially a lot of laning matchups. You're hands off. It's just, what am I going to do against Sora? Fight against him? What am I going to do against Siska, who's actively in my face? Lose HP? No. So that's why Siska is able to always, A, move first, B, be in a position to actually flicker on Chiku.
I've heard some inside friendly bet between Siska and Rasi since they were ex-teammates, and whoever loses the series is the cost that they didn't make playoffs last season. Rasi!
Oh, is it me or is it Rasi? Take a wild guess for Untitled's failures last year. Ooh! That's a spicy one. That's a really spicy one. Because, again, Rasi is more likely to start inting a game compared to Siska.
When Siska ints the game, it's because Rasi is already inting.
Yeah. He set the floor for him to slip on. Either way, this is still game number 1. Let's quickly look at the item build, just get a reconfirmation on everything that happened in this game. Because if you are seeing an optimized, well, I wouldn't even say optimized, but a fully scaled Loliel's on this Obsidia, do we see blade armors? No, we don't. Just not enough money to get into it. The Chastised Pauldron has already been purchased, but as soon as they start getting into the crit build, it is tough.
Yeah, even for Ivan, he just went straight rapid push, Chastise, Domize, and there was nothing that BTRM could have done. And sadly, for Jusin, she is one of the best mid laners, but she needs time to ramp up as well. And these fights, they just ended too quickly.
Yeah. And I mean, Zay did a very good job in the mid lane, if I'm being perfectly honest, but that's why this matchup is hard. When it turns into a 2v2 between Ivan and Martizi, Ivan is more willing to sacrifice his HP to Martizi because he can restore and Martizi can't. But Martizi has the one advantage of being able to actually trade against a Zushin, which most Mei just can't.
And most of the time, he's also safe because this Harley cannot find a way into the fight. Annabelle completely crippled in the early game, and it's one of the most jarring goal lead we've seen so far in the regular season.
And this is my biggest problem. When I see Annabelle playing on these types of assassins, we need to see a pre-level 4 gank. And I think that's what a lot of junglers are very hesitant doing because, hey, that means I'm just going to be a little bit slower to hitting level 4 on the turtle. That means I can't set myself for level 5 at a turtle if we delay the first take. A lot of different decisions need to be made by specifically the jungler to get a pre-level 3 gank. I think a pre-level 3 gank in the mid lane would have been very effective had they got it onto Martizi rather than apply the damage on Ivan.
And I think the saddest thing for BTRM right now is in this 14-minute and 6-second game, they started losing it 30 seconds in when Z fat fingered his flicker. And they felt like there was no recovery from that point onwards because...
do I want to say that it was the entire reason why they lost the early game?
It was a big contributor.
He was a huge contributor. Like, he was leveled down, he didn't hit level 4 on time, he couldn't defend the beetle, and then after defending the beetle, he died and came back to re-defend it again, which meant he lost 3 more minions coming up to that fight. Yeah.
This guy dove him again.
And then he died. It's just like a never-ending cycle of bad things that could potentially happen, right? The worst case scenario did occur for him, but at least he's pumping out the most amount of damage. In terms of like compositions, they have clear ideas. It's just that so much is riding on that early game.
Yeah, and a lot of it is also in the Chiku guy's backpack, which never really got to do much this game because Team Rain was just that far ahead. They reached a point where Loliel got solo kill Chiku guys with the help of Ivan, and then he just started diving bottom lane. The jungler was locked out. Annabelle got no buff, no objectives.
Well, I wouldn't even say optimized, but a fully scaled Loliel's on this Obsidia.
Top turret?
Yes, actually it was, I want to say it was the bottom, but I could be entirely wrong about it because it's flipped. But even so, because of this early game, a lot of things just went out of control for BTRM, and there's no real recovery for that, assuming, and that's a big if, that Chiku guys is able to get a good fight. And that's where Siska put that final nail, where it's saying, you know what, I'm going to take away your ceiling, you already have a broken foundation, all I got to make sure is that the rain touches you once it gets to that dangerous point. And these neutral objectives are basically untouchable unless you find that big temple breaker, which Bigatron MY just doesn't have.
Even from this mid-game onwards, you can see the execution of Team Rain's teamfight is so much easier, right? Big AoEs, big crowd control, coupled with a lead, they are just completely demolishing your health bar. And yeah, pretty good position for Chiku guys to be in that fight. where he was right underneath the turret, but it didn't really matter because Team Ray could just expand their flickers to do it anyways.
At least it shows that Team Ray has some decent target priority because they're communicating with this, right? Lolios can only do so much by himself, so he needs to make sure that he's hitting the right targets alongside with his team. And that's where you see Martisi and Siska and Ivan proactively using the RWM as their initiation tool, right? They don't waste any time. As soon as it's laid down onto the floor and people need to go in, Siska's flickering and using the shifting clouds. If he's not, we're trolling.
Great showing for Team Ray in this game one. Definitely feels like a breath of fresh air, right? We were wondering where Team Ray's identity is. I think for Jaskar for now, up to this point, he's going to be the one that only plays tank jungler and finding a way to make it work. And the only one that's played Uranus jungle so far and still maintaining 100% win rate.
Yep. Again, very risky to play a comp like this, wanting to play and honestly getting pretty lucky getting that early kill and snowballing out of control for a composition that actually wants to scale to the late stages of the game and then hard carry with raw numbers. So again, one of the few outliers for this game, which is why I'm like, not if you're BTRM, like what do you do, right? Like, oh, sure, we lost the early game and that's what happened. Could we have made better decisions later down the line? Honestly, didn't really matter because you will always be huge amount of stats behind.
Yeah, he's you're just losing to richer people.
Yep, that's it. That's really what it is. Just traditional capitalism, which is why their early game needs to be fixed, right? The Zushin, the first 3 picks, I honestly thought was good. But the big issue is once it started to come to the question of, do we need to have Sora at the very end? And that's a bad thing about Blue side. You don't get that final pick.
Yep, and the Sora got picked up 3rd pick as well by Team Ray, and they didn't really have a solution to that, right? I think the Focus was one of the quick fixes as well, if not the Valentina.
Yep.
So something that BTRM can adjust going into game 2 later on.
Something that they should be thinking about it, but what you guys need to be thinking about right now is our new region just being introduced to the MLBB ecosystem. We want to bring over Thailand. The MSL, Thailand enters MLBB, which is a new era starting today. 18 MLBB Super League Thailand Season 1 brings the top teams together from Thailand for a shot at MSC 2026. Now, look at the regular season. They have 5 weeks full of action-packed games with very notable Thai teams.
Wow, look at that. So, Buriram United, we got Bacon Time, we got Full Sense, we got what was that? We got KOG, I remember them as well. We got E Arena. Oh
yeah.
boy.
Wow.
Big names.
Yeah.
And we also have a lot of import players that are playing in MSL. So if you guys check out MSL roster, I'm pretty sure you'll recognize some familiar faces.
This is a pretty big shift. It's been a very long time since we've had Thailand actually together with us. The last time we saw them was MSC 20...
The first one, right? Like,
no, MSC 2017. That's the first one.
IDNS.
IDNS. A good old IDNS. But again, when we're talking about Thais in the mobile space, it's they're good. They're good at what they're doing. But that being said, though, it looks like we're actually having a bit of an interview with a special guest thanks to our host up on stage. Hey, bros, what's going on there? Who are you talking to?
Terima kasih kepada kasih-kasih kita. Hey guys, this is Rose. And of course, sebelum kita actually continue untuk game kedua dalam perlawanan pertama hari ini, Rose actually nak call somebody yang selalu di atas pentas masa dulu, and it's none other than Moon. Hello, Moon.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Moon. How are you?
Sehat, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Moon. Apa perasaan tadi lepas tengok game pertama?
Aish, game pertama tadi banyak mata lah, Ros.
Banyak? Macam mana?
Banyak sangat momen mata lah.
Tunjuk sikit macam mana?
Ni.
Alright, Moon. Kita dah lama tahu that Moon dah lama actually tak beraksi di atas pentas. Tapi sebenarnya Moon rindu tak main di atas pentas?
Ros. Rindu gila tu. Boleh cakap ke tu? Rindu. Kalau sebab banyak memories yang ada kat MPL kan. Dapat tengok fans juga, sorakan fans. Rindulah semua benda tu.
Harap-harap Moon boleh visit kita lah dekat MPL Arena. Now, Moon, Rose actually nak tanya sedikit tentang kita punya mid laners untuk musim ni. Sebab kita tahu dulu ni kita panggil Moon sebagai the king of mage dekat Malaysia, betul? So, Rose nak tanya pasal, we can start with Z dulu. Sebab Z ni adalah satu rookie untuk BTRM. And walaupun baru main satu match sahaja, apa yang Moon rasa ataupun pendapat Moon tentang prestasi Z?
prestasi Z kalau ikutkan kalau nak jujur kalau semalam nampak lagi okey lah berbanding hari ni. Kita boleh nampak performance dia dekat game 1 tadi sangat kurang, senang kena pick off dan sebagainya. So harap dia dapat bangkit lah ke Ciku main mid balik ke. Pun boleh juga. Amzik golin.
Adakah Moon rasa Ciku lagi sesuai di mid lane? Lepas tu Amzik ikut?
Rasanya lagi sesuai kot.
Oh, kenapa?
Sebab paling-paling saya ada modal.
Banyak mata lah.
Banyak mata.
Now, kita dah borak tentang BTRM punya mid laners. Kita nak tanya juga pendapat Moon tentang Team Ray punya mid laner. Sebab kita tahu ramai orang cakap Martizi adalah satu mid laner yang banyak potential di dalam liga kita. Apa pendapat Moon tentang Martizi?
Pendapat saya tentang Martizi ni, bagi saya dia mid laner yang bagus. Cuma kita boleh nampak selepas dia berehat beberapa season ni, nampak yang dia nak dapatkan balik momentum tu kan. Sama macam CZ ni lah, senang cerita. So basically disebabkan kita nampak potential dia, kita bagi dia peluang untuk dia take time dan mungkin can do better lah next.
Okay. So, untuk Moon, siapa yang maybe top 2 or top 3 mid laners untuk you musim ini?
Musim ni kalau saya lah, Stormy lah nombor 1 lah. Yang tu memang tak dinafikan lah kan. Nombor 2 bagi saya sebenarnya, saya nak pilih Kim tau. Tapi semalam, dorang kalah. Dorang kalah. So, kita bagi dekat apa million lagi?
Siapa lagi?
Saya dah lupa lah Ros.
Kita ada Spencer, kita ada Martizi, kita ada Z, kita pun ada Klokun, kita ada Kim.
Oh, Klokun.
Siapa?
Klokun lah nombor 2, Klokun.
Okay,
Klokun.
And nombor 3?
Ketiga kita bagi Kim lah, Kim.
Alright, Moon, thank you very much. Is there anything yang Moon nak sampaikan dekat fans MPL MY and of course your own fans as well?
Nak cakap thank you fans MPL MY sebab keep supporting, keep datang venue, memeriahkan lagi kita punya venue kan guys kan. And shout out kepada Nobar, rakan Nobar saya Ros Si Epul, if you watching, I shout out you man.
Alright, thank you very much Moon. It's nice to catch up with you once again. Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Alright guys, kita dapat catch up dengan salah satu best friend Ciku lah kan. Tapi with that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk mulakan game kedua dalam perlawanan ini. With that, showing it back to the casters.
Thanks, Rose. And that was the word from the legend himself. Used to be known as the king of mid laners, Moon, as he continues to restream and watch the MPL MY from the comfort of his home.
Yeah, I love it when Moon streams, you know he's going after someone. You just can't quite put your finger on who that person is.
I really have to admit, he has become quite the streamer. He used to be a very boring streamer.
Oh, yes.
He used to be so boring. But as soon as he stopped playing competitive, I'm like, dang, this guy's got jokes.
Now he can say whatever he wants.
Now he can say whatever he wants.
Now he can actually talk trash.
Major trash. And people love it. Because again, he's got some good insights on the game every once in a while when he starts to, work the brain juices. But, some days he's just tired. Still a family man, still running a business at the same time. Team Ray now taking the first pick, so they're going to be on blue side this time around. Let's see how they're going to change this up, because I feel like they're going to Uranus again and they just hold on to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, Jaskar is comfortable with tank junglers. You know what SDL loves too? Tank junglers. It all lines up.
Oh, man.
That's what sort of got them to second place at M6.
Hey, I don't know. SDL... As much as I love for saying that Lucas, Caleb has the final say here.
That is true. I guess Caleb agrees for once.
Caleb's like, you know what?
He's like, Jaskar is one of the best jungler. And he won that game, he actually did a pretty good job.
Jaskar soloed that game. Everybody else underperformed.
Yeah, y'all keep thinking that Loliao is the guy. Sit down, boy. It's Jaskar.
Yeah, if Jaskar didn't steal away 2 camps and a buff, this game would have been so different. All right, let's jump into this because again, Drafting was a huge part, and one simple mistake coming out from BTRM in the mid lane made all the difference. Now let's see the corrections to the mistake here in the drafting phase. Random mad draw, Husky.
Ooh, grass.
Here we go. Ah! Flying clouds back to back. The streak ends here.
Yeah, okay, so they are the one that banned out the Uranus this time. Is this gonna be another Fredrin ban or the Freya? Some important decisions for BTRM to make.
Nah, it's gonna be. They're probably gonna ban out the tanks, right?
Someone has a card that says Chiku, please perform. And then the second line is don't be like Annabelle, but I can't see the something Annabelle.
Crowd has jokes. They're getting better. They're getting better with what they write on it. Now it's less of like, where's the skins? Of like, oh, I'm better than this guy. Now they're actually, Baba. That's funny. Yeah. Bring. Well, technically.
Where's the M?
You know what? I'll get there.
Bawa, tenang, relax. Now we need to figure out what the M stands for.
Relax.
Malay.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or like Malaysia or something like that. But now, first pick's coming through here. Final ban being Freya, leaving Fredrin wide out in the open. Now, Fredrin, unfortunately, isn't as flexible as most people think. More people have considered maybe throwing him into the EXP lane is pretty good, but it only works if you know what's on the opposite side. There's a lot of matchups where he kind of does nothing.
Valentina, I honestly thought they would just go do Sin or Eve, you know, either or.
Punish them, please. Please
Eat them up.
Them. Take it away. Jushin Sora? Or do you...
Jushin Sora?
Oh no, or you go... Oh no, Fov is already banned.
Fov? Oh yeah, Fov is banned, yeah.
Shucks.
Jushin...
It's Jushin +1. It's gotta be overloaded with... It's either you overload it with ult, or there's just...
You just give him nothing.
Give him nothing. So it's either... Because Jushin is already kind of like meh in terms of our ult overall. I'm thinking whether they want to pair it up with Kalia again, but then you know that your side laners have to be damaged.
The glue is one, yep.
That's way better.
Wow.
That's way better. That's so... do we need to get the jungler now?
If there's anything we learned from Kurt yesterday is that it's pretty cool to see Valentina stealing Phantom Steed.
It is pretty cool, but then it's just like more susceptible to like getting Fredrin on the opposite end. Okay, I think it's fine no matter what. I think I would have preferred the Jushin on top of the glue just so that you can counteract anybody who, like Leomorph, for example, displacing him in the middle of his Barbiel call, or even Valentina, who should be good enough.
Guess since they already saw the mid lane, so they weren't in a rush picking up their own mid. But there's the Claude out.
Okay.
For Lolio.
I'm fine with the Claude.
See value in me.
Now the bigger question is that does BTRM take the carry here?
I think BTRM might have to take the carry again, possibly. I would also make an argument if they want to snowball out of control to go for the Granger once more. I think those are like by far the safest. Moskov is a little hit or miss, even though Moskov, generally speaking, that Spirit Spare really useful. Misery really useful at keeping people at bay, especially for a composition that wants to like stick together really closely.
I think
they call me a hero because I
so I think YSS instead for Chiku, guys. There's another way for that allows him to play cross map. She has done plenty of times. It's does it allow with the Claude and the YSS.
Also a pretty good matchup in general. Yes, it is a little shorter. Yes, it is higher range than carry and a little bit shorter than your traditional marksmen. But the important thing is that you can chase your opponents down. And I think based on what we've seen so far, I feel like TR is more ult reliant compared to most other teams. So there are clear timings when Yishin can actually start to go ham.
Yeah, for Team Ray, it's a lot more expensive, right? These fights. For BTRM, they can fight whenever they want. YSS, his built-in passive is more than enough. The glue can always fight at the top of the dime. It makes something like a Jusin or a Yeep even more valuable for BTRM.
Yep. And also making sure they're getting rid of the aggressive supports at this stage. Getting rid of the Khalid, not a bad idea. But if they want to have 100% wave control, really depends on Team Ray, whether they want to get rid of the Jushin. Honestly, they probably should.
I think Jushin and Eve are pretty scary. There's another one to consider now that there's a YSS and Leomort. The Zetian is up on the table.
Yep, Zetian is particularly good against this composition against TR. The only problem is that you're going to be giving a fat all over to Valentina. That's like the only downside. Never mind, they banned it out.
Because there's another. Because the good thing about Zetian is that the Valentina doesn't have to see you. most of the time you can just stay out of vision.
Yes.
Which is what we have seen in, I believe, week 1, where if Zertin is always getting stolen, just don't show on the map.
Exactly, exactly. There are ways of counterplay. It does come at a little bit of a cost, but I'm expecting Jushin to get eventually banned out here. Arlet, very good ban from BTR.
Right, so the Sora is still up on the table, but BTR can pick it up for Smooth, since they have the glue for Rasi, which is one of his favorites too. Now it puts this guy in quite a conundrum, right? What other options are available? I mean, Lapu Lapu so far has gone 0-3 in the past 3 games that he's picked up. The Benedetta seems to be the other comfort pick for Siska, unless we go down the tank route for him.
Yeah, I think it has to be some form of damage, right? You're already losing a good chunk of damage because Fredrin is locked in for your composition, and Valentina is very bursty. So you need something to kind of fill up that void in between when all the cooldowns are unavailable. And Claude, yeah, sure, he's got the auto attacks to kind of keep up, but he takes a bit of time to get going. So we need something to bridge that gap. I think it might lean into the Benedetta matchup again, one of Siska's better overall heroes. I would argue even for a Yuzong, but I think that depends on what this pick is going to be from BTRM.
They already banned out the right heroes to enable that pick too.
Nothing beats the
BTRM?
adrenaline rush.
This is gonna be the Benedetta. A part of me was thinking whether BTRM would take it for themselves and deny it from Siska. That's exactly what they do. So Sora now becomes the option. Sora and Yuzong, but Sora seems to be a much better choice.
Yeah, the Smooth special here. Both signature Benedettas gonna get whipped out. We'll see who has the better performance. What does TR go for? Now that they've... I guess they could be the ones who pick up Sora, but that's a bit of a skill matchup into the Benedetta. Level 1 is particularly rough for Sora.
Another one is CC, but then it really limits what Team Ray can do in skirmishes and fights.
I think it's better in team fights, terrible in the lane, because you won't be able to, like, you will tax the Benedetta, but you won't necessarily win, and you will lose pressure. This is a little bit better. Now you've got the chip, now you've got the Masha as well. You turn the EXP volatile, and if Masha gets a walkout of first, the damage she can deal, especially to the squishier targets, devastating.
Alright, and the Loi! Wow!
What? Really? Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. TR and BTRM kind of shift their sights in the last half of this draft to be fully about team fights. It's about priority, it's about all-timers, it's about team fighting. Your smaller skirmishes is just a stepping stone for something bigger.
Yeah, that is some good stuff. The fact that they have that Loi in their back pocket for Red 5. Although this is a bit of a throwback to DxSo days for Siska, where Masha was one of the biggest breadwinners for him. He even got a savage on that in the in Game 5 against Aero in the lower bracket semi. So let's see if this chip Masha combo that Siska has played with plenty of times can find some success against BTRM.
Let's see how technical this game is going to get, because again, big ultimates can be used here to make huge map plays. So many different creative ideas are going to clash, but what it boils down to is when we get into the Land of Dawn, who wins the laning phase?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is Smooth doing here? Smooth shows up to contest for the mid lane before start moving out, and Ivan doesn't decide to go for a lane gank with Chip.
Mid is going to be quite a pain dealing with Loi and Glue, so no priority whatsoever. And unfortunately for Chip, you don't really do well into the Glue as well. You're just sort of there to disrupt Rasi. So it's going to be quite a slow early mid lane laning phase for Team Ray.
Yeah, extremely late. Smooth also getting a proxy at the same time to maintain control over this mid lane. You just see, look at the play! Oh, yes! That's what you want to see. Rasi knows, as long as I have my flicker, I can guarantee lock somebody down if they walk up too far.
And the first blood goes over to Smooth as well. He did take the pull yourself together, so the petrify cooldown is lesser than normal, which makes this guy's life slightly harder now that he's gonna have that XP and gold advantage.
And he's even gonna get the gold crab for missing out just one minion down by this wave. And Siska understands that he's gotta freeze this. Despite everything, it's really difficult to beat Smooth on this Benedetta because of how fast she clears this lane early on.
And it also makes it that Z gets some extra experience, which means he will hit 4 slightly faster. We might see the potential of some early diversion plays coming out from BTRM that can help them speed up the game.
Yeah, I also like the optimization of taking Concussive Blast here. Really to double down on pressure. Oh,
Martisi, I think he's dead. Like the final. Oh, Fredrin! Not enough to save him, and Smooth cashes in on his second kill.
Really unfortunate. A bit of a bad timing with the flicker. If he held on to it just a little bit longer and just ate the initial damage, I think he would have been fine. But now, contesting for this turtle, Jaskar, he doesn't have the space.
Oh, Ivan is gonna try anyways. Gets the concussive blast and kills off the jungler. And now Siska gets to jump onto Z and double kill for the Masha. And all the while, Jaskar was holding back the rest of BTRM. Chiku guys late to the party, and Team Ray recovers.
That's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate for Bigatron. They should have been able to get that there, but Annabelle unfortunately dying over to Ivan, plus Siska flickering on top of him. Right now, Siska is not missing a beat. Where's his TP going to? Okay, he's going back into the lane to get Chiku in quicker. He is down by at least 2 minions here, and Loliels, I'm assuming, has already claimed every single gold crab.
And Siska back in an even state with Smooth. They now both have 2 kills each. I'll say arguably slightly better for Siska.
Let's dance around the map at this stage of the game. I think this is where things get a little bit more quiet, right? Bigatron understand that a single mistake could tip the tides, but where do you TP to? No matter where you go, Ivan, he's got the shortcut to respond. So, just a badly timed ult could net a full team wipe.
And every thunderclap that Smooth didn't anticipate, it's gonna slowly shave off that health bar. Siska can do this dance all day. Chiku guys going for the first item, Sky Piercer, as he always does. The wraparound from Ivan, but that was quickly spotted out.
TZ still playing a dangerous game. He has to be very responsive. Oh,
the divergence says he go back to the top lane. Okay, there shouldn't be any engagement. Martisi with the Phantom Steed made an attempt. Chiku guys finally gets the Sky Piercer.
Okay, with Sky Piercer already purchased, so there's a possibility that he's going to start finding these early kills. But at the same time, it's rather strange to see him being the one who picks it up. I would have imagined that he would need it.
Flicker, 5 seconds away. I'd like to find out who use this guy. Still has some health to work with, but no thunderclap. And Smooth cashes in on a killing spree.
Really good play coming in from Smooth. He could have used his Petrify at any point in time to try and cancel out the thunderclap mid-animation, but instead kept it extremely simple. Chiku guys, unfortunately, isn't winning this lane as hard as he wants to, but Loliels isn't developing too great of a lead to make it matter as well.
Yeah, Rasi is going to help Chiku guys proxy the wave 2 to help free Chiku guys so that he could join his team. As long as they buy enough time, which is why Team Ray is going to speed this up as fast as possible. Diversion is used, spotted out by Martisi. Here comes Annabelle with Phantom Steed, but everyone from Team Ray is out, and they get the turtle.
Good response, very good response here for the side of Team Ray. No, not necessary to actually go for the fight. More so, we can't guarantee that Smooth can actually participate. For now, priority is becoming a huge problem. Smooth, after netting himself 3 kills in this game, unfortunately can't walk out anymore against Siska.
And for all that goes sitting on the Smooth, and has very little impact as well, because in the grand scheme of things, Team Ray aren't far behind. Aren't behind in any sense. In fact, Ivan flickers forward to look for Annabelle. He brings the entire team. Annabelle is just gonna get slaughtered as Loliel spins onto Z. The rest of BTRM tries to show some resistance, but they will need that rotation. They need a yin-yang reaction from Z. Unfortunately, Team Ray not giving it to them. And now Rasi is in quite a rough spot. The Terrify into a taunt stops Smooth from participating, but he still tries with the Petrify. And Loliel gets the kill. Chiku guys trace back. Martisi tries to run away, but Chiku guys finds a Sky Piercer execution and gets a double kill. Looking for the third. Ivan will go down. Chiku guys salvage the fight.
And this is why Team Ray must be careful with these fights. Once they are done with their abilities, Bigatron is much better at these extended exchange. And with at least Sky Piercer, 3 stacks already achieved by Chiku, very easily achieved here. Let's look at the instant replay one more time. Because again, Rasi taking a good chunk of damage, but also got the big spells from the side of Team Ray. And that was the most important part, because BTRM are solely focused on the hero priorities, right? We just need to get Chiku ahead. We just need to feed him these kills. Everybody else is expendable.
So both the side laners or both teams are the ones cashing in on these big kills. They're looking to take Smooth down, and they will be successful in doing so. A big shutdown given over to Jaskar.
But while this is happening, T2 is now getting threatened. Siska being chunked out, loses 1 bar of his HP. Still has 2 more to work with, but does not want to commit on anything.
Now backup is coming. Siska can get out of this. Has to expend that flicker, which is going to allow BTRM to get the bottom tier 2. Ivan is coming in though, from the back. There is a shotgun being dropped down. They all go onto him. And Team Ray with the power up, but they take the portal out. They're all gone!
Okay. Unfortunate, very, very unfortunate for Team Ray. That was definitely a great angle to actually find the big engage, but they're not communicating, right? How do they not? Again, to be fair, there were like 5 people on top of the shortcut. It looked really, really good, and it's hard to see the divergence there. But again, you need to make these calls, right? You got to make the calls.
Still, the pressure is up for Team Ray to look for something in this bottom lane. Okay, the Bracer Craft already used pretty early on, so Team Ray need to consider if this fight is worth taking, because Rasi sticks onto Martizi and Siska looking for a way in. Juskar is going to try and take the front line. Chico guys uses the turtle bow, lands it onto Juskar. He disappears. Smooth kills him off. Siska turns around with Thunderclap, and that's the second one, but there's just too many members of BTRM. Siska will perish as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 2 Thunderclaps onto Smooth, 1 Thunderclap onto Chico guys. Too much damage being distributed in places and not enough to find the extra gold. Chico guys gets a free push onto the mid lane in the meantime with 53 seconds left on the clock before the Lord actually spawns. The sequence that Bigatron MY needs heavily depends on Juskar going out of position, and Siska so happens to be in that front line with Juskar. That is the most ideal scenario.
Chico guys is having a field day. 40 out of 80 Sky Piercer stacks attained. Endless battle now in his inventory, and Team Ray starting to feel the heat a little bit. I mean, a lot more things have to go right for Team Ray than they do for Bigatron MY, and this is why the low resource commitment from BTRM is so much easier to pull off. Rasi, I believe he should have some damage. Yup, Curse Helm, Glowing Wand soon. So anyone he sticks on is going to basically be disabled for the fight.
In terms of item differentials, it is going to be 1 extra item from the side of Chico guys over Loliel's Sky Piercer here being the only extra item after completing the Hunter Strike and also the Endless Battle. Now the Endless Battle on the Chico guys at this point, he can play really extended fights and stay healthy through a majority of that fight, especially if Siska and Loliel's aren't in the picture. Everybody else is susceptible. Bigatron MY are very aware of that. However, how do they get Smooth in a position where he can force it out of Loliel's? That's the hard part.
Team Ray thought to play head first into BTRM, but they do have the element of surprise. Let's see if Ivan can do it. He's coming from behind. He sees Smooth. That's not the target that you want, sadly.
Wait, hold on. Is Martizi holding on to Rossi's ult? No.
I think he is. They might be late for the Lord fight. Chico guys gets the Lord. Rossi is going to stick onto Loliel, so Loliel can't join the fight. In fact, Smooth is coming in. Loliel needs some help. Annabelle with the steed across the wall. Smooth basically darting in and out of the fight, and Juskar also looking to retreat. Rossi gets taunted up, finally gets taken down. Some punish from Team Ray, but they lose the objective.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird visual. It showed that Martizi had no ult. Didn't steal any ult, but the shadow was apparently on Rossi at some point in time.
I saw that as well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it, but okay. The Martizi still lives, and the fact that he was able to use the steal to Benedetto's ult, even better. Now he gets in and out of these fights, and I think it's a way more impactful ult. Speaking of which, actually, see that Smooth? Yes, he's been trying to control this lane for as long as possible. Oh!
Alright, that didn't work out. Oh! And Ivan sees this.
This is an angle. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is an angle, but they need to clear that Lord down bot side first.
Yep. Pretty unfortunate for Team Ray. They had the stars lined up.
They had the gun lined up but no ammunition. They're like, no, the ammo ain't ready. We gotta defend. Oh, that's such a feels bad.
They weren't ready to sack the Holy Shield too.
Would it have been worth it? You know that they just actually, you know, yeah. How else would they have gotten it?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
They had no vision over it initially, so they don't know for sure that he TP'd. Maybe they could have just appeared there.
Yeah. Unless they big brain and say, wait, there's no way 4 men sit in that bush, right?
Right? That's the thing. It's a difficult call to make, and they've already missed that opportunity. Now, their 1.2k lead doesn't really mean too much now that Ray has kind of evened up the score. They've defended extremely well, but now that they've evened up the score, the next fight has to be around the Lord, and that's the next big major swing.
And the condition is very clear. Rasi lashed onto Loliel, and Siska tries to just slap Chiku guys, right? 2-shot him with a thunderclap. It comes down to the battle of the goal laners and a bit of the XP.
Yep. So far, haven't seen like clean team fights just yet. Both of them. Oh, Okay, alright, just let him have it, right? Let him have the buff, that's totally fine. That's Retribution out of just start, even though there's 52 seconds, so he'll still get his Retribution back up at some point in time. But we're not seeing much advantages and no real plays to make for either side.
Yeah, both of them really wrestling over these most minuscule resources. Although BTRM, Chiku guys still incredibly healthy with no deaths just yet. So, and that Sky Piercer is going to be quite a problem because he has that Malefic Roar and they see Siska too.
Yeah, I think at this point, if Siska can one-shot Chiku guys, this game is almost as good as done because it's a lot harder for Smooth to find Lolios because Lolios has access to BMI as well as the Flicker. I mean, arguably same with the Traceless and the Flicker coming in for Chiku guys, but it's a point and click compared to I have to aim.
Unless you somehow hit him with a boat. And then it's a different story. Oh, they might find Jaskar here. This is dangerous.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They've already anticipated this. TR, they're very aware that right now that Ivan is supposed to be their minesweeper. Everybody else, get off of the minefield.
Smooth also plays at the top wave, so there's no portal angle. Jaskar walking forward. Annabelle with Fantasy. Now the fight breaks down. Ivan drops the shortcut. He found Chiku guys. There's the flicker out. Jaskar wins the Retribution fight. But they do grab Loliao and Annabelle kills him off. Siska does the same to Chiku guys. Martizi needs to disengage. Blows the flicker as Rasi sticks onto the chip. Ivan is gonna try and get out of this, but Rasi should be able to punch him to death. Another diversion to the bottom quadrant of the jungle. Team Ray loses 3, but they do get the Lord.
Unfortunate indeed, but wait, they're trying to end this. They're trying to end this. They're gonna go for the end, and Jaskar's dead! And they're still going for it, even though the Lord is pushing, they're gonna try!
Jaskar is still around, and they steal the Phantom Seed! Martini's gonna get away with the Retribution! What are you doing, BTRM?
Oh my god! Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Was it worth it getting 90% of the mid inhibitor? Oh, and they're even gonna clear that Lord Empowered wave. Not a bad idea, but somebody's got to deal with the 2 stacking waves on top and bottom.
And Ivan is here. He has the shortcut available.
No, he wouldn't. Or just Annabelle? I don't know. He got hit by the red tree. He's thinking about it. Backs away. What a wild decision.
Weird. Who in their right mind? BTRM saw Flash yesterday and they were like, we can do this, guys.
We can make better decisions than Flash, right? We're not going to get backdoored, and Chiku guys ensuring it. That was a stressful scenario. What a call to make after dying randomly.
Okay, they didn't get an inhib, which is good enough for Team Ray. No, this should extend to the 3rd Lord, Winter Crown for Z now. So the biggest difference maker was Rasi's damage was being a big problem. Both teams didn't have marksman in that fight. Siska did his job, Rasi did his as well. So essentially a 4v4.
Oh, dude, it's hard. It's hard. To be fair, Lolios did make the initial mistake, I will admit. But I think right now, he needs to remember, hey, it's okay to actually drop down the BMI before taking the shortcut. You don't need to use it to actually get into these fights because you have access to Flicker anyways. And if you want to hold on to 2 potential dashes with Flicker and BMI, start off by waiting half a second, look at where everybody is going to be before actually going for the take. Either ways, it's important that Team Ray don't overextend again like they did previously. They saw how they lost the previous fight. They need to start learning from it because lane management is going to be a bigger problem the later this game goes. Smooth, this time around, he did take Festival of Blood. He didn't take Master Assassin. So finishing off these 1v1s isn't going to be as easy as last time. And worse yet, the Concussive Blast actually now starts to lose relevance in the later stages of the game.
And for Team Ray, as long as they don't fight into the vacuum of this Loyi, of this glue, they have a slightly better chance. And even Annabelle, when he's on the Phantom Steed. And the Lord spawning in the bottom side, the long lane, controlled by Smooth, and Siska will be sent to deal with it. Most of BTRM can stick together. Rose Gold Media now out for Chiku guys.
They're just defaulting at this point. They should probably get a push roughly about now for Siska so they can get the first initial movement, clear that mid-wave, and then look to invade almost immediately after. Like, route them out. Being able to sit on top of this Lord is one thing, but if you can figure out where this chip is, you can actually get a pretty successful flank and force out a shortcut.
And then the mid-wave needs to be dealt with as well. Yep, Loliao on the case. Ivan spotted out. He's in a conceal. Smooth holding back. Jaskar into the pit, and he does it again!
Oh my god.
Jaskar is just better today. Chico guys gets jumped on by Siska. He's out of the fight, but Siska chases him down with Loli out. Oh, Chico guys is dead. BTRM loses both their core players, and Ivan is corralling Annabelle. This man who has just lost his fort has nowhere to go. Team Ray with the Lord marching down top lane.
I mean, it's something. It is something. I don't know why they don't want to drag these out. And better yet, BTRM, Annabelle should eventually go down, but actually makes it through. Close is able to create enough space for himself, but he still won't be able to recall with Ivan hounding him as the rest of the members of Team Ray are now knocking onto the base.
Lord still almost at 100% health. Minion waves are coming in. Loliao is still alive. Chico guys will be back. Bigatron and MY have one chance to defend this, and Team Ray decides to play it safe. So BTRM, they are not out of it just yet, but Team Ray have found the formula.
BTRM, they got to be a little bit more flexible here. They need to be able to use that ult a little bit better. So far, they never want to be on the first position for the Lord, and that is just for a fact. Wow, Rasi going so greedy with this quote-unquote semi-damaged tank build, glowing wand, cursed helm on top of the Ice Queen's wand.
Taking a page off of Diablo did that yesterday. Zkiv did that also.
What's next? He's gonna go for Genius Wand now? Gotta collect them all.
Hey, Wishing Lantern.
Yeah.
So easy to pop the what do you call it? The sparkles? The butterflies?
The name, whatever the name of the passive is. We all know
whatever
what it does.
Juicin keeps in those lanterns.
Whatever Juicin keeps. She's a big butterfly enthusiast. Looking at the damage taken overall. Juskar doing a pretty good job, and I think this is one of his better performances on the Fredrin. So, but honestly, by far. And oh, interesting. Martisi actually not opting to go for some extra damage, decides to go for the Winter Crown instead.
Wait, so for
probably for Loliels if he goes on for the BMI.
Chico guy still holds on to the Rose Gold. Because in the previous fight he didn't have Winds of Nature also. That's why he got basically clapped by Siska. Is he not thinking of switching to one first?
He might have. Has he already? No. He's already 12.4k.
Yeah, because he didn't. He was also holding to Rose Gold in the previous fight.
I think he didn't lose his. Oh no. He would have already lost his passive technically by now, considering when the next fight is going to happen, right? I think they're probably planning on fighting for the upcoming Lord, so he should get his passive back. I'm not 100% how much gold he should have afterwards, but I think it would mean that he should still have enough to item swap into it, right?
Yep, because usually you would actually toast of the Winter Crown instead. So Winds of Nature is not the focus. I guess Winter Crown makes sense, right? If you can just make Siska stand there for just half a second longer, it is good enough. This Lord is the game ender for either team. Oh, Siska found Smooth. He's gonna clap him. There's immortality gone, Siska. Is he gonna finish out Smooth? Flickers forward and just gives in the final blow. This is bad news for BTRM.
Beautiful play coming in from Siska, outperforming Smooth himself. Trying to take that Lord title away from him, and honestly doing a pretty phenomenal job allowing the rest of Team Ray to take this 4-3. Juskar stealing away these two Lords has put Bigatron MY by Vitality out of contention now that they've equalized the score 12-12.
Annabelle's gonna have a rough time going on social media after this.
Oh, yeah.
So you know who the target is.
That's the thing, right? Like, after the first initial Lord steal, Annabelle probably should have said, you know what, we probably don't want to sit on the Lord first.
And Ivan gets to do this. Annabelle already using the Retribution and the Phantom Steed. Good news is that there's no mid-wave here. BTRM, do they have a chance? Move is back into the fight. Lord is healthy, but Team Ray needs some mid-wave to work with. BTRM pretty confident in dealing with that. Shortcut gets dropped right in the thick of it. Instant Winter Crown from Loliao. He flickers the safety and uses the Blazing Duet to keep himself alive. Annabelle on top of him. Loliao still goes down. Juskar able to disengage, and BTRM hold the fort.
Oh my god, dude, how do you die like that? How do you die flickering like that, man? It's like everybody's forgetting that Leomore does like significant damage to squishies, and he has high base damage, so he basically has his Phantom Steed forever. Why take the damage like that? Oh, conceal though, doing the early conceal. Are they gonna go double check the purple buff? It looks like they might.
Please don't tell me this is how it ends.
Let's find out here. They're really forcing this.
On the Juskar, the bone, it lands. They find a shortcut. Juskar is dead. Uh-oh.
Okay. Okay.
Bad time, slowly out. Needs 18 seconds more. Move is full committing. They still have waves to deal with. I don't think they can end here.
But at least clear the waves. Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh, Chico got left behind.
It's okay. Siska didn't respond in time. If he thunderclapped Chiku, guys, as soon as the TP went through, then maybe. But missed out the opportunity there. That's totally fine, Bigatron. They made an attempt. They made an attempt.
That was the second attempt. This time they got the inhib.
I don't know how to feel about that attempt. That was such a long shot from actually working. And they got arguably pretty close.
Yeah, so the entire story of the game so far has been the team wins the fight, they try to end the game, but the respawn timers were just enough for the defense to happen. And then we go again.
I don't know, it feels like Russian roulette, except both guys are blind and they're pointing the guns at each other. They're just like, I don't know if the gun went off or I missed or like they're too far away, I'm not aiming correctly, I can't see. That's what it feels like.
Pull the trigger. I get a whiff of smoke, but I think I hit an ankle.
Yeah, it's just they're not hitting the headshots that they need to close out these games. Like they're getting remotely close and they're doing it in slight. Okay,
Smoke.
What are we doing?
Guard! The Lord guard! You gotta look at the Lord first. When the crown is out from the Lord, he's dead. Guard, can he do it again? Okay, Annabelle, good for it, but they're all dead. They get the Lord, but they might just lose the game off of it.
What am I watching right now? And the Just Guy's gonna die for this, right? He's got immortality.
He's dead.
It's okay, he's got immortality. Rossi's gonna get his ult back in about 6 seconds. He can actually kill this Fredrin if he wanted to.
Alright, can we end the game here? We can, right? Surely we can. There's the catapult. Can Smooth do this? Come on, Smooth can do this. Final blow. Smooth is gonna try and clear the wave. Oh, there's one more wave. They did it. Team Ray. 2-0 over the robots.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
What is this game?
I don't even know what to say about Oh wow. That is something. Who do I even call for the MVP on this one? I don't even know.
I don't know. Probably Siska and arguably Ivan did a pretty good job.
Honestly, I would say that.
Okay, just Garb.
Yeah,
2 long steals, right? Just Garb's the MVP.
I don't know. BTR, they're admittedly, at least they're following calls. You know, they're like, yes, we must fight. End of story. How far are they? Halfway across the map. Yes, we will force this.
I can't believe. Okay, Siska arguably did a fantastic job, but secret MVP, just Garb, wouldn't have gotten along without him.
Dude, I don't understand. How do you lose those 50-50s when you're playing Leomore, bro?
Oh my god.
You're playing Leomore and you sit on the neutral objectives first and you just eat it. You're like, give me everything. Knock me up. Energy surge me. Do it again.
It's completely just bludgeoned by a hamster on a machine.
It's so crazy. Why do you want to sit on these turtles first, man? They gotta stop doing that. They should have learned after the first 2 times. Like the first one is like, okay, maybe I'll try it again just to see whether it's a me problem. It is! It was! A lot of it was a you problem. The 3rd time they did it again, and I'm like, come on!
Hey, but they got the last Lord, they just didn't win the game.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe their neutral objective control. There's more to talk about, but with that being said, we're going to throw it over to our host up on the stage. Rose, take it away.
Kemenangan 2-0 untuk Team Ray hari ini. Of course, di atas pentas bersama Rose, kita ada Ivan dan juga Coach Caleb. First of all, boys, congratulations.
Thank you.
I rasa ni hari pertama I nampak Ivan senyum ya lepas menang. Biasanya sedih je.
Ya, biasanya sedih.
Tapi hari ni okey lah, happy lah.
Hari ini okey lah.
Apa beza?
Karena aku rasa my team right now inilah ada progress.
Ada progress.
Ya, cuma masih belum full potensial mereka lah.
Belum full potential. Okay, now kalau kita cakap tentang performance Team Ray untuk 2 minggu pertama musim ini, sangat-sangat beza ya bila hari ini dengan 2 minggu lepas. Especially your last match which was against Team Flash. Kenapa beza sangat ya?
Aku rasa karena kita masih ini sih, karena kan kita dari beda-beda tim kan, jadi kita harus adjust banyak lah untuk one patch scene lumayan butuh masa sih. Tapi mungkin sekarang kita bisa lebih baik lagi sih.
Dia more towards chemistry lah. Lebih kepada chemistry. So, sekarang ni kita dah nampak performance yang actually sangat-sangat convincing daripada side Team Ray, and I'm pretty sure ramai orang happy tengok performance macam ni di MPL MY. Adakah Ivan rasa that chemistry sudah pun kukuh di dalam Team Ray?
Aku rasa masih belum cukup lah, masih bisa lebih lagi sih.
Apa yang you rasa kena improvekan lagi tentang chemistry? Is it more towards the communication ataupun trust towards the members?
I think the trust, the connection without whole team lah. Tapi mas lebih trust lagi sih.
Just a little bit more, I rasa. Tapi happy hari ni?
Happy.
Selepas 3 minggu akhirnya nampak Ivan senyum. And of course, kita pun nak borak sedikit dengan Coach Caleb. Hi Coach.
Hello.
Dalam quote tadi di game pertama, Coach cakap that Coach tahu macam mana Annabelle ni main. Adakah itu adalah salah satu faktor atas kemenangan hari ini?
Ya, pasti salah satu faktor lah. Karena kan jadi tahu kelemahan dan kelebihannya.
So Coach Caleb dapat guna the weakness of Annabelle untuk perlawanan inilah.
Ya, betul.
So tahu rotasi dia macam mana, bad habits dia macam mana.
Ya.
Okay. And of course, as we all know, transfer window masih lagi open setakat ini. And kita tahu, kalau kita tengok carta liga untuk minggu kedua, beberapa tim yang di bawah leaderboard dah buat transfers. BTRM ambil transfer, Flash ambil transfer. Ramai orang tengah tanya, is Team Ray going to take in a new player ataupun tambah lagi coaching staff?
Tak ada sih harusnya. We have a good progress. Jadi sebenarnya ini belum peak kita lah. Karena aku udah lihat bagaimana peak performance dari tim ini. Yang harusnya akan kita sampai ke tahap itu nantilah.
Okay, so Coach Caleb rasa masih lagi boleh go higher than this. Apa yang kita lihat daripada hari ini?
Ya, betul. Jauh, masih jauh banget.
Masih jauh.
Ya.
And Coach, ramai pun tengah tanya di social media, di stream, bila Zaid akan main? Betul kan? When is Zaid playing? Coach, bila? Ramai orang tunggu ni.
Nantilah ada perfect timing.
Bila lah perfect timingnya, betul tak? Lama tau tunggu, bila Coach? Boleh ke bagi kita hint sikit?
Ya, pokoknya all decision yang made by management itu the best decision lah. Jadi, just support us lah.
Oh, Coach nak bagi tahu bila Zaid nak main, guys. So, I rasa kalau you guys nak Zaid main, continue supporting, okay? Alright. Of course, guys. Dalam perlawanan ini, it looks really clean tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the match. Dan korang rasa siapa MVP dia? Boy, the audience ada satu suara. Tapi mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada...
Saya dulu kelas.
Siapa? Scuba Boy! Siska, scuba sikit. Scuba sikit. Nanti. Bila dah di atas pentas. Oi! Ivan, Rosa tanya, dulu ni Siska di Untitled dengan DXO memang pemalu lah budaknya.
Yeah.
Sekarang di Team Ray macam mana?
Sekarang udah nggak ada malunya sekarang.
Udah gak malu?
Udah nggak malu-malu.
Dah tak malu, dah pandai scuba sekarang? Dah pandai scuba sekarang Siska?
Diorang ajar dia.
Diorang ajar, siapa yang ajar?
Ivan
yang ajar? Pandai. Now Siska, selepas menang lawan BTRM, dua-dua game MVP lagi, dah kalahkan Rasi. Is there anything yang nak cakap kepada Rasi? Sebab tadi dia tengah komplain dekat Rose, masa Rose depan tu. Rasi tak fist bump, Rose. Rasi tak fist bump. So sekarang ni macam mana?
Ni kira match penting lah. Sebab tadi saya dengan Rasi dah cakap lah. Siapa kalah game ni, dia punca hati-hati tak dapat play-off lepas. So dah tahu lah apa punca dia.
So you rasa and you yakin lah, Rasi punca Untitled tak
Rasi
masuk
Rasi
playoff
punca dia tak dapat play-off
musim lepas.
Oish,
berat ni. Match berat. Match sangat-sangat berat. Gurau je, of course. Dorang kawan je, guys. Don't anyhow clip ah. Anyways, Siska, lepas kemenangan ni yang sangat-sangat convincing, esok Team Ray akan bertemu dengan IG. And kalau kita tengok prestasi IG beberapa minggu ni, actually not bad. Doing pretty well and of course, better daripada ekspektasi orang. Apa expectation Siska lawan IG esok?
Esok pun kira game penting juga. Sebab lawan Gorgeous kan. Macam cerita depan dia pocket.
Masuk pocket?
Ya. So, saya nak cuba. Terus ada pocket Gorgeous.
Dendam Sana.
Oh tu.
So esok siapa menang masuk pocket.
Masuk pocket lah.
Masuk pocket balik.
Yeah.
Oi, this is gonna be an exciting match. Siska, is there anything yang Siska nak cakap dekat fans Team Ray? Sebab actually ramai orang yang hadir ke venue hari ni. Words for the fans.
Kepada semua yang datang, saya nak cakap terima kasih lah kepada fans Team Ray dan yang nonton di rumah. Terima kasih lah datang.
Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations to Team Ray. With that, marilah show it back to the casters to break down apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan Clean Series ini. With that, throwing it back, see you guys.
Thanks, Rose. A little bit of insight to our MVP Siska here today. Playing a strong game, not only for Team Ray, but beating Smooth in lane and still showing major impact in team fights.
Honorable shout out, Justgar.
Yeah, his boy.
Arguably, Annabelle.
A lot of arguablies here. I don't know, this was a particularly tough game to watch because there's a lot of things where it's like, you know your opponents also know the same fundamentals and you're trying to go so beyond the scope of what you're trying to achieve.
We saw the patterns emerging ever so slightly from the start of the game, where it was first the XP laners who got a lead for themselves, and then the gold laners started participating, and it felt like it was centered around these two roles. And then the mid laners, they get involved every now and then, but the biggest difference makers in the end was the jungle. Justgar getting 2 consecutive Lord steals that made sure that Team Ray had enough of a foothold in the game to never fall behind.
It's actually unreal. The fact that he lost 2 of them in the most in the most honest 50-50 scenarios. Yes, it's a bit of a skill matchup. It was just a 1v1 between Annabelle and Justgar, right? It's about whoever holds their abilities the longest, get the right timing of the red tree. But then let's keep in mind that it's not just a single 1v1, right? There's still CC from Arteezy for the Shadow Strikes. There's also Ivan as well, whether it's the shortcut, whether it's just bumping into him, a lot of micro stuns as well. Very annoying to deal with. And then you look on the opposite side. You have access to glue. There is no way you should be losing these red trees, my guy. Just pull Justgar out of the fight right before the red tree. That's it. That's it.
And then it reached the point where BTRM had moments where they were just trying to run it down mid
with conceal, might I add.
Yeah, they were really just going full throttle. I mean, in the last fight, they got the Lord because Justgar was like, he got distracted. He was like, oh, Smooth seems like an easy kill. I'm gonna leave the Lord. They still won the game, man.
Arguably, BTRM makes more decisive decisions. And also, arguably, Team Ray is better at adaptive. Would I even call it adaptive scrapping? That's just a nice way of putting it.
It is scrap better.
Yeah, like what else can I say about this? Really, like Lolios, the 2 times that he died was in the most ridiculous way possible. I walked out of the shortcut and I BMI'd on top of a Gobliol. Yeah, on top of Rasi.
Like his second death was just, oh, I ate something. Let me just whip the crowd, and then he dies to Annabelle. This is what I've been telling you. There are some parallels to be drawn, with this game and yesterday's series with BTRM fighting Flash. They get out-scrapped.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. And there are even moments that both of these teams could have closed out the game. It was so very close, so very, very close. I don't know. The overextensions is one thing, but let's focus on the good stuff, right? In terms of improvement from the first 2 weeks, I would argue, sure, Team Ray doing slightly better than before, and we heard it up on the stage, right? The chemistry is actually improving. Whether or not they get to that final decisive call is a bit of a question mark, and I would say BTRM definitely beat them in that little aspect. However, it feels like BTRM, they're wearing the, what do those horses wear to keep them from looking side to side? What do they call those
The
again?
visors?
The visors.
I
I know what you're trying to get at. Visors is technically correct, but
it's
not
not
exactly what it's called. I'll go search that up on another site. But it really feels like they're tunnel visioning on some, like, really weird aspects of the game.
They got the Team Flash in them. You can't tell me you don't see the similarities of that game too.
I mean, with that wave, that dangerous wave.
It's pretty close.
It did get pretty close. It did get pretty close, I will admit. But overall, it's just, hey, it's good that Team Ray at least keep themselves in the standings. Try to keep it competitive overall. With all these like random wins, it slowly compounds.
Maybe Team Ray just needs some time to achieve the potential. I know one of our fellow colleagues has Team Ray in the top 3 list. Sadafa, if you're watching this, rest assured you might need to take that list out the trash can because Team Ray had a pretty good game today.
Yeah, I mean, they're saving themselves somehow after week 1 and week 2, and BTRM is the one truly doing by far the worst despite having one of the few wins that they had yesterday. So, I don't know, it's not the best look in the world, but also what is the problem with these teams? That's another thing, right? To say that it's to pinpoint it on one thing just isn't correct.
Yeah, because I think even in the coach's reaction, you can see that even for Kenji, it's a bit of a headache, right, with how the game spiral out of control in game 2.
I'd be screaming at these players. I mean, I'm not a paid professional or anything, but God, like, let's call it quits sometimes, you know? Like, at least with BTRM, what I can appreciate is if they're going to make a call, they're going to follow the call. Question is, well, how long does it take to make this call in the first place? Who's thinking about it? And the worst part is, why did the decision end up being that in the first place, right? How do we get decisions? Hopefully they show it later on.
Yeah, because they had some good moments, right? Like the escape with the diversion, like they make very snappy, good choices. It's just these big moments that...
Like, what is that? Why are you pulling back into the Lord when you can cancel out the Repraiser's Wrath?
And then there's this one!
Yeah, like, why'd you have to die?
Like, just because was not gonna die. What made them think that they could end?
I mean, honestly, they had a decent angle, but as soon as, like, I think they understood it's like they can't quote-unquote clear the wave effectively, and if Justgar is still around, then it becomes even harder to do that because he's the only one who has access to Retribution. Look at this. Every single time he's allowed to get this Appraiser's Wrath off, he should not be able to even get remotely close to the Lord in the first place.
That one had to. That one was a mix of him getting distracted by Smooth. Chico guys had to ram the boat into him to stop him. Annabelle got distracted. He pulls off the Lord, and he still had to coin flip that.
I mean, I would argue, like, putting myself, sympathizing a little bit, putting myself in the jungle shoes. I get it. A lot of things were happening. You got to keep track of like a bajillion different things. But at the end of the day, a win is still a win, and that's the most that Team Ray can ask for.
Another upset. Surprisingly, we've had plenty of upsets so far in week 3. I would say BTRM beating Team Flash is less of an upset in a different way if you've watched the series. But you know, we had Vamos beating RQ yesterday. Now Team Ray beating BTRM, which I honest to God, I woke up today thinking that BTRM is surely gonna win. And no, they didn't.
Yeah, maybe Annabelle should consider picking up a Guinevere or something like that. Or just Gar pick up a Guinevere. Actually, no, considering how many times he was able to hit the Reggie, who needs it?
Yeah,
right?
he gets away with all this, you know?
He gets away with it anyways, right? Like, what am I bothering for? Oh my goodness. It is wild that the game ended up like this, but thank you so much for watching. We're going to be throwing it over to a bit of a mic check. When we come back, more action here at the MPL MY. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello guys, selamat datang ke post-match insight bersama dengan Rose dan juga Kenji daripada BTRM by Vitality. So sekarang ni Rose actually ada beberapa soalan tentang perlawanan tadi. And of course, I think it's just right kalau kita tanya coach lah kan. Kenji, we know that this season is the season that you got promoted, or this week rather, promoted to head coach. How does it feel like to be a head coach this week?
Normal lang, pero may pressure din.
He said he feels normal, but there's pressure. And I think we can see the pressure from your heart rate when you're drafting. Why is your heart rate so high when you're drafting?
Hindi ko alam eh. Pero parang normal na sa akin.
He said it's just normal. Now, let's talk a little bit about this series. What happened actually? Did you feel like the problem was mainly due to the draft? Or was it more towards the execution of the players in-game?
Yung game 1, last minute nag-change kami ng plano sa draft.
Okay.
So medyo sa draft din, tapos execution din. Kasi yung nagkamali sa early game. Nag-flicker in, tapos nag-snowball na. So draft and execution na din.
He said especially in game 1 particularly actually, they needed to change the draft last minute, which led to a little bit of miscommunications, I'm pretty sure, in the execution of the game, especially the flicker and everything that led to a snowball from the side of Team Ray. Now, in your opinion, could the execution have been better today?
Siguro kumakapa pa yung players sa chemistry ganun. Kulang pa sa chemistry.
He said he feels like the players are definitely still lacking the chemistry, especially since they got a new mid laner in. Now, speaking about your new mid laner, we saw that Z actually debuted yesterday with an amazing performance. Everybody think that Z was definitely the right fit for BTRM yesterday. However, today he fell kind of short, if I'm being honest. So, what happened? Why was he so strong yesterday and today a little bit mid? Was it because he felt pressured?
Yung game 1, ano lang talaga, sa draft lang sa akin yun kasi last minute nag-change. Kumbaga dapat nag-stick na lang kami sa plan. Tapos yun nga, yung nagkamali siya ng flicker. So baka medyo na-apektuhan din siya nung game 2. Ganun.
He said that he actually takes full responsibility for the loss in game 1, in which it was really the draft. And he said that he felt after that flicker from the side of Z, it could have affected him in game 2, couldn't probably bounce back. He is definitely still a rookie after all, right? What do you hope to see next week when BTRM actually plays their next match?
Mas magandang chemistry, tapos mas better preparation, and sa draft na din. Well,
now that you're mentioning about the better chemistry for the side of BTRM by Vitality, are we seeing any more roster changes?
tingin ko hindi na. Wala na. Yun na yun.
No more roster changes, guys. Alright, thank you very much, Kenji. Of course, guys, kepada semua orang, kalau you guys nak tengok ataupun saksikan leg 2 of MPL MY musim ke-17 secara langsung, tiket akan keluar malam ini. Tapi, kalau you guys pun belum dapatkan tiket untuk leg pertama ni, that is tengah berlaku sekarang ni, you guys boleh scan QR code di bawah untuk mendapatkan tiket anda. Don't forget to support your favorite teams, and of course, don't forget to support BTRM by Vitality. Thank you very much, Kenji. I hope to see you next week coming back stronger. With that, mari kita nak dengar mic check untuk perlawanan pertama hari ini.
Aku tu suara dia. Aku dah ke EV ni. Cancel dia. Suara boy. EV dia mati. Kami yang hujan kan? Ini kena. Opsi. PRM. Aku mati. Puri dah. Apa dulu enggak dia? Rasif aja tuh. Mau lihat kari bisa kari. Bisa sini enggak guys? Saya guys kari. Kari. Ada area. Zuk sini sama gua. Ini sama gua. Lanjut. Kali. Boleh. Gua nanti. Zukin. Gua sini guys. NN bre. Respect, Cok. Respect. Alhamdulillah. Aku benar. Gua mati guys. Gua kiting. Flicker, Loi. Bisa lagi gambar. Balik guys. Dapat. Balik. Semua dapat load. Ada setengah. Ayo kau majuin ya. Gua ke leopard ini. Boleh, Pak. Ayo cepat gua. Gua pindah. Campak saya. Aku position. Swan. Ini sama gua. Sini lari gua. Ini no flicker. Belakang dia mati. Udah. Dulu. Boleh. Langsung aja. Oleh. Balik. Aku balik. Aku balik. Balik yang balik. Balik. Non. Keep guys. Balik kita. Aku jauh guys. Oh, ini pindah guys. Jauh lagi. Udah flicker ya. Lihat. Orangin. Cokin. Boleh. Orang. Orang. Nice. Orang. Sayurin. Gua ni coba. Oke. Gluin di sini, boy. Dari sini. Terus aja. Bener. Nice. Boleh ya.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan-kawan.
みんな、 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba baru lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang ah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau! Gatal! Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit menari, boleh menari macam mana? Ui nah. Ui. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specialize in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
愚かなる弟よ。
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second title, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut cabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Sabar bang. Sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa. Saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang lah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau. Gatal. Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit menari. Boleh menari macam mana? Ui dah. Ui. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger. Welcome to the hook battlefield. Welcome to the hook battlefield.
believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specialize.
Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it, ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayangkan nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome everybody to the MPL MY Season 17 live in Kuala Lumpur, Quill City Mall, the MPL Arena at level 6. We've got the fans coming in doves to check out this game. It is currently even more than that, 4:40 GMT plus 8 for those of you who are tuning in. Welcome from all across the world to check out our upcoming best of 3 between IG Invictus Gaming facing off against the all-combo, all-star team with some new faces, AC Esports. Of course, once again, here on the desk, my name is Getting Q. This is Husky here at the desk as well to keep us and you guys entertained for the rest of today. Now, after watching one best of 3, we've got a bit of an idea of how everybody else is feeling last week even. I think we are keeping up with certain expectations, but this one, I personally believe that IG, if there was a time to start rising, now is a pretty good time, especially now that AC has kind of shifted the roster a little.
You can say the same for AC as well, right? They brought in an M6 runner-up as well to hopefully patch up some of the void that they have been desperately needing to fill.
Again, this is a huge space that they need to fill. For you guys who are looking for some extra currency, who are looking for some extra in-game rewards, don't worry, we can fill that gap for you. Just quickly type in and scan the QR code down below. You know what to do if you've done this many times before. For those of you, if this is your first time, don't forget to go to the in-game profile, hit settings, and then redemption code, and then you hit the redeem code. You don't just slap it anywhere and hope for the best. But with that being said though, not only will we fill the void of your in-game currency, but also if you're looking for a new device, because the Infinix Note 60 Pro, it's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7's Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, always got to read it off the script because that is a long line, active matrix display, and 90 watts wired plus a 30-watt wireless charge. So, you got to grab your Infinix Phone 60 Pro. It's available now in the Infinix official store at TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia.
It comes in 2 colors. I brought them home yesterday, so it's not here today, but one with a metallic finish, metallic silver, and the other with a dark blue. Sleek, very nice to the touch, very cool, and optimal for gaming.
It's going to be the core. It's going to be the core component for any esports player out there looking to make it into the big leagues. With that being said, though, we have tickets to sell you guys, because again, there are still games going on. It is double round robin format. So if you've already seen your 2 favorite teams battle against each other, it's going to happen again sometime in the future. So you might as well scan the QR code right now, pay $15 and get your tickets early while you still can.
Yep, and if you wonder what else is there on top of getting tickets to good matches, meet and greet with the home teams and to identify which team will be the home team of that day. Whenever you look at the schedule, the team with the logo on the left of the matchup will be the home team of the day. You not only get to meet and greet your favorite players and coaches, but they will be signed jerseys giveaways. So do make sure to keep track of that.
Plenty of cool things here in the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall, so don't miss the opportunities to experience it live for yourself, especially if this is like your first time going to like an event of this level. With that being said, we have to talk about the two teams that are about to play, because after seeing yesterday's games, today's first best of 3, I'm coming in hoping that we have a much cleaner idea of how we play our comps, because just now, I mean, you're rolling the dice and I don't want to see any more gambling.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams that are still pretty unsure of what they want to do with the comp that they are given. There are certain directions, right? Certain clear directions that we can see in the first 5 to 8 minutes, but it's when things get murky, when we get into dangerous territories, longer respawn timers, late game phase, is where teams start to get messy and it can't really reel it back.
Exactly, and I think that's the biggest problem that we're seeing here with a lot of teams here in MPL MY. Well, this including some, but we'll get to those later on, because right now, AC, with the way that they've been playing, they're like, wow, when we're ahead, we look so good. When we're behind, dear God, what is happening? Which is maybe why they brought on Aaron Cheeky. Speaking of which, we've got a bit of a video for you guys talking about him. Let's pull it up on screen just for you.
Apa khabar? Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Poji. Tapi saya tak istimewa. Ini lagi menarik. Kita ada Aaron Shiki dan juga Widi. Apa khabar Aaron Shiki?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Macam mana?
Baik.
Perasaannya sekarang dah datang ke Malaysia. Satu pasukan dengan Widi di AC.
Ya. Aku perasaannya cukup senang, cukup amazed lah sama semuanya, karena pada akhirnya aku bisa satu tim lagi sama Widi untuk main di MPL Malaysia season kali ini.
Jadi adakah sebab anda datang ke Malaysia?
Yes.
Ke AC sebab Widi?
Enggak, aku datang ke AC sebab bos Simon telepon aku, dan reasoning paling kuat dari aku adalah aku suka AC karena itu bisa jadi aircon atau Adi champion. Adi is my coach, Acil, if you know, or Iron Chiki.
Iron Chiki?
Yeah.
Chiki kecil kan?
Ya, yeah, Chiki, Iron Snack.
Okey. Tapi kita tak, Aaron ni kelakar. Kita nak bagi kepada Widi lah. Widi, reunion istimewa bersama dengan Aaron Shiki. Ada tak ini membawa sedikit sebanyak satu perasaan yang gembira untuk awak? Akhirnya awak dapat bersama dengan marksman yang sebenar.
Senang lah, ada apa? Ada gold laner prime.
Jadi untuk sekarang lah, berdasarkan awak punya training, scrim dan sebagainya, macam mana keserasian daripada pasukan itu sendiri? Adakah AC sekarang sudah mula bergerak as a team dengan adanya Aaron sebagai marksman utama?
Oh, kalau soal itu lihat aja nanti sih kayak gimana hasil yang bakal kita.
Ada tak awak bantu apa-apa dari segi maybe chemistry, sinergi, teamwork? Ada apa-apa tak?
Kalau untuk pertanyaan itu kayaknya yang bisa menjawab adalah hasil, gimana nanti hasil yang akan menjawab itu semua lah.
Setuju.
So let the result answer lah everything.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Jadi,
sorry.
Okay, Aaron, awak macam di musim yang lalu awak meninggalkan satu impact yang besar dekat M6, nombor 2 dunia kan?
Ya.
Jadi kali ini berada di Malaysia, apakah sasaran seterusnya, the next target in Malaysia?
Kayaknya the next target aku bukanlah tim lain, bukanlah player kayak Innocent atau Route atau siapa kayak whatever. Kayaknya target aku selanjutnya adalah diriku sendiri, gimana caranya aku bisa melawan egoku, melawan ketidakdisiplinan aku untuk menjadi player yang lebih baik lagi aja lah.
Maksudnya awak tak nak bersaing dengan any marksman, tak ada?
Tak, karena lawan sesungguhnya adalah diri sendiri.
Oh, okey, humble orangnya. Jadi untuk Widi pula kan, sekarang kan, adakah bila macam kita tengok lah, bukan kita nak jaga kan, tapi macam bila AC tak perform untuk 2-3 minggu sekarang, Aaron dah masuk, adakah inilah masanya untuk AC melompat lebih tinggi?
Semoga kayak gitu sih.
Amin. Sikit je jawapan dia kan.
Yeah.
So, kita nak cakap banyak lah. Aaron, Widi, anything you want to say to IG?
IG? Okay. Buat IG, good luck Evan. Jangan lupa. Okay, Widi.
Have fun aja lah, sama kasih tontonan yang terbaik.
Buat Mel Kitty, kita lihat siapa yang nangis.
Okey. Kita dah boleh stop. Terima kasih banyak. Jom kita masuk dalam game.
Oh, jokes. Aaron's got it. He's got the joke.
There's always a Key and Peele sketch you've never watched.
Oh, too good. But he is excited to play. It's clear that he is eager to play. It's clear that he wants to make that impact again. Whether or not it actually happens, the results will show. And I think that goes without saying that I don't know if it's lack of confidence in the team, but there's also a certain aspect of he's not 100% sure if it'll work out the way that he imagines it.
I think the road leading up to him joining AC as a starting marksman, it's also quite interesting, right? Especially after M6, you know, he was benched, he was inactive for a while, and then when he finally was announced to slated to play in MPL PH, that didn't work out sadly, and he had to end up coming back. And then traveling to Malaysia to finally join AC to have a shot in our victory. So it's been quite a path that he had to take, but the destination is MPL MY. And I think not just him who is excited to play, everyone else has been excited to watch Aaron Shiki play again.
Of course, I think everybody has been excited to see, you know, the number 2 in the world during M6 to actually make it happen, right? Now, the Hopebringer, can Aaron Shiki revive AC season? I think that everybody was looking at AC thinking like, this is a potential super team, right? Even though they were running Kusei at the time, with Aaron Shiki, obviously hopes are going to be a lot higher, but considering the first 2 weeks, if Kusei wasn't able to make up that loss, what makes Aaron Shiki able to fill that gap? Is it just purely synergy? It's like, oh yeah, he's worked with Witty, therefore it should be okay.
I think that's one of the reasons, but the question also sort of answered itself because coming into this season, I personally feel like it's a solid roster that can rival the top teams, and Kusei is the biggest question mark. He has some pretty big moments, he has some clutch moments that really define him as one of the best marksmen we have here, but it's in the losses that you sort of see the flaw of Kusei, and it's feeling like him not being the guy to step up. It doesn't give you the feeling that he's low liao or innocent or rough. Maybe because of Aaron Shiki's accolades, that sort of fills in the gap a little bit.
I suppose there is a clutch factor that Aaron Shiki is able to bring. Whether he still has it or not is going to be a very big question considering his previous performances, and not only in other teams, but just in general after you know, M6. But even so, I don't think it completely changes the team in 1 week, which is the thing, right? That's what they need, the extra couple of points. Because the games that they were supposed to win, they ended up losing. So technically, they're on the back foot in overall standings.
Yeah, the only game that they won was against BTRM, and that was a scrappy 2-1, right? Afterwards, they lost to teams like Vamos, so it's not easy coming into this.
Yep, no, it really isn't. But let's look at the lineups here today. From the side, Vol Combo Esports, we got Aaron Shiki, Witty, Izanami, Amal, alongside with Momo. Aaron Shiki now being introduced to the lineup may change things, allowing Witty to, I don't know whether Aaron Shiki, because he's a pretty vocal guy. He keeps up the, he looks like the kind of guy like Fabian, where it's just keeping that energy up, and Witty is supposed to be the brains that says like, all right, let's all calm down, let's just focus on the game plan itself. The strange thing is that even when Aaron Shiki wasn't here, it felt like Witty was the hype man.
Yeah, and the funniest thing on top of that was that the whole team felt like a bunch of too good boys, right? Like, they're too good. You need someone to really shake things up, and hopefully Aaron Shiki is the guy. I mean, in the interview, you can see that he's the guy that is willing to, you know, clown around. He's the guy that's willing to hype things up. Maybe that is what the team needs. Maybe that surge of energy is exactly what AC has been missing.
Or the unnecessary responsibility, the fact that Aaron Shiki has been to multiple regions in Scrim at this point. So therefore, there is a benchmark that everybody's expecting him to hit in comparison to their opponents on the other side. Invictus Gaming with Mel QT, Nova Escobar, Spencer Hazel, and Gojes.
Yeah, and for IG, it's also a team that I think is still trying to find their identity, aside from this being a black alien esports, you know, Hazel carrying everyone else. Mel QT definitely didn't feel like the ordinary marksman that was pinned onto him by Fix, and then he went on to pop off. Same as Nova Escobar, we're still looking for the spark in some of these players.
Absolutely. I mean, Nova Escobar at the bare minimum is finding his like creative engages. He's finding those moments to actually make it happen. Even Spencer becoming a pretty solid part of this team, actually keeping it together pretty often when it comes down to majors where he's supposed to be the main anchor. The big question mark here really just comes down to the performance of Gojes and Mel QT. Gojes does well on times, but Mel QT at times can give you a bit of that clutch factor on certain marksmen only.
Yeah, and Gojes' evolution as an XP laner has also been pretty drastic, right? When he was still fielded on SRG back then, he's the fighter XP laner that is willing to throw his body in and get kills. But then afterwards, he was inactive for quite a long time, and when he finally returned to competitive play under Vamos, you can see that that personality changed a bit, more to a setup tank kind of player, but right now the only time of successes that we've seen him in is on pure tanks.
Yes, pure tanks, something that can force priority. The God Thought has been uniquely good for him in general. Not many EXP laners want to opt for the God Thought. It's a pretty passive lane and honestly brings minimal impact until you get to those team fights. Either way, both sides have an extremely difficult match up against them. Let's talk about compositions they might want to bring, because so far I think that AC has been the more flexible team overall when it comes down to the opener of specifically Valentina, because Izanami's decent on it.
Yeah, flexible openings, but the playstyle sort of dampens that a bit because they are very responsive. And the one thing I want to see change in AC is that they take initiative. Something that really cost them the series against Vamos.
Well, a lot of the times we've seen that when they get the early game advantage, they can kind of run with that lead until a certain point. And we're noticing that more and more teams are actually struggling to make that transition from early mid into late. We're not seeing that how to close out these games as cleanly. I think this has been a big problem for MPL MY for the past year or so, with the exception of SRG, but even so, I would like to see it, because so far AG has shown more times that they've closed out games cleaner. With that being said though, enough of what we have to talk about here. Our competitors are about to walk up onto this stage, introducing our home teams first.
New blood, new fire, a new chapter begins. The savior has arrived. The hope bringer steps in. M6 runner-up Aaron Shiki joins the squad. Is this the boost they've been waiting for? It's time to combo up AC Esports!
Known as one of the smartest gold laners, Sly, and has insane instincts, Aaron Shiki here to provide extra value for AC Esports in their goal to make it to the next stage. Overall, the stress for the mid-trio, they need to create that space. And unless we see it, Aaron is going to have a lot of work to do. Collected and always in control. A steady squad, steady draft, steady execution, and always composed, always ready to fight. Can they keep the rhythm going? Keeping it steady, Invictus Gaming!
Important series for IG, silence matter. It's time for Goldest to bring back that season 12 form.
Need to see something from Invictus Gaming to change the landscape, to not make them just a middle team. With that being said, introducing the coaches and head of League Ops. Again, Franklin is going to make sure that both of these teams are going to be playing fairly, but most importantly, with Adi as head coach, Lung assistant coach, Bam as head coach, and Jess as assistant coach. The brains to the bronze as they will be drafting for our team. Once again, big shout out to Franklin here to keep competitive integrity at an all-time high. Let's keep this going. The fist bumps, the last point of contact before they start heading into the land of dawn. It's a make it or break it here, as the single round robins are about to come to an end next week. Every point counts from here on out.
Can I just say, IG has sick drip.
They got such
I want that set. When are they selling it at the venue?
Honestly, probably. I wish that they had this blue jersey in black and white, the traditional black and white.
Right,
that would be nice on top of the bodysuits. The bodysuits are really good.
I would assume that's their home jersey, right? Because this is away. Should be the home. IG classic color, black and white. But I want that jacket set, man. I can see myself wearing that to the gym.
It's so good. It's so good.
You show up in the gym, you're the man of the gym, man.
Honestly, I would argue for an off-white, but then again, I'm just a messy eater, so I'm very scared of stating it no matter what.
Hey.
Either way, though, coming into this game, I'm excited to see what this draft is going to generally look like. Knowing both coaching staffs from either side, they've got some good ideas. Except for AC. The first 3 picks are usually good. The second 2 is the big question mark sometimes.
Yeah, like the biggest fumbles come in the second phase. And the craziest thing is, it happens on red side as well when it's the most powerful spot.
It's crazy, but we also got an MPL insider by Celcom Digi from NelQT. We asked him, how do you feel about facing Aaron Shiki? He said, excited. I faced him in scrims before, so this is something I'm really looking forward to. And we asked him in 1v1 who would win. He said maybe Aaron Shiki, but this game is 5v5 and my team is stronger. Anything to say to Aaron Shiki, we asked, and he said, Aaron Shiki, I hope your performance will be like in M Series. I want to meet peak performance Aaron Shiki.
Okay, peak performance Aaron Shiki. We're still waiting to see that, but he's at a peak heart rate now, 150, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little nervous on his first debut here at MPL MY. Different crowd, new teammates, and new environment. Definitely gotten him a little shaken up, but we'll see whether or not his laning phase, which again, Aaron Shiki has been known for to be one of the best in the world until he took that break.
Yeah, and people do call him King Aaron for a reason back in his glory days. And of course, him coming in as the whole bringer and all that, there's also the discussion of him and Widdy, right? How much impact can this actually bring? Is Widdy the key to... Is Aaron Shiki the key to unlocking Widdy's hidden potential?
That's the thing, right? Because again, I feel like everybody from that roster of TLID for M6 second place finish, I think a lot of it just comes down to intuition. Like these boys have been playing together for so long together that they don't need a call to understand what is about to happen. And that's the unique thing about that roster. Having 2 components out of the 5 from that roster isn't enough because it's a 5v5 game. So yes, they can work well together, but will they have that same level of intuition with everybody else?
Yep. And can they bring that level of guts or even just a fraction of it, right? Because the peak TLID was a team that plays so fast and technical, it felt impossible to keep up with them unless you were Onyx Philippines at that point of time. They just surgically dismantled every other opponent that they ran into. But funnily enough, for AC, prior to Aaron Shiki joining, is a team that doesn't play that fast. They always hit a break point where they just slow down.
Yeah, no, a lot of these teams know how to play defensively to kind of slow it down, and AC can get a little impatient, but it's time to get in to the most important phase, the drafting phase. But first, the random map, of course. Make your predictions up on the chat.
Give me the river.
You want the river on this one? I was thinking broken walls.
Okay, the broken walls?
We
get clouds again? Come on.
Nobody likes clouds. Nobody likes clouds.
It's like, once is okay, twice is funny, 3 times is too much.
3 times is too much, and it also basically gives you a net negative, well, net neutral on the lane no matter what. It's hard to lose the lane with flying clouds.
Man, YSS, Guinevere, Freya. So far, Zusin has been, teams are a lot more comfortable letting Zusin through, not IG. As some teams have found solutions around her. This Fanny Band coming out from Coach RD side. I'm surprised. I thought they would leave Fanny open.
Maybe. Yeah, I thought maybe they'll leave Fanny open, but I think they understand that Amal probably has a slightly bigger pool compared to Hazel. I don't see Hazel playing Benedetta. I don't see Hazel playing anything too out of the ordinary, and him playing a tank isn't as flexible compared to Amal, which is probably why Coach Adi is taking up the signature picks.
Yep. Blue band, very standard. I think Hazel's hero pool, at least from recent records, also, like you said, slightly smaller than Amal. And some of the ones that he excelled in aren't even meta anymore, right? Like Hayabusa, for example. The Yim gets picked up first for AC. This is pretty rare for Izanami, at least.
Okay, Izanami gets an artillery mage. Sora. Do you want to take Valentina at this point, or is it better just to say I'll take Phoveus and then just pray?
Well, let's take Far Side. Let's play the artillery.
Yeah, you can play the artillery on the opposite. I think no matter what, the mid showing would compromise red side very quickly. So I think you hold on to Sora and then +1, or you just leave it until second phase.
They could leave Zetian for third pick if they want, right? Something like a Zetian is always like not too bad as an option, depending on how aggressive Go just wants, right? Because Yuzong is also in his back pocket, even though it's not the ideal first phase pick. They go for the Kimmy Marcel.
What?
I can see the appeal of the Marcel. We saw it yesterday into Yves, but the Kimmy is what I'm having some questions about.
Okay. Sure, I was thinking whether or not they wanted to go blind Uranus here, but then again, you're taking away a little bit of the value of Hazel. But generally speaking, it just makes your draft just a little bit more flexible. And now that IG has finally shown what the first 3 picks is going to be, the Boxia makes a significant difference, right? It's so much, it now rounds up what the mid trio is going to look like, and they can technically actually fight. Khalid and Eve, pretty strong mid duo. Don't get me wrong, they're very good at trading. However, we need once the jungler starts to show, that probably will affect how IG is going to play the second half of the draft.
Amo has plenty of options left in the tank. If you want to go tank jungler, there is always the Frederick in the back pocket, but Assassin, Suyo is always there. The Nolan, what else? What else am I missing?
Welcome to the greatest mag show of
I want to say Harley. Harley is banned out. No more Quinn, no more YSS. Probably Suyo. It looks like the most possible one.
It depends, because you've already got Khalid, right? You can get away with the Fredrin, but you need an... Oh no, but then again, you don't know what the enemy EXP lane is going to be. You have the Uranus on your side, so you have strong side already kind of sort of set up. Gold lane has to be something that deals with the Boxia inevitably.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, IG considers the Gatot again for Gojes. Because you do have a Neve that you can take care of, and the Marcel sets up for you.
Yeah, yeah. And that way you don't like lose too hard to the Uranus overall, because you're able to kind of keep up and arguably outpush the Uranus, assuming he doesn't proxy you.
Yeah. Depending on the angle that they want to go, do they want to sandbag this into Momo, or they just want to go a bit more aggressive with the Sora, right? Make faster rotation, get those team fights going in the early game.
I think this ban here, these final bans should determine whether or not Sora and Valentina are going to be considered overall. It's less likely for IG to actually pick up either or. They're waiting for the response on AC and having that final pick to decide.
And AC doesn't have room for Valentina regardless. And IG already revealed the Kimmy, so they do ban out the Suyo.
Very nice.
To really limit aim on Zero Pool. It seems like we might just go back down to the Fredrin or the Akai or the Nolan.
Yeah, no matter what, I think AC is going to get put in a corner. If they ban out Carry here, it's way worse for them because they need somebody to actually melt through these tanks. Unless they go for another Trinity builder, which is only Moskov at this point.
Moskov, unless they are willing to go Obsidia.
Into the Boxia?
Probably.
Not necessary.
And they do ban the Harris though. The biggest pivot they can make is ask Seima to play Uranus jungle, right? Then you free up another slot for your XP lane. Maybe let Momo set up with like Arlet or Yuzong. But that is very situational. It really comes down to what IG picks here.
I think AC is trying to set up either... I don't know. Both sides can actually take the Obsidia. Because no matter what, the Obsidia's Hunt the Bone punishes the carry on the opposite end. Like we saw in our first best of 3 series with BTRM. You just get caught, you just kind of die, right? You lose a good chunk of your damage. They go for the Granger instead. Okay, so very classic. This is very last year's meta.
Yeah, very classic with the Marcel. Golden Hour, and you just unload your whole magazine. Do that with the Kimmy as well. But we've also seen the Kimmy Granger, like you said, from last season, where double marksman, but they're very susceptible to getting taken down. And I think that's where the Marcel comes in, right? He's sort of like the layer in between.
Yeah, and I think it's great because now that you have Boxer and Marcel, not only do you have ways to slow down the assassin, but you have ways to oppress the assassin. Because eventually Boxer comes to a point where he's walking into your jungle for free to do drive-bys, and that's something they have to be prepared for. AC, it's clear that they have a strong side, but now the strong side gets punished by the Boxer if the rotations happen to end up towards his side of the map.
How do you... So the Nolan does get picked up alongside with the Moskov on. Honestly, is sort of the last best choice. Either Moskov for carry, but I think Moskov does make a bit more sense. You get a slightly better mobility. It's dealing with the Baxia that would need a bit of time and item.
I guess they're just letting you know, Moskov alongside Eve do the majority of chunking out these frontline tanks. Everybody else is just going to play for Peel, and I think the early stages of the game with the mid trio is already aggressive enough with the Nolan, so they're not going to play passive, right? I thought maybe they go into Fredrin and play a more reactive style against IG because it hurts IG way more if you stop the snowball compared to AC snowball.
That is true. AC is very willing to take the time to scale back, to scale up the Alice as the means to an end for Gojes. So this is, they have a very simple way of setting things up with the Golden Hour, but then again, Golden Hour is sort of the only reliable setup unless Gojes hits some sick timings with his ult.
Yeah. Ooh, wow. The Alice, such a good pick in this scenario. Really good adaptation here for IG. Both Bam Well, Banner did a good job here. Okay, so EXP is basically done for, right? The Uranus Alice lane is a net negative, and arguably Alice has more impact in the first turtle than the Uranus overall. So what it comes down to, I think, is how far ahead do these junglers get? Because Hazel should have a much easier time against Amal, but the same can be said. An extra kill for Amal, that could be game.
Yep. And we will see if AC can reignite the hope with the addition of Aaron Shinky as we hop into the land of Dawn for game number 1 between AC Esports and Invictus Gaming. AC on the blue side, IG on the red. Another thing to notice as well is the cores, at least the mid laner of AC this Eve, slightly easier to catch compared to that Kimmy, which can jetpack away, because when you go into RWM, the golden hour stops you for 3 seconds.
Both having flicker. A well-placed golden hour will be able to catch them here, but it's about these early levels that actually matter the most. Witty making sure that he's getting these early chunk outs is necessary, but he's also spot out where exactly Hazel is going to be. Looks like he's going to go and contest for the Lethal Wanderer here early on because they've got pressure with the help of Gojes.
And they don't really have a way to kick this Baxia out of the jungle when the invade will inevitably happen in the next few minutes. And Witty, he can just stand there and soak the damage, but he's not going to be do it enough to dissuade Invictus Gaming. Hazel still gets the camp, and now he's out. The flicker from Momo to block the escape. They might get this. Hazel goes down, and Momo outsmarts him.
That's unreal. That is unreal. Where is everybody kiting to? Where's Spencer kiting to? And I get why Nova Escobar was a little late to this, but Amal not only was able to vertically jungle, and it was a correct decision for Baxia to actually vertically jungle as well, because he saw Nolan on the opposite side stealing away his orange buff thanks to the help of Nova Escobar.
Yeah. Big part of it goes to Momo, and we saw what happens when the Uranus gets a bit of a lead. Now he might nullify what Gojes wants to do. The camp stolen away by Amal, a full level ahead of Hazel.
Yep, and this is the best possible scenario for AC Esports. Now they have full control over the lanes, and because of these early rotations coming in from Goja, as Momo is not getting punished too hard, and he's already netted himself a kill. So that lane is kind of done for, despite it being a complete pillow fight. Even you see Witty having that full level over Nova. It's already great, but he's not going to hit level 4 in time.
Still making a call to try and start the turtle, but there's so much damage. Nova can only do so much. The RWM is good. Hazel still walks away with the objective. Gojes with the Throne of Ruin actually lands onto Amal. No, the turtle secured by Spencer this time. Witty ends up going down. The flicker forward from Spencer. Izanami gets slain. 3 bodies drop.
Very, very good flicker coming in from Gojes. He understands how Nolan works. Guess what? He dashes forward, but only his ult creates space to go backwards. So once he knows, hey, he's pointed in the wrong direction, we get him now so we can't force the ult out and fracture through to burst down this neutral objective. Really good plays so far from Invictus Gaming. More adaptable. Witty is getting these really good chunks. However, the follow-up just isn't there.
And you think that with all these ultimates, AC would have gotten a lot more from that, but I can't believe no one from IG went down in that exchange.
I mean, at the bare minimum, it should have been Spencer who should have died there. Yeah. He was already put down to a sliver of his health, but now we see the Invictus Gaming making their way up to the top side of the map, and both gold laners refuse to give away this lane. Like, they are trading aggressively.
It's a very comfortable spot for Marcel to be in as well. If you can freely roam around the jungle, the kills matter less, but the vision that you get, the information, and the tempo breaker that you innately have with the passive just gives so much value. He won't make an attempt with the Nova Escobar, but again, his abilities just protect him so well.
Yeah, now Invictus have to play a more responsive side of game. Unfortunately, Nova Escobar can't be everywhere all at once, but he can get Hazel to actually force the pressure.
Trying to get something out of Witty, but Witty not flinching just yet. Both XP laners, they will basically proxy each other's wave. Momo slightly faster on that, so the rotation can be expected to come from AC first. Now QT hits the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, there's no point for Invictus Gaming to be sitting on top of the turtle first. However, they will have priority in the lanes, allowing them to go for this quick invade before they actually start the neutral.
IG have basically 2 Sky Piercer carriers, so if they get too far out of control, even Momo won't be able to hold them back. The permabuff stolen by Momo.
Oh boy, if Amal was having a great game already, this just got even better for him. Well, not only was he half a level ahead of his opponent, now if he gets this hurdle, he's going to be at least a full level.
Gojess is patiently waiting in the wings as Nova Escobar goes to the expedition, finds some info. Witty being frozen by the golden hour as Gojess comes in, helps Hazel get the turtle for himself. Nova Escobar flickers to safety. The SOD does connect from Aaron Shiki, but doesn't feel like there's an angle in.
Okay. I'm surprised Witty didn't die without losing his flicker, without losing his ult, more importantly. At any time, he could have just unleashed the Raging Sandstorm, but decided to hold on to it, getting covered by Izanami the entire time. Pretty good play overall as a support, right? Really min-maxing the amount of damage he can actually take. However, this does mean that Invictus Gaming will go back to a neutral state, go back to that full clear on bottom side before heading up to top.
Gojess did a good job with the Throne of Ruin to stop Amao in his tracks. Stun came in just in time before the retreat. Even though Hazel was one level down, he still got the objective. There's 2 turtles for IG so far. As the Uranus now rotates around the map, tries to pivot the attention to the top lane and giving Amao some resources down bot.
Isn't necessary though. I don't think they have enough damage for this.
Yeah, Nova continues to be a nuisance and the chip damage does come through. Backside healing reduction does contribute in shaving off Momo's health bar, but Amao is basically power farming in the enemy jungle.
Trying to find as many resources as they possibly can here. Could attempt a purple buff steal, but it looks like Boxia is already making his way there. Now, after taking the lanes, it's a good amount of... Oh, wow. Okay, Momo just dies.
Yeah, and the Golden Hour able to basically keep Izanami at bay, preventing any sort of assistance. So that's the first Sky Piercer stack for MelQT.
That's really unfortunate for Momo, because now he loses an entire wave off of this. 5 more seconds until he comes back in. Actually, no, his wave's in a good spot. He'll lose probably like 1 or 2 minions at this point.
Not good for Witty. One more shot, he's gonna go down, so the flicker finally gets expended.
This is unfortunate. 15 seconds before the neutral objective, big ults, big spells already lost, and IG now making a fast rotation. Even Nova Escobar wanting to get in a position first to be able to zone them off.
And it's very hard to deal with Nova Escobar because they don't have the burst damage to just remove him from the fight. So Nova can keep doing this as long as he has the passive to trigger on targets, not to mention the Golden Hour. It's not back up just yet, but IG do have priority over the objective, and Nova can just keep walking up forward. The SOD steals the turtle. Aaron does it from across the map.
Ooh, remnants from a time long ago. He's still doing it now. Great timing coming in from Aaron Shiki. That's going to buy him a little bit of time. That's going to make sure that the bleeding doesn't turn into a gushing wound.
Funnily enough, it's almost a 1k goal swing because Aaron was also taking big waves on the top lane. As they find the Golden Hour, this time on the Witty. The Raging Sandstorm is gonna conclude now, but enough to dodge enough shots from MelQT.
Yep. Doesn't get locked into place, which is great. Doesn't get cancelled out, even better. But more importantly, we need to see a little bit more. Invictus, they're playing this too passive, right? Now MelQT is in a position where he's actually got some real items here. I'm seeing a golden stat being purchased by Aaron Shiki. I can only assume that the Sky Piercer Hunter Strike is done by MelQT. Yep, I have confirmed it. So now, I want to see Invictus Gaming come online. They need to get more stacks for him.
So far, Amao has had a 100% win rate on Nolan. He's played Nolan twice. Let's see if that changes. SOD unfortunately misses. That looked like a Q angle, but it's still big as Amao finishes the job.
Very nice, very nice. That's exactly what we need to see here. Making sure that the big win condition is going to get stalled out for the time being as Aaron Shiki is able to scale up a little bit faster.
They're going to run into Gojess. A Crimson Gleam gets him out, not a problem. Gojess, for majority of the game, aside from participating in the turtle fights, has been basically just creating pressure in that bottom lane, getting the tier 1 for himself. And that puts him 2 levels ahead of Momo.
That's exactly what you want to see, right? Again, it's these small motions and whoever gets to stay in lane first. Momo understands his job, but at the same time, it does come at a price, and you can't peel exactly everybody.
And with this Boxia rolling around, you always have to keep in mind that any crowd control that connects is going to basically cascade into getting booted down by Spencer or having Nova Escobar on top of you. Amao, level 14 already. 3 levels ahead of the Boxia.
Yep, this is a huge gap so far in terms of jungle levels, which is great for AC because these neutral objectives are they're more confident in stealing it away, assuming that Invictus has that first position. And keep in mind, this is Boxia, so if Boxia is the one tanking that Lord, he's gonna have to go for a full reset, despite AML being able to kind of come in from any direction.
And if Boxia is on the map, Aaron Shiki can just proxy the wave, he can split push, there's no one to threaten the side lane. In fact, they're just gonna flick on top of MelQT. MelQT is gone, the Golden Hour not in time. They will try to get a response. Witty doesn't get out from this. Spencer will get the connection. Go just comes in with the hits on the back line, but the rest of AC, they are out. And guess who is pelting the turrets? It is King Aaron Shiki with 2 back-to-back turrets in the bot lane.
And this has been very clean from AC. They understand that they are the ones who need more gold, more items.
No
to
way.
Actually win. And they steal another buff, no problem.
Dude, Hazel is not having a good day with these buffs.
Oh, it's so unlucky. It's so unlucky in so many different ways. But it's great for AC, right? Despite all these small little wins, gold lane actually isn't that far away. And Invictus understand that, right? It's like, okay, sure, we lose a buff, and the only person who's really making the biggest sacrifice is going to be Hazel. But it doesn't mean they can't recover from this, right? Hazel's job is to heal. Hazel's job is to be anti-heal. And most importantly, he just needs to create enough space for both Spencer alongside with MelQT to do God's work.
This is also the window for AC to try and accelerate the game a bit with the jungle advantage that they have.
Oh my god.
And an unfortunate pause at quite the timing.
And wow, I wasn't expecting Gojas to actually take that much damage. He's got the steel leggings here. Rather surprised. Oh, never mind. Malefic Girl already purchased by Amal.
Yep.
He's just that far ahead.
Yep, 4 levels ahead.
God.
This is where you look for the first Lord. Ideally, get the first Lord and just try to create that vacuum where IG cannot be afforded to be sucked in.
Yeah, the deficit is going to start multiplying eventually. We just haven't seen that first stone be thrown into the pond to see the ripple effect. Oh, darn it. Unfortunately, that it has to be like this. It looks like AC are the ones who made the call for the tech pause. We'll get, don't worry, Franklin's already on it.
Yeah, Franklin sending out, I think that's Rez. Is that Rez? Is that my boy?
I think so.
I think it's him.
I think he's helping out. Marshals are already on it to conclude the problems, and hopefully we'll get back into the game sooner rather than later. As I already saying, Amal, he's in position. He's like, is he dead? Does he die here? I don't know if Alice dies here.
Yeah. Maybe the Momo calls for the pause. Amal looks over it. Come on, man. If he gets out because of this pause,
that would be quite upsetting. That would be quite upsetting. But then again,
I think he gets
Alice,
out. You know,
right?
Like the fracture is already triggered. I think Alice gets out.
Like unless he gets like another passive auto to trigger like another fracture somehow.
Yep.
Sorry.
Like the passive, right?
The passive, yes.
Yeah. Whatever that's called. When he collapses time around.
Man, I have the name in my head. It's just not. It doesn't sound correct. I feel like I got it wrong, but I'll figure it out later. For the time being, at least we can now start talking about the gold laners, because at this point, it feels like both gold laners have been pretty out of the fight, except for Aaron, who's just like a slight influence here and there across the map.
Yeah, blast to the pass as well. That's sort of what he was known for even back in the days. You give him the Moskov, your side lanes are gone. It's so hard to play into this Moskov. I think particularly with this draft of IG, where the person that can cross the map generally doesn't want to do that when objectives are on the map.
A lot of things that they have to worry about, but let's jump right back into the game.
Do get a bit of freeze on the Witty. It's gonna be frozen in time and, well, promptly executed afterwards. Another Sky Piercer stack going over to MelQT.
All right, things have been going very, very well for IG, right? Despite the gold lead actually leading on into AC Esports, IG are not completely out of this, and they know this.
Yeah, they did get a flicker out of Aaron Shiki too, and Aaron Shiki is not in the fight whatsoever. So this is gonna be a free lord for IG. Yeah, so the attempt a bit late from Aaron Shiki. Momo goes down in exchange.
Yeah, I can't really do too much about that. As soon as Witty was already down, they basically had a disadvantage. RWM just to disengage Amal at the bare minimum. And at least they get the holy shielding here. Aaron Shiki is going to be the main win con, right? He finally finishes the Trinity, now looking to go for the Malefic Gun. And once he gets that Malefic Gun, that's going to help him a lot for finding MelQT and Spencer in the upcoming fights.
And just having Nova Escobar around really prevented the death of Gojas. Sure, Gojas got out without having to use the flicker, but the Platinum Snap did its job with the staggering. Let's see how much damage IG can do with their siege. Nova Escobar finding out where MelQT is.
They're taking their time with this. A very slow, methodical approach coming in from Invictus Gaming. You want to be able to take as many structures as possible, ideally to punish Amal. If they can get a shutdown on him, that would be awesome, but oh wait, no. He's 2-in-1. He doesn't have any down gold on him.
This could be a net negative lord because Amal is just proxied 2 waves in the top lane. They have Aaron Shiki dealing with the bottom wave. Hazel can't really do anything about it. Top tier 2 of IG goes down. The Throne of Ruin only expanded on the Witty. He's gonna flicker the safety as the lord finally crashes into the turret. Nova Escobar in.
Oh no.
The SOD does miss. Aaron Shiki has no flicker. He's gonna get rooted down. As Hazel takes him out, Witty ends up going down as well. This could be the angle for IG to go for broke. Amal needs to return home right now. Izanami, can he hold the fort? The RWM expended. Lord will eventually be taken care of. IG forced to fall back.
Good call by Momo. Microwave making sure that he pulls the aggression of the Lord towards his mid turret without inciting it to actually go for the charge. In the meantime, though, they might still lose their mid inhibitor here as IG pressure them again.
Yeah, the death of Baron Shiki. His flicker was so close to coming back online. IG, are they really going to try? Because Momo is already gone. They don't have the RWM just yet. Thrown a ruin to zone out the rest of AC Esports. Amal bursting gold just down the way. Escobar flickers forward with the golden hour to keep Aaron Shiki, the backline in place. Izanami and Aaron Shiki doing the absolute darkness. And they will keep the base alive.
Yep, and they clear the wave again. Aaron Shiki is back in the fight. Make sure that the rest of Invictus, they call it off. A 5K swing for them here. A very convincing swing, but at possibly the wrong time, right? They could have set themselves up for a 10K lead, but unfortunately AC did not give it to them.
Yep. And now IG looking to take the last inhibitor, but the catapult cleared out by Izanami's Void Blast. So IG finally stops the siege, and what looked to be a net negative turned to 2 inhibitors.
Oh my God.
And 41 stacks on Nova's Thunderbell.
How does he get 41 stacks?
Pretty easy to trigger, man.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's easy to trigger, but at the same time, how many times, like off a cooldown, he is just getting a stack. 41 in 14 minutes? That means he's getting 2, like what? 3 every minute?
Yep.
So ridiculous, so ridiculous. Once again, the pushing from Aaron Shiki is going to only go so much as the conceal comes through.
Yep, Nova just found Amal.
How do you get in?
And that means Amal has no way into this. His Lord is pretty much gone. SOD attempt this time doesn't happen. Aaron takes the SOD! Are you insane, Aaron? No way that was going to work out. Traction post doesn't get anyone. Amal couldn't find a target. And IG now have a clear way to win the game. Aaron is 30 seconds out.
Don't know why he decided to take the SOD there, especially without communicating with the rest of the team. Hey, you need to cover the space if somebody gets hit. And yet, this is the outcome. This is the outcome. Invictus now walking down with missing inhibitors here and an empowered Lord. I don't think Gojas is going to be enough, but Novak Skobar has done phenomenally this game.
8 seconds for Aaron to come back. Can they do it? RWM still within their arsenal, and IG but meticulously looking at their options. They have Sky Piercer, both Spencer and Melkuti. The RWM goes down. Witty flickers onto the backline, but Izanami is already dead. Aaron Shiki now back in the fight. Golden Hour connects on the 5 people, but it's in the benefit of IG. There's no way that AC can win this game from that point onward. Invictus Gaming will draw first blood.
Great game coming in from Invictus Gaming. An amazing second half of the draft to find that final counter at the very end. IG, they're coming extremely prepared here. AC, they're trying to show their comforts, right? These are playstyles we've seen before. Unfortunately, when they had the lead, they couldn't crack open IG as they were playing such a tight defense.
And I think the most unfortunate thing was they were following the protocols. They were doing almost everything right after losing the first Lord. But all it took was just one unfortunate death, one unfortunate gank in the bot lane, and everything started collapsing.
Yeah, not to mention that golden hour from Nova X Kobar. Actually ridiculous. Like, how does Amal even get in on the fight? He's getting sold down so hard. And I think he learned very quickly, like, hey, this Marcel, he can basically check every single bush. I can't find an off angle to get in.
Yeah, not only that, he can easily use the golden hour. The condition is very simple. As long as Melkuti and Spencer are not caught in it, when the golden hour resolves, whoever is in it is gonna eat a hail of bullets.
Oh, very, very dirty way. Very, very dirty way to actually play this Marcel. And I think this kind of opens up a lot of different options here now that Novak Skobar has shown that, yeah, if nobody's going to stop him from doing this, this is amazing. We can do so much if you're not playing a traditional tank jungler and you're playing an assassin, even better, especially when you can't burst down the guy who's in your face.
Yeah, there really was no way to punish the Marcel.
I think the closest they could probably get was Aaron, but most of the time, 90% of the time, he wasn't there for the fight, just the SODs.
Yeah, and the last SOD was the fatal one as well. I genuinely insane to take an SOD. I That felt like a low Leo moment.
Hey, Aaron, he's wild sometimes. He's a little crazy, a little loco. That's how he has some of the most insane clutch moments consistently happen, because he just takes these sometimes and it's like, you know what, if it works out, it works out.
Yeah, nothing to lose, you know. And then,
yeah, that's the best way to put it. With that being said, though, let's look at our MVP of this game. Coming in from Invictus Gaming, a ridiculous performance here by Nova X Kobar. This man single-handedly being the blockade for Amal to take any neutral.
yeah, and I think, you know, in other regions, Marcel not as sought after, but in MPL MY, teams have yet to find an answer for this hero.
I think
anti-assassin, anti-dive.
Well, it is sort of yes and no for anti-assassin, anti-dive, because it's all about timing, right? The unfortunate timing of Marcel and his skill cooldowns. Nova X Kobar, very patient with it, and more importantly, understands that being first to having priority to move first to a location is way more important than having your skills actually off of cooldown. Because once you're in position, then you can start making your decisions of whether or not I want to start playing footsies with people, or purely to say, hey, he's here, we can start making some better choices.
Yeah, Marcel's zone of influence is surprisingly huge. It's pretty hard to shake him off once he gets ahead of the curve. And that's the case. Like this, Witty Khalid unfortunately didn't bring in the impact that we wanted to see. Sure, they got the first blood off of Hazel, but like you mentioned earlier on, there really wasn't much translation. And that's after a lot of groundwork, right? Aaron taking side lanes, Amal doing the same thing, but it felt like it amounted to nothing.
Yeah, we really needed to see a much cleaner fight from AC, a traditional front to back, because they had two different win conditions here, and unfortunately not lining them up ended up losing the game. And I think that Khalid is great on Witty, but unfortunately in this particular match, I think the Alice was just too much. Like, you're waiting for the golden hour, and then after the golden hour, Alice with Throne and Ruin comes in, and you have to waste double the amount of time.
The frontlines find it incredibly hard to move on forward, and not to mention you are dealing with Hazel's innate life bane as well. And Momo can only do so much.
Yeah,
I feel like if there's one component that you want that is easiest to remove is the Marcel.
I think that is like a key point, but not to mention that IG just from the get-go already had a really good plan going on, right? The fact that they were like, oh, Khalid, oh, we're gonna show Uranus as well. Getting that Boxia at the crucial time on red 3 really changed the aspect of what the early game was supposed to look like.
Yeah, they're going with the Kimmy Marcel opening, and then they throw in the Boxia tree after seeing Uranus, and then they go for 4 Granger after locking out Amal of his hero pool.
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Marcel alongside with Kimmy is an uncanny combination, because it's actually very beneficial for Kimmy in losing matchups, right? Oh, whatever Witty tries to do can get cancelled out by Nova X Kobar, and Spencer gets free shots. The same can be said about Izanami. The only issue is when level 4 comes around, then Nova X Kobar has to look beyond the laning phase.
Yeah. And even for Izanami, he wasn't able to do too much as well, right? He uses the RWM. They just jump him. I didn't even see how Hazel got on top of him in that last fight. But if you put all of that aside, the golden hour is always a means to an end, right? You catch Izanami, he gets disabled. Whoever you catch is going to go down to Malcuti or Spencer.
I really like the fact that IG had a clear idea for the composition, but most importantly, they had redundancies, which is something that we don't see enough teams doing. Having ults that kind of work the same but do the same purpose aren't necessarily a bad thing. You saw for a solid 4 seconds, AC's jungler Amal could not even get remotely close to the last half of Lords at the end of this game, just because of the golden hour and the Throne of Ruin. And not to mention that even when he had that early game, how does Boxia recover from an 11 to 14 different, a 4-level jungle difference in general?
A 4-level jungle difference, and they are the ones that they are getting objectives, right? And like if you put the golden hour, Throne of Ruin, prop 5 seconds, and that's not excluding the fact that Marcel can trigger the passive every 12 seconds.
Yup.
And it goes down by 1 second every time it hits you. And his first ability is also an AoE stun. The delay, the hit of Marcel with the stun delay spreads out just enough for him to constantly do it.
Exactly, and that's the biggest problem that they're having right now. Like, Marcel really compromises comp. This is one of the few times that I think Marcel is so uniquely suited for this particular scenario, just because he had the Alice to guarantee, even if I whiff this, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it really like shrinks the window of opportunity that people have to respond, right?
Yeah.
Like, you blink it and you miss it, and Marcel will do it all over again.
Yeah, it's got to be really frustrating for AC, because the more that I think about it, like this early game, awful, right? Like, oh no, we've traded in the worst ways possible, and then when you think that AC is gonna run away with the lead, you have moments like this where nobody dies.
I mean, Gojes is a real G. He goes in Crimson Gleam with the Throne of Ruin, sees Amao, and he flickers sideways.
Yeah.
Right? Poor Amao.
Yeah, just a lot of moments where Amao doesn't get to play the game for free. And I think now AC needs to kind of shift their attention, right? Amao is struggling to get these neutral objectives, so unless they can create these opportunities, then I think that's the only way that AC recovers from the damage, and more importantly, to tighten up their gameplay from game one.
Like, a lot of times is, I think, you know, having two marksmen with Sky Piercer is also pretty good, because you can just catch tanks and you can kill them.
So many things went well for IG.
Yeah,
it feels prepared, but at the same time, there were too many variables in the early game to guarantee that, right?
Yeah. I think that bottom tier 2 defense was probably one of the few moments that when you, even in a solo kill game, you will be like, why are we defending the Lord outside of the base? That's really felt like it, because we have a Marcel running around, and then Aaron Shiki with his last ditch attempt to try and SOD reposition, misses that, and he was dead. Like, his flicker was, what, 3 seconds off?
Yeah, he was close to trying to clutch this out, and honestly, a valiant attempt, just not enough with the utility that Invictus Gaming brings to the table. So that means it's come down to draft, right? To a certain degree, it is gameplay, of course, but that could be adjusted, but they need better tools to try and chip away at it, right? Because how else are you going to get through that Alice? Now that you know that Gojes is going to be that secondary, like, you know, plug into the hole, I think maybe Adi needs to kind of reshift his focus on the way that he's drafting. Maybe lean into the red side a little bit more.
Yeah, I think if all else fails, just remove one of the key components from IG. I think that they have a lot of setup that is so easy to pull off.
Yes.
Right? It's not as conditional as AC, where Izanami needs to be in a good position. You need Momo to really sandbag the front line, and then Amao needs to find a flank. For IG, very honest. They run at your face, they take you out.
And here's the thing, right? If there were adjustments to be made in that very first draft, it's hard to do because you have to show your full composition as blue side compared to red. So even if you want to adjust for the Alice, it's either you pre-plan ban it or you pick it up for yourself. There's kind of no in-between, and Uranus just synergizes better with Yi. But regardless of that, guys, keep in mind, if you're watching MPL MY right now, MSL Thailand is actually happening at the exact same time. Some of the best teams in Thailand are battling it out right now, so go check them out. This is their fine debut after so many years. We're very happy to have them back in the ecosystem.
Yeah, and this is their match schedule, 5 weeks of non-stop action in the Mobile Legends Super Cup Thailand. There's some notable names if you follow esports in general, especially from the Thailand side. You know, BTRM United Esports, Full Sense, I bet you heard of them. E-Arena, Bacon Time, one of my favorites, and KOG. Just make sure that if you have the time, check them out. You can always rewatch the VODs. There are some notable names from other regions that have been imported to MSL Thailand as well.
Yep, we're hoping that this region rises up and becomes a true competitor in the MLBB space. Makes things very exciting for everybody else whenever they have to worry about just another up-and-coming region who had MLBB experience at one point.
Yep, and they won the first MSC as well, you know, IDNS. The fact that they are able to fight for a slot to MSC 2026 makes it even more exciting, because Thailand has a very unique playstyle, very macro-centric, and they also are pretty experienced in the genre as well. I'm just excited to see more of them.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see some of their mechanics too. But before we move further with our next game, we got a little bit of a special guest once again on a call with us. We're going to throw it over to a host just to talk.
Minta maaf, saya bukan Ros, nama saya Foji ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan sekarang saya akan ditemani oleh seorang penganalisis TikTok yang famous. Nama dia Gengarino. Gengarino, mana awak? Hello.
Ya saya.
Apa khabar Gengarino?
Okey. Baik. Sihat-sihat. Puji sihat.
Alhamdulillah sihat-sihat. Okay, Geng Reno, kita nak tanya straight forward sebab awak suka analisis kan. Awak tengok semua game, awak pecah-pecahkan data-data dan sebagainya. Soalan yang pertama saya, adakah apa yang berlaku dekat dalam first game tadi sama macam yang awak jangkakan ataupun oh my god, what happened?
Actually really memang expected. Mengecewakan tapi expected sebab last 2 minggu ni pun memang masalah IC tu. Masalah dia bukan atas draft. Sebab draft dia overall memang solid. Tapi macam mana kita nampak tadi, bila Moskov tu tak sync dengan tim itu, kita faham lah sebab ranking player baru, right? Baru masuk. Tapi kalau kita tengok team fight Turtle 1 dan Turtle 2, kita nampak yang trio mid-nya tak sync. Okay? Bila Rom-nya pergi, ESP-nya pergi, tapi damage dealer-nya masih dekat belakang kan. Seorang nak team fight, seorang nak Turtle which one. Dia tak ada pilihan yang salah dekat situ, tapi kena pilih satu. Macam tu. Masalah yang sama je daripada 2 minggu lepas.
Maksudnya chemistry-nya belum wujud lah macam tu?
Yes. Tapi after 2 minggu, supposedly benda basic sama ada nak fokus turtle ke nak fokus team fight tu patutnya dah tak wujud lah.
Faham. Alright, kalau kata kita dah cakap macam tu masalah daripada minggu 1, minggu 2, pada pendapat awak lah untuk secara keseluruhan semua pasukan yang bertanding dekat MPL, macam mana prestasi diorang sekarang?
Overall saya seperti Puji cakap juga, saya sebagai peminat MPL Tegar last 2 tahun ni, apa saya boleh cakap yang kalau netizen ataupun siapa-siapa kat luar sana yang rasakan performance overall team MPL My season ni sama je ataupun tak cukup gempak ke, diorang memang gam sikit lah. Okay, sebab improvement tu secara objektifnya memang apparent, memang besar dan I think tak cukup acknowledgement lah.
Faham. Berat juga statement tu sebenarnya. Maksudnya tak mencapai satu standard yang sepatutnya macam tu?
Bukan. Terbalik. Terbalik. Season ni improvement tu besar.
Besar.
So kalau kita nak bandingkan dengan season lepas, yes.
Okay, faham. Okay, kalau bila awak cakap improvement besar, maksudnya ada banyak peningkatan. Boleh tak bagi tahu saya 3 pemain favourite awak ataupun 3 pemain yang terbaik dekat MPL Malaysia based on analytical data yang awak dah buat sepanjang 3 minggu?
Kalau ikut sepanjang 3 minggu ni, excluding player SRG lah, okay? Obviously, okay? Saya akan pilih 3, saya akan pilih Gary, saya akan pilih Hazel dan saya akan pilih Chico. Dan ketiga-tiga ni atas alasan yang sama. Ketiga-tiga player ni persamaan dorang ni berani mengambil risiko dan setiap kali dorang mengambil risiko tu kadar berjaya tu lebih tinggi lah berbanding player lain untuk setakat 3 minggu ni.
Maksudnya macam konsep dia mudah, high risk high return punya player.
Betul. ROI tinggi. Yeah.
Okay. Saya mau matematik dah sekarang ni. Okay. Bila kita cakap bahasa matematik, ni dah masuk benda yang berat. Saya suka sembang benda yang lebih menarik lah sebenarnya, you know.
Okay.
Sebenarnya penonton-penonton yang selalu komen-komen dekat konten, even dekat MPL Malaysia sendiri selalu cakap Rino ni adalah orang yang selalu memberikan sumpahan ataupun curse dekat dalam MPL sendiri. Macam semalam sebenarnya saya dipahamkan awak tukar jersey RRQ. Sedar-sedar RRQ kalah. So what happened sebenarnya?
Tak, saya kalau sarung jersey dia bagi blessing win streak, tapi tu saya salah beli. Tu jersey Hoshi. Nampak penuh sponsor jersey-nya. Tak lah, RRQ punya kan kosong. So maknanya minggu ni RRQ Hoshi akan win streak dekat negeri sebelah, okay?
Okay. Tapi maksudnya itu dia punya sumpahan tu lebih ke arah positif.
Bukan sumpahan bagi lose streak. Terbalik.
Okay. Kalau macam tu mungkin rezeki kemenangan tu mungkin akan ada lah kan. Kalau lah diberi peluang lagi, awak nak pakai jersey siapa untuk bagi orang lain menang pula lepas ni?
Buat masa sekarang tak ada lagi. Sebab ni last ni. Ini kalau kejap lagi RRQ Tora tak menang dengan SRG, ini saya open bidding. Jual.
Berapa tapak?
Open bidding kita start RM10 lah mula. Okay?
Alright, terima kasih banyak-banyak Geng Gerino. Anything yang awak nak shout out kepada semua penonton-penonton yang tengah tengok secara live sekarang dekat Malaysia, Indonesia dan seluruh dunia?
Terima kasih semua yang menonton MPL My. Okay? Kita semua macam saya cakap, satu pesanan sikit je. Kita beri lebih acknowledgement kepada improvement semua team dalam MPL My untuk season ni. Okay? Huge improvement dan we need to talk about it more lah.
Alright, terima kasih Geng Gerino. Sampai kita berjumpa lagi. Itu saja daripada saya, Poji dan juga Geng Gerino. Let's go back into the game.
Alright, thank you.
Already, people are giving their opinions, right? Being able to analyze online, it is all clear to see from everybody. Some things need to be fixed.
Every now and then, we have some pretty experienced and pretty knowledgeable online, our KOLs and streamers. Gangarino's one of them, who is not a pro player or ex-pro player, so it's a breath of fresh air. By the way, Kusei got a sick new haircut. As I saw him go to the washroom just now, and I was like, wait a minute, is that guy wearing Kusei's jersey or is that Kusei? No, I know, that's definitely Kusei.
I was wondering the exact same thing, and the haircut does look good on him, but it also goes to show a lot of weight off of his shoulders at the very least, and a lot more on Aaron Shiki's.
Yep, definitely after game one, Hiroshiki hasn't really proven. I mean, he definitely brought back some memories from the M6 Prime era, but that's on a macro sense, right? I think things still need to come together in terms of how AC works together as a squad. Now is to decide that whether they need to work more around Aaron Shiki or the other way around.
Yeah, we'll see what the planning here from Coach Adi is going to be, because now that in his first half of the draft, getting punished in the second half has become a consistent problem. They've got to make some bigger adjustments, right? You can't just be playing your own game in a league where everybody is trying to interact with you.
The Moscow meta is less viable now, I think, with how fast the game gets accelerated.
Yeah.
And with the hero that we have, right? Like, since M6 until now, we have had so many hero releases, so many meta changes that most heroes can easily deal with side lanes. Or create impact around the map faster. I think that's the better way of
I think, personally, what I think right now is that there is a huge disconnect. I'm sorry, I'm getting very distracted by some of these smarter fans who've already got a slideshow and their phone's ready to go. He knows he's got jokes. Now, I think the biggest problem and one of the fundamental rules that we are not abusing is the fact that if somebody uses a battle spell, punish him for not having a battle spell. We don't see this often enough because there is a huge window of which you can punish somebody who's missing specifically Flicker. If it's Purify, Petrify, or anything else, generally speaking, like by the time you set up for another engagement, they're gonna get it back up in the next like 20 seconds or so, not Flicker.
Yeah, and a lot of times heroes that take Flicker are defenseless without it.
Yes!
We saw Team Ray do that, against BTRM. Z loses his losing Flicker 30 seconds in, gets punished, dies twice in a row. But I think keeping track of these cooldowns, it isn't easy. Sometimes I also lose track of it, but I think it's very necessary, especially when you need to make sure that key targets don't have access to important resources.
Plus, it gives confidence to your teammates to say, hey, he has barely any escape tools. He has one mobility option and no Flicker. We can almost guarantee get him if we expand one Flicker, or sometimes not even have to expand a Flicker at all, and just enough people to close and pinch them in.
Yeah, it's a very big difference. It makes a difference between hard sending a tower dive and not getting anything done.
Yep, so very, very true. So very, very true. Now, hopefully, we do see an adjustment here from the side of AC, because if I see him get away with a 4-level jungle lead again, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, there's no real world that you have a neutral objective untouchable like that without throwing some bodies.
I can't believe that all it took was just one hero, just the Marcel, to make up for what Hazel was trying to keep up the entire game. I mean, Aima played fantastic game, right? Vertigo jungling, is power farming, is creating wave on the side lane, is getting all his core items, is hitting timings earlier than needed, 4-level lead, and yet still rendered useless.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate scenario here. Playing it back in my head, it would be a mental blow for sure. But as we fix a couple of issues up on the stage, we're just getting information of this. We want to make sure that we're starting off strong rather than have a pause in the middle of the game for you guys. That means we're just going to be sticking around here for just a little bit. Even so, coming in from Adi, hopefully he takes red side. That's number one. You got to take red side. Number two is whether or not he's going to have the same bans. Because being on blue side, you do have the priority bans, and they targeted Hazel very quickly.
Yeah, they did. And they were even willing to ban the Fanny on the blue side too.
Yep.
Yeah. And we said that the hero pool of Amao is slightly bigger than Hazel, but I still think that stands true. I think the Baxia wasn't what that convinced me in game one. It's more of the supporting staff around Hazel. but it sure is a pretty stable hero even when you fall behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was some thought behind it, which is the most important part. Because again, that early game could have gotten a lot more out of hand if it wasn't for just a natural anti-heal coming in from Baxia. Allowing people like Kimmy to go for Sky Piercer and like other items first. It really adjusts the item progression, allowing your power spikes to be more convincing coming into early mid to late.
Yeah.
Either ways, IG, they've already got that win. They're looking for the second one to hopefully close this out quick.
And I guess this also is what makes IG special, right? Coach Bam and Jess on the same team. We know they have pretty unique thought process and the way they look at the draft, which is why we see, Gatot XP lane. We see that Alice getting played often for Go-Jess. But not only that, the Kimmy Granger, which is, a tale of season ago, gets brought back because Marcel is now a thing, which is probably the identity that I think IG is slowly forming from themselves through the efforts of the coaches.
Yeah, no, it's great to see that Nova Escobar can play a mean Marcel and set up these kills with heroes who have projectiles. You would imagine that like anybody with a projectile is going to be somewhat like less viable for the golden hour, but they're just using it. Hey, we all stack it in the same place. They have no way to reflect it, or without any flickers, they'll die as soon as they come back off the golden hour from the invincibility. Now we look at the roamer head to head.
Between Witty and Nova Escobar, the numbers definitely skew towards Nova Escobar, who still hasn't revealed his entire roamer pool just yet. We know that if there's a chance to play a mean Grog, Nova Escobar can play that mean Grog. He also was known for Kufra back in the days, the Hylos as well. But for Witty, leaning more towards pick-off-esque heroes, but also runs a higher risk of it falling apart because of how AC just were not able to keep up with their opponents.
Yeah, generally speaking, Witty is really good at like getting spells out of your opponents. Whether necessary or unnecessary, he does bait a reaction out, which is kind of what you want for your roamers on top of the fact that he's a great initiator. However, he hasn't been getting those hard initiators just yet. A lot of the time, we've been seeing him on people who can force reactions out of people who fight specifically for that mid lane to get that early push. Mainly because we've seen Izanami many times now on that Valentino.
Yeah, like Khalid, the Gatot Kacha,
the
Chos. I would like to see if I do wonder if this is a, do I call it a problem? Is it an issue with just how Izanami approaches the mid lane in his hero pool, or is it something that I think they can work around?
No, I think they can absolutely work around because looking at Izanami's hero pool, it's not like he's out of the meta. No, he's actually very well suited for the meta this time round. Like all the meta picks that he is comfortable with, all of which he can play. Right now, it's just the fact that he is going to be the major determiner of what the comp looks like. We got the Yi first pick right at the very beginning because they needed somebody to anchor them down, and it's always going to be Izanami. I think that actually needs to change. I think if you get a laning winning matchup for Izanami, I want them to play more around that winning matchup rather than saying we're just going to use the mid trio as a means to get an advantage on the side lane.
Yeah, I think that's what they've been doing as well. Like use it as like a funnel, right? Like a launch pad to get a side lane ahead. Because I feel like there are certain times where mid lane, the focus is just to get mid lane prio, but there's no incentive to further accelerate that mid lane.
Exactly. Which is why, because they always use the mid lane as that stepping stone. That's why we're seeing that Amal was able to get so far ahead. You push out that mid, walk with Amal, you steal a camp almost straight away. They tried the second camp, didn't work as well. But you get the idea, right? It gets better over time. I need them to actually diverge. If we are saying that strong side is going to be on one side of the map, we need to have at least the flexibility to go to the opposite side as a response. Not necessarily we always have the 4v4 because sometimes your 4-on-4s aren't in your favor. You need that extra person to really make the comp come together.
It really depends on which lane they want to free up. At least from game 1, we know that Aaron Shiki is very comfortable on an island and he is laning very comfortably into MelQT as well. But we also saw on Momo's end, he is a lot more active joining the team around the map, and that comes at a cost, right? Losing turrets, losing XP and resources. I think it's something that perhaps AC can consider once they free up their mid lane.
I think AC doesn't have the foresight, which is the big problem here. They have calls where it's like, okay, the game plan needs you to come here at this time. Momo does that. But then the plan doesn't explicitly state the conditions that need to be met. Again, you are playing against Alice that will proxy your wave. You are expected to catch your wave at the back. If nothing happens when you get into the mid lane, go back into lane. Like, there's no point for you having control over nothing if there's nothing to contest for. And this happens not only in professional play, but in solo queue. We've got to stop fighting for the sake of fighting. Fight with purpose, fight for a clear outcome.
Yeah, Go just getting a free game 1. I wonder if we go into the draft of game 2, obviously there are certain prior picks that always need to be respected. I think in this case, Jusin was what IG was looking at least in game 1. But if they go onto the blue side, then you do wonder if Adi is going to leave that Jusin up as a bargaining chip, right? Because then Freya needs to get removed, the Glue as well, the Marcel also is part of the equation.
I think Glue and Marcel need to go. The Freya is kind of a hit or miss here. I do think that they need a ban out of Freya, but that's just so many bans on one side. You're kind of hoping your opponent does something here, but considering what we've seen here on blue side, 90% of the time it's led towards targeted bans on a particular player.
Yeah, and I think Freya's... I wonder what Freya win rate is. I feel like Freya has lost a couple of games lately. They lost once in the hands of BTRM, lost once in the hands of Flash yesterday, so that's only 2 out of the games that I remember. Probably more.
Well, most of the time it gets like just perma-ban 90% of the time. And the few times that we have seen, all have been losses. So not the great track record when it comes down to Freya specifically, but I would have imagined Sora would be an even bigger thing, right? At least like sending it into the gold lane, worst comes to worst. But we have a bit of some coach head-to-heads. We're talking about just the raw stats here. Oh, first pick rate, second rate, win rate. Okay, we actually have some real stats.
Coach Bam so far is beating Coach Adi.
Yeah, but Coach Adi has apparently played more games than him.
Which makes it even worse. That means he's lost more games.
It's a 2/3 majority on both sides. No matter what, Coach Bam is beating him out in every aspect. On first pick rate, on second pick rate, on just the natural win rate alone. Bit unfortunate, but then again, it is pretty early on in the season.
Yeah, top pick being one of the top picks of Coach Bam being the Granger 2, right? Which is again less common, in the current meta, at least in MPL MY. Very less people opt for the Granger. We saw a lot more comfort towards the Claude carry, the Yi Sun Shin. The only hero that has seen less daylight than Granger right now is the Harith.
Yeah, the Harith. We haven't seen Harith in quite some time, and yet Harith is still getting picked across multiple MPLs.
Oh yeah, the last I saw was Harith with Revitalize.
Oh boy. Oh boy. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes at some point. But even so, right? I'm realizing that AC may not... I'm trying to think whether AC or whether IG is less flexible. Because so far, would you trust Go just going onto the Sora again? After the last time where he wasn't able to find those kills, I'm a little hesitant to give it to him. Compared to his Alice where he's he clearly knows what he's doing.
If we just talk about specifically Sora,
yeah,
I would trust Momo more.
Okay.
Yeah, but not by a large margin though. Because I feel like it's something that can be polished, with a bit of time.
I can see where you're coming at. I can see where you're coming from here. But I think the second half of the ban where Momo just didn't get access to things like the Arlet natural combinations. I think IG with Jess at the hand, Bam keeping the vibes steady and also the technical side. But Coach Jess, he's a really good drafter, and that second phase, that second phase is always devastating. So you really gotta stay on your toes for the first. He's planning for something else.
Yeah, Coach Jess was also what brought Season 15 Homeboys to their peak, right? His unique drafting really caused a lot of issues for all teams out there except for SRG. And then you put Bam in, he also has a pretty good track record.
He does.
There was a season where he had to solo carry the team as a coach, and they made it to playoffs. This guy is a special dude. He worked with Erpang last season in BTR, Indo. Now he's back with Jess. What a strong combination we have.
I think it's a much better combination. Sooner or later, we're eventually going to get back into these games, but it looks like we first must deal with the draft. Thank you so much for being patient. To all of our viewers here watching MPL MY Season 17's English broadcast, it is time to get into the drafting phase. But first, random map draw.
I'm okay as long as it's not Flying Cloud.
Come on. Give me anything but the Flying Clouds. Ideally broken walls, because that'd be cool. Okay, expanding rivers is fine.
Finally.
All right, let's see. Because technically, I would say the advantage would lean just a little bit more to AC. They're much better at playing with these bigger better at playing with leads when they find it. And when I talk about lead, I'm not talking about like an 800. I'm talking about like a 2.2k type lead.
Yeah, and that's why Aimar really accelerates the game. Yeah. But they do historically, you know, fumble red 4 and red 3 to 5. So let's see if they, you know, kind of fix that, right? We say the Marcel is very highly, need to be highly considered. They ban out the Marcel. This should free up Widdy a bit more and make the life of even Izanami easier. And if Aimar wants to play aggressive assassins, now you have that out of the way. The Jusin's left up, Jusin, Eve, Sora. But the fact that IG is willing to first pick Kimmy in the first 3 picks is a cause for AC to kind of think further and where IG is going to head towards.
I think it's totally fine right now. They have to answer the big... Oh, no. That's Jushin or Sora right here.
Yeah.
There are no
If they take Sora, there is a... Oh man, even if they take Sora, do you want to take Valentina, right? I feel like the Jusin has to still get picked up.
Jushin for sure. If Sora gets picked on the opposite side, they're going to get access to the counter matchup in Phoveus regardless. So that's already like 2 ults that you can't really utilize. Then you just have to double up on that theory. Would you put Khalid? No, especially if Valentina shows up on the other side. I guess we gotta wait for the big ones.
So they take the Jusin out. This could still be a Phoveus Eve. It's a pretty classic opening. They could take the Sora. Oh well, if they take the Sora, there is the Phoveus on the other end.
Ride like the Crimson Lightning.
What is this?
Leomord?
Leomord straight.
Okay, I'm okay with Leomord, but they have to take one of the 2 big picks here.
Yep.
If they completely avoid it, they will fall behind pretty quickly, assuming they get one of them at the very end.
Ideally, someone that can facilitate the Leomord tour, right? Like if he summons Barbell, you want him to be trampling over everyone. If it's not bad of a choice, right? You leave the Phoveus and Sora up for IG to decide.
Yeah, keep them in a box. No matter what, AC will get that final pick in this first phase. So IG, they have to show something here. Right now, they technically can't show the Sora if they want to. It's just that you have to deal with the Valentina in the laning phase itself. Not the worst in the world, but neither is it the best.
Yeah. And also the Phoveus for Momo too.
Yeah, so again, no matter what EXP, if you pick Sora, you're going to get counterpick. You're just going to have to play for team fights.
If they take Phoveus, Momo can just look at it and go, maybe I'll take Uranus again, right? So there's some open picks there for AC. This is a much better opening.
It's a safer opening at the very least. IG.
They also have to decide on Hazel's hero too. Do they want it here?
You're right. What do we want?
Sand rises when I give you word. Chose me to vanquish the shadow.
Khalid Suyo. Okay, I'm actually okay with this because Suyo, level 15 to level 15 against the Leomord, you should have enough cooldowns to match up against the Leomord in a 1v1. You just basically running the entire time. You're not trying to damage him, you're just trying to run until Barbiel is gone, and then you basically just beat him.
Even in objective secure, you have a pretty good odds of doing so.
Very good odds.
Wow.
Hilda gets locked in instead of the Uranus, so they chose Hilda instead.
Wow. I want to match the Khalid.
I feel like it's flexible. I still feel like Hilda is a little more flexible than what meets the eye.
Like, it could be Momo Hilda, you mean?
I think it could be Momo Hilda, potentially. I'm not 100% sure, because the only synergy he has is with the Leomord. Yves, unfortunately, can trade against Bozushin and Khalid, but they need to be able to kind of match up the waves with lane clear. So, unfortunately, Hilda doesn't fit that role just yet. With Concussive Blast, sure, but in the later stages of the game, I would much rather just having a Gato to do all the work.
Since if this Hilda is potentially an XP Hilda, there is room for heroes like the Kalea, right, for Widdy. And because they're on red side, it's easier for them to kind of decide, hey, wait a minute, the Guinevere is not picked up still.
Yep.
And there's also that, not for IG, but I mean for AC, if this Hilda is XP, I feel like it's a pretty small possibility.
It really is. And I think that like right now, especially since like Guinevere, it's just about securing neutral objectives. And I don't think AC wants to be playing just the secure neutral objectives anymore, right? Alice ban, Sora ban on the opposite side, no surprises there here. And now that we don't have to think about Sora, Valentina kind of falls off in priority 2, unless they really want the RWM, but like you don't have any good lane matchups anyways.
With the Jusin, it feels like it's slightly weird to give go just to Valentina too. Doesn't feel like that's his hero. No, the Gatot always feels like a good option. Now that the Alice is gone, it feels like the Gatot could be something that ID pivots back to if they want to go a bit more aggressive, there's always the Yuzong to really help this Khalid and that Zusin.
There's also Claude that they have to think about. Claude, Lapu, the traditional divers who can get on top. Oh, the traditional counters that can get on top of Eve during the RWM.
Yeah.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
Ooh, what are we banning?
Got caught. Good call.
Respect given.
Very nice, good call. Even Gorgeous is like, they're wasting bans on random heroes. Question is, what else do you have in the bank?
They banned the Gatard. Coach, give me Khalid.
Coach, please.
I build Hepstasies, I build BOD, watch me one-shot the E.
I want to say like he one-shots E, but then wouldn't the shield be able to like keep him alive?
It's like,
there's no 100%.
like pre-level 10, right?
Yeah. Pre-level 10, while the base life is still low. What else is there to actually ban here? Vendetta, another support. It looks like they're hovering
Uranus?
over Kalea.
Is it banned out yet? No?
He's thinking about it.
Did you ban a Uranus here? You can. And then that leaves the XP lane with like, more fighter type hero.
Alright, okay. Let's see what fighter types, because this should be Denial. Pick up Claude for yourself and deny.
Oh, they go Harith.
So much confidence in
Wow.
Harith.
Wow, Aaron.
Okay.
I honestly thought they would go Claude here.
I really thought so too. I really thought so as well. It would have been a pretty decent denial. And at the same time, they don't really have anybody to force Claude to take Purify as well.
I think between Arlet and Yuzong, I would take Yuzong more. Because it does do okay into the Arlet if you just catch him once.
Let's see it first. Let's see what it's going to be here.
Yeah.
Because if we see Claude on the opposite side, then you have to think about EXP laners who can also break a BMI if necessary, or you're looking to just a hard jump the back line.
So they do take the Phobius.
Okay, there's Fo.
It's time to shoot up the room.
There we go.
Yep,
Claude, as expected. Okay, the Phobius, it was like a give or take here, but now that everything has been laid out,
Then play the hero.
Now he's gonna be Yuzong here. Because you can't Arlet anymore.
Nice. Very
Huh.
good. Very. Adi definitely adjusted much better into this. The only one that was weird is the Hilda.
Yeah.
I don't 100% get it. Because I feel like the Hilda feels like I wanted to pick it up so that you don't get to like lock it in for free, forcing you back onto the Khalid, which does relatively the same thing. But it's a slightly better matchup in a 1v1 with the Hilda.
Yeah, it does feel weird because the Khalid came before the Hilda as well. I honestly thought something like a Kalea, something with setup would be better, even a Grok or a Show. But
I personally feel like it's more denial than anything else.
Yeah.
But then why didn't you go for the denial on the Claude instead to open up things to maybe get this Harith matchup with a Purify, right?
yeah, I would much rather Claude deal with the Phobius. But, you know, what's done is done. Let's see if Adi can turn this around in game 2. We're going expanding rivers, this time with Invictus Gaming on the blue side. AC Esports on red.
They've made their bed, now they gotta sleep in it. Let's see how they're going to play this out as IG is looking to close this out with a clean 2-0, and Nova Escobar already on the scouting mission as Witty must match him. Now this is one of those few support battles that gets very personal very quickly. They're going to be constantly trading against each other. The hard part is once the damage has been applied, you can see Witty does out-damage him, but in a 2v2 scenario, unfortunately, Nova is just a little bit more sustainable in the early levels.
And with the basically non-existent cooldown on the Lantern Flare too, Spencer just has a lot more continuous damage. In fact, it's already causing some problem for Witty. This is expanding river, so lesser grass for Witty to work with.
Yup, and Nova Escobar has already hit level 2 because he's able to walk up so far and get more reveals to get that extra EXP. Witty on the opposite side can't necessarily do the same, but the vision being provided allows Amal to start hiding in his own jungle. Do not reveal how long it takes before your buffs get taken away. In terms of emblems, we do see that Claude is opting to try and go for Master Assassin compared to Mystery Shop that Aaron Shiki is bringing.
I think Nova Escobar caught a glimpse of the orange buff as he entered the bush, so there is some rough estimate. Mel QT already ahead in experience as well, so I could only assume that Aaron missed one of the minions.
Well, looks like he might have. We'll find out just a little bit here. as we see a lot of the rotations coming out from both AC and as well as Invictus. They are not leaving their lanes. The mid lane is actually holding position as Nova Escobar is actually the first to move here, reaffirming the positions of the enemy jungle. With that being said, now that they know exactly the positions of the mid trio, they can start taking advantage of this.
Couple of poke on the Izanami. Momo was given the XP crab, so level 4 should be slightly earlier than Gojes. Not that it matters too much because both will be on time for this turtle fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they weren't pathing. Invictus Gaming were not pathing towards the EXP side of things. So with Momo at level 4, this Black Dragon form is going to be a big problem for them.
Now Witty needs to be careful to not walk on too far forward as well. Out of M comes out, they commit onto the objective. Izanami takes it, Gojes gets first blood. MLQT comes in with a blazing duet. The damage not really there just yet. They want to look for Witty, flicker forward. MLQT claims him at the very end with his own flicker.
Nice, nice. Able to get the on hit as well as the regular auto. More importantly, why did Gojes flicker there? He didn't need to flicker. There was no need to flicker. He could have just like walked into the RWM, and arguably he would have been in a better position considering that the turtle still fell into AC's hands anyway. So, bit of a weird decision here. Aaron hovering around, trying to zone off the rest of the members of IG after a momentous first turtle.
And despite AC getting the turtle, Amao is still almost 2 levels behind Hazel, who just stole his purple buff away as well. Unfortunately, compared to Nova Escobar, Witty can't have the same impact on that Suyo.
Let's look at the instant replay one more time to catch the action, because as we see this very first turtle fight, yeah, Gojes really flickering in when the turtle's already at 50%, allowing free stacks with the Black Dragon form. They basically zoned everybody out except for Gojes.
Luckily, MLQT was able to claim a kill for himself, so there's the balancing of the skills. I mean, MLQT, Aaron Shiki was able to catch up in terms of experience. Not too bad of a trade, although his heart rate is very different compared to game 1. It was 150 game 1, now it's 72. He has settled in.
Yep, he's really starting to feel comfortable with himself, and hopefully that's going to make us, well, at least we get to witness some cleaner plays from him when it comes to the upcoming, for the later team fights. 23 seconds left on the clock before we actually get to this turtle, and I'm not seeing much movement coming in from Momo, right? He is playing very passive while Gojes is trying to maintain control over the lane as Nova Escobar is actually nearby.
Yeah. And in theory, as long as the Black Dragon form is available for AC, they should have priority at objective fights. But for so they do take the Phobius.
Okay, there's Pho.
IG, they have a faster means of joining with the Claude. Luckily for both teams, it's going to be spawning on the bottom corner of the map, so gold laners will have a chance to be a part of this. Witty already engaging. Amao comes in, calls in Barbarian. Sandstorm gets used by Nova Escobar. RWF is a response. Amao forced away. Hazel gets the turtle. Amao cannot participate at all as Gold just basically keeps everyone from AC at bay. But Aaron Shiki shows up. Momo goes down. Gold just still alive. Flicker to safety. Aaron Shiki finds the finisher and now needs to look to escape with Izanami backing him up. But the rest of IG are now on Aaron Shiki. Flicker forward from Nova Escobar. Good dash across the wall. MLQT follows up. Nova Escobar does the same. Mel finds his second.
Yep, they shouldn't be afraid to trade flickers. If they press the button first, you go for it after. And Izanami losing his flicker as well. This might cost them the first mid-turret.
And Hazel will easily take that away. Wow. And look for Izanami. Hazel will now look to escape and Momo will trade him back.
That's wild. First of all, what's Momo doing in the mid lane? I thought he would have started walking back to his own lane, but he already cracked it wide open, which is what resulted here. A good eye from the side of Hazel. I'm surprised that he bothered to even take, he's Hunter Shuri right into the Skypiercer. Not very atypical of Suyo's, but one that makes it very, I wouldn't even say controversial. He just wants to snowball, man.
He's Malaysian. That's what we do here.
That's why. It's
Guy
the only
Piercer,
way.
baby.
He's converted. He has converted his passport at some point of time.
Yep. Guy Piercer is always the way in the Malaysian region. Good interaction.
Okay. That looked a little funny. Bit of drifting here, but it's okay. Nova Escobar still healthy, and that's more I can say compared to Witty, who's down by EXP, but so far just a little bit healthier. We're seeing a lot of movements coming from the side of AC. Is very much together, right? They're only controlling like one quadrant of the map, and they don't have like a default spread compared to Invictus Gaming.
In the previous game, it was Aaron Shiki that basically got free reign of the map and the resources. I guess same as Amal, but in this game it's completely different. It's now swapped over to Hazel and MelQT, third turtle on the board. Witty able to basically just brute force his way to the objective. And has to be very careful. This list from Spencer are gonna start hurling Momo.
The
Black Dragon.
Seems a bit early here. The turtle only started. They might reset it.
Here comes Nova, only hitting onto Amal. Witty is gonna try and buy time. Momo goes in. The Petrify is still being held on. Gojas needs to be taken care of, but the dashes are making Gojas too strong. And MelQT finds the perfect opening in. AC stood no chance in this fight. Izanami will be able to escape, but Aaron Shiki will not. IG finds another fort.
Oh, do they just not have enough damage, or is there too much to get through? And unfortunately, it's just the fact that Gojas, he's building full tank. He has to waste so much time, on top of the fact that he has micro stuns to make life difficult. He already started off with the Chastised Pauldron. His job is to buy time, and he's doing a phenomenal job at just doing that.
Basically nullifying all the burst potential from AC. And not to mention that all these dashes are basically making Gojas stronger and stronger. They just could not shake him off, and that was what? 4 people on top of him?
Yep, 4 people on top of it. It's what's giving him like the extra bit of sustain, right? Every time he actually activates his passive, he goes in for that lunging punch. It actually gives him a bit of a shield, which allows him to follow up the skill 1, which gives him a slightly even more shield. So all of these things are compounding on top of each other. And AC, they need to respect that. If Witty is getting involved, like he needs to interrupt somebody important.
Witty gets lifted back and then into a dark wave. 4.5k gold lead, and it really, I mean, this already feels unwinnable for AC.
I still think it's possible. I don't think that the gold lead has like escaped them that far just yet to make it unwinnable. Although I am curious, if Nova Escobar has 40, once again, 40 stacks of, sorry, not Skypiercer, but Thunderbelt, I'd be surprised.
Might lose Witty.
Hey, yeah, wow!
Oh, that's Skypiercer for you.
Wasn't expecting Skypiercer to kill him like that. RWM coming out a bit late. I don't think even Izanami was expecting him to blow up that quick.
And keep the minute out of range. What are you doing?
They save it? Do they save it? They saved it. Thank God, thank God, thank God. That would have been so sad to lose.
They would lose all out of tier turrets. This is a repeat of game 1 as IG can continuously siege. Again, the main difference between IG and AC Esports draft in game 1 was IG's draft was pretty cheap to execute. It's the same in game 2. Pretty cheap to pull off. Low cooldowns, innate passive that refresh with very little downtime compared to AC that really relies on big ult.
Yeah. They need their ults to actually connect. They need their abilities to connect. Oh, that was a good dark wave from Gojas, but there's no reason for him to take it right now, especially since they haven't seen the position of Izanami yet.
Spencer gets the purple buff.
What? He gets the purple buff from that? What?
It might just come down to this. They RWM, they commit onto Spencer. Whoa. Spencer gets away! Witty didn't even manage to do much in that fight. Gojas now finds the backline. Hazel is in, double kill. Skypiercer, baby, triple kill. For Hazel, looks for Amal, number 4, Maniac for the Black Alien.
Nicely done. It's good to see Hazel back on this Suyo, playing out of his mind right now. And understanding how far he can actually go with this. And now they're looking for an endgame scenario. At the very least, just break open the Holy Shield and get as many sides as possible. And now, with MelQT already at Trinity, he takes no damage from the Lord.
This game has officially reached the state of no return for AC. Lord in the hands of IG, 9k gold advantage. And and Hazel will probably maxed out his Skypiercer stacks by now.
He died early on when he had 2, so that means he had 5.
So he's probably like
that. He therefore times 8. Oh wait, no, 2, 6.
6.
So he'd be around like 60. I want to say 65. I could be wrong on the early math. It really depends on when he got that Skypiercer. Is it before we saw that 1 kill, but then prior to that, was that the Skypiercer?
He's maxed out. He's maxed out.
He's maxed out.
Yeah.
Never mind.
He's
Don't
maxed
even
out.
bother. Didn't even get a discount earlier.
This could be a feud-out attempt, but AC needs to try nonetheless. Diamond's Force laid down. Nova Escobar is gonna top himself back up. And Lord is the main focus, which AC will easily take care of, as the wave isn't really synced up that well for IG.
Come on, they need a mistake from AC here. And AC just overstepped the boundary just once. Just overcommit. This game ends here and now.
And Malcolm is going to be free hitting top inhibitor. Nothing that can be done. They call in Barbell, but there's no fight there. Nova solo out onto Widdy. Bottom wave not really there. Aaron just got the Holy Crystal. They jump with the gold gems, but that's not the target you want to go on.
Yeah, they're trying to retreat. They're trying to retreat here, and they're slowly, backing out their forces, making sure that the logistics is good and the supply routes are clean and they don't get pinched. Oh wait, conceal though. What? Why conceal? I thought they were just walking out of this fight.
He really needs to use his body to hold the fort. Barbell called in once again. They survive with one inhibitor.
I like this. I like the move coming in from Invictus. An uncanny conceal to hopefully tell AC, hey, we're gonna chump check you. If you don't respond to this, that's the correct move. But if you do make an unnecessary move, we punish. Because if not, they wouldn't be able to actually maintain their very last inhibitor.
Man, I can't believe the Phobius went to blue 5.
Yeah, I mean, would you prefer it in the first rotation there?
I very much would.
Really?
For AC though, I think.
For AC on the first 2 picks, they go straight into
the third.
Oh, the third.
Yeah.
Got you.
This feels like another case of fumbling 4 and 5. You pick Harry 4. We pick Harry 4 and what was the 5th one again? Yuzong.
Yeah.
AC, Adi Curse. That's what they say.
Hey man, I don't know. I feel like I can't blame him just yet. I can't just say. Who knows? It could be Aaron who was just like, sir, game 1, Moskov, game 2, Harith.
Give me Harith.
Give me Harith. Let me feel comfortable again, Get them back up to speed. That's what I think is happening with AC.
Could be.
Because right now, Invictus is kind of taking a dump down their throats. Like, it is not even close right now. It's 10.4k lead. Like, it's hard to lose with this type of lead.
And they're getting curb stomp. Look at Nova.
I say that now.
You say that now,
and
then they throw the game?
They better not.
This is impossible to throw, right? I mean, I know that it's MPL and Y, but there's no throwing from this point.
Yeah.
There's a cap-off point.
The 10k is hard. It's
really hard,
You can already like 1v3 at least multiple members here. Maybe not Aaron Cheeky, but if you take him out early, it's very possible to do so. And Invictus, now, let's see how they play this, right? Because previously, first couple of weeks, their Wave 6 were awful. Now, they've slightly improved, but they have clear identity of what they want to do. Whether we're going to fight by using our ultimates to gain that space, because clearly AC are the ones who has the artillery mage.
Well, the good news is that half of the goal lead that IG has is on Hazel. He's 5k ahead of Amel.
Oh man,
he's ridiculously far ahead.
I would hope that Aaron Shiki doesn't lose his flicker early. Doesn't lose his Purify early on. He really needs it.
It hinges on Aaron. The last inhibitor topples Nova on the tree. That is as good as it gets. The door is shut before AC knows it. Just public execution. Hazel is legendary. IG stampede through AC.
They dared Invictus Gaming, and Invictus Gaming just pulled the trigger. They're like, you don't put the barrel of my gun in your mouth and disrespect me like that. They are gonna go for the trigger. They're gonna go for the shot. And IG 2 O's all combo.
Yeah, AC thought they had time and space to say a couple of lines in a monologue, but IG pulled the trigger on the first word. You better what?
Mr. Bot. He's dead. Yeah, man. 007 coming up with a different ending here. But very happy with the way that IG Wade, who's a great player.
God damn it, Bam.
I love it. I love it. Hey, Bam as well. Honestly, Bam has really opened up. Last time he used to be a lot more soft-spoken. This time around, he's like really outside of the box, man.
I trust his words, though. He was Kusei's coach.
He was Kusei's coach. That is true. That is true. They've been together for a good amount of time. But IG fans across the world are very happy with the current performance that they're seeing here, and they can only go up from here, right?
Yeah. I think IG found the identity. Unique draft, great systematic approach, and I think Gojaz has found his place today.
Yep. Playing tanks. One way or another, we'll see whether or not it's going to expand from this. And I think like the teams have done a really good job. IG, I want to see them continue to expand upon their gameplay. Their drafting is great, but will it work in every scenario? We'll never know. For now, we enjoy their interview up on stage, brought to you by Rose. Rose, how are the boys doing?
Kemenangan ketiga untuk Invictus Gaming pada musim ini. 2 berbalas kosong, another clean sweep for IG. Boys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Expect ke dapat clean sweep AC hari ni actually?
Expect. Sebab kita orang memang confident kita orang akan menang.
Oh, kenapa sangat-sangat confident lawan AC hari ni?
Kalau dari saya sendiri mungkin sebab saya tahu yang AC dia bukan kurang dekat goal line. So bila tukar goal line tu tak ada effect pun.
Okay. Ini menarik sebab dorang kan baru ambil gold laner baru iaitu Aaron Chiki. So, in your opinion, Mel, apa ataupun siapa sebenarnya yang kurang di AC? Kalau bukan gold laner yang problem, mana yang kurang?
Sebab dari sebelum season start lagi kita dah tahu yang AC dia punya data player memang on top lah. And ramai orang expect dorang top team. So, kurang dorang dekat chemistry lah, bukan player.
Really just the chemistry and the bonding kan? Ini pun Ros tengah bincang actually backstage tadi. But Mel, I just nak cakap, performance Mel hari ni sangat-sangat cemerlang. And kalau kita berbandingan dengan perlawanan-perlawanan sebelum ni, it's actually quite big of a difference. So, apa sebenarnya membuat Mel perform kau-kau hari ni?
Sebab Mas Bam dah pressure kat rumah. Dia kata kalau kalah, kita try out role lain.
Oh, serius? So you rasa macam tak boleh ni nanti career hidup career mati ni.
Nanti kena tukar, tak nak.
Why Coach Bam sekarang baru cakap macam ni? Sepatutnya dari awal lagi. So takutlah ada pressure sikit.
Ya betul.
So apa preparation yang Mel QT buat for the matchup up against Aaron Chiki? Sebab kita tahu Aaron Chiki ni walaupun dia baru debut di MPL Malaysia tapi dia ada banyak international experience sebelum ni kan. So apa preparation yang Mel buat?
Paling untuk preparation tak prepare sangat pun sebab kalau nak dia international saya pun international juga.
Ya. International apa tu?
Tapi badut tak.
Bukan Rose yang cakap bukan
tak,
Rose.
Lagipun game ni 5 lawan 5. So kalau dia goal line dia power sekali pun kalau tak ada chemistry tak lega.
Really more towards the chemistry. Okay. Tadi dalam satu video interview yang Poji dibuat, Aaron Chiki ada cakap dekat Mel QT di mana, buat Mel, kita lihat siapa yang nangis. Sekarang Mel QT dah menang, apa yang Mel nak sampaikan dekat Aaron?
Mungkin saya menangis kemenangan.
Tears of joy.
Yes, sir.
Alright, thank you very much, Mel. Of course, Rose pun nak borak sikit dengan Nova. Hi, Nova.
Hai.
Kalau Mel ni hyper sikit, Nova ni introvert sikit lah guys. You guys kena faham benda tu. Mesti dalam satu team ada yang introvert. Now kalau kita tengok daripada MVP statistics for the side of IG main 4 match. Dan Nova dah dapat 2 MVP sepanjang 4 match tu. So, apa yang membuat Nova perform lebih baik untuk musim ini berbandingan musim-musim lepas yang Nova main di MPL MY?
Bagi saya just follow coach saya punya strategi. Apa yang coach saya cakap saya buat dalam game tu je.
Kenapa tim IG ni semua puji coach
Sebab coach yang banyak bantu Kita orang is nothing sebenarnya.
Betul.
Wow, coach sebenarnya cakap apa?
Macam-macam takkan nak beritahu.
Boleh sikit-sikit Macam mana dia like push you guys to be better? What does he usually say? Apa yang stick onto you guys?
Know why you last minute player.
Dia selalu pressure time kita orang training. And dia selalu cakap kita orang ni last minute player. So kita orang kena try hard
sedar diri
Sedar diri. Coach pun savage guys rupanya. Of course esok IG akan jumpa Team Ray. And of course Nova dulu pemain Team Ray. So untuk esok confident ke? Boleh bantai your ex-team?
Confident.
Is there anything yang you nak cakap dekat Team Ray?
Tak sabar nak bantai Martizi
Oi, kenapa personal dengan Martizi ni?
Saya kan dulu dengan dia waktu MV season 14.
Yes, so siap-siap Martizi. Siap-siap, okay, I habiskan untuk dia. Sekarang ni guys, kita dah tengok perlawanan clean sweep 2 berbalas kosong tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. So, korang rasa siapakah MVP dia? Mari kita sama-sama tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Siapa? Hazel! Once again, Hazel does it. Kenapa hari ni? Team hari ni scuba ke? Semua orang scuba. Tadi Team Ray scuba, Hazel scuba.
Trend.
You guys walk in pun scuba. Scuba sikit. Alright, congratulations Hazel. Style gila kasut Hazel hari ni. Kenapa hari ni kasut lain macam?
Nak naik gunung sebab kita kan sekarang dekat top 3. Kita nak naik jadi top 1.
Wow! Macam-macam IG ni. Hazel, Rose ada satu soalan. Okay? So, Rose suka baca komen-komen netizen online, suka baca post-post online. And ramai netizen cakap, Invictus Gaming ni sebenarnya Hazel Esports. Adakah you setuju dengan statement ni atau tidak?
Tak ada sebab kan kita main 5. Kalau saya je yang gendong, lepas tu 3 tower hancur, kiri kanan hancur semua, tak boleh.
So kepada semua orang dekat sana, I think you guys actually have to put respect on IG's name because so far sepanjang 3 minggu ni, they look very very promising. Betul tak? Happy tak dengan performance?
Biasa je, lawannya tak keras.
Oh! Tak keras Bila opponent keras akan datang? Pasukan mana tu?
Saya tengok SRG je kot.
SRG je? Yang lain?
Tak ada lah. Time tu kalah hoki je. Luck.
Tak apa, season ni kita ada 2 leg kan? Boleh jumpa sekali lagi. And of course, dengan prestasi IG yang sangat-sangat konsisten ni untuk esok perlawanan against Team Ray yang baru je menang tadi, which is quite a convincing win from the side of Team Ray. Adakah you rasa you memang boleh bantai esok macam Nova cakap?
AC yang orang kata top contender je, kita bantai 2-0, senang kan? Game senang, lagi-lagi Team Ray, easy lah.
Alright, thank you very much IG. Anything yang nak sampaikan dekat fans? Hazel. Okay, Mel.
Untuk yang datang hari ini, memeriahkan match hari ini, thank you sebab datang kepada fans. AC dah boleh tukar fans. Tak adalah, thank you lah sebab datang semua yang menonton di rumah. Teruskan support kami, support semua tim yang ada. Terima kasih.
Alright, thank you very much Invictus Gaming. Once again, congratulations. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters to give us an analysis on apa terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Dang, the IG bodysuit looks so good, dude.
Yeah,
It
I
looks
want
so
that
good
set.
on stage, bro. Look at that. They look so clean when they're together, man. Talking about clean, MVP of this game going over to Hazel on this Suyo. A 10-1, a 10-1-4 performance with 919. The alien is back, baby.
Yep. Black Alien back to invade the MPL League, calling everyone not hard enough except for SRG. And going first item Sky Piercer after Fury Hammer. That's when you know.
That was wild. Again, it's one of the few decisions that could honestly make or break a Suyo player. But again, the fact is, the only time he died is when he was ego challenging 1v2 to get a freebie on that mid lane, punishing Izanami for being so aggressive.
Yeah, and he still got it.
God, I can't believe he got away with that. So
Spencer went Ice Queen once. That's how you know the game is out of control.
Yeah.
Ice Queen's one, Blood Wing, Spencer is a secondary support.
Secondary support. I gotta give it to Nova X Kobar though. I think he played a really solid 2 games coming in from Invictus. First one, even more so. The second one, he was finding some really high value, with his mechanics, high value chunk downs, right? Finding 2 or 3 people in the Sandstorm. More importantly, the Raging Sandstorm to close out the game. No hesitation. Saw the angle, went for it.
Yeah, and his connection with MelQT too, I think the follow-up is sublime. Every single time Nova starts a fight, MelQT is in. Blazing Duet, his 3 people. Either they die or they are forced out of the fight.
Yeah, I think really this is the perfect example of chemistry over just decision making, right? AC, they're making a couple of like interesting decisions, some good decisions even, but couldn't get everybody on board fast enough. And I think that's the big issue, right? Momo has to come with a sacrifice. You miss those timings, somebody has to fall behind economically. Fortunately, it can't be Aaron Shiki.
It can't be Aaron Shiki. And him going 1-4 is a result of... It's just the aftermath of everything else. But man, I really felt like AC is... They gotta work on that draft, man. Like,
yeah.
You can't keep fumbling. Like, on blue side, there are certain restrictions, right? Like blue 3 doesn't feel the best. 4 or 5 is you have to show your whole hand. Sure. Red 3 to 5?
Yeah.
You can't keep doing this.
Yeah. You really just like the biggest pain point that we've seen here for the side of AC. Like their first 3 picks set up well is decent. It's always 4 and 5 where they kind of drop the ball, whether on blue side or even red side. And I think that's where IG really just got them by the balls there.
It's like there's so many good options, right? Even if we put Hilda aside, right? The Phoebus is up, Sora is up. There are a lot of power picks that you can take, and then you protect those power picks, and then you still go into second phase with priority.
That's the thing.
But for AC, the fact that you look back at like blue and red 3 to 5, man, AC just decided to abandon priority.
Well, I think that the Sora, not being able to pick up Sora was justified to a degree, right? Once you get into that second phase, we gotta start thinking about banning out. If not, we're almost guaranteed to pick it up on our side, or at the very least get rid of the Valentina, but there were many problems to think about, right? I think Izanami has been vocal enough to say, hey, I'm getting jumped on way too many times. Can we stop that? And apparently Chiki was like, nah, I'd rather play Harith.
Yeah. Or, and I think also another pattern is that AC is a team that rarely puts Izanami's pick in the second phase too, right?
Yeah.
I think that could also contribute to them getting, I think, slightly red in the drafting phase. It's not a detrimental thing, but it definitely is a pattern.
That's an interesting observation. I'm going to double check it against the data that we have just to see whether other MPLs, if not our own, are doing the same thing. Because again, I'm seeing a lot of mid laners getting picked up within the first 3. And then, like, unless you've got Valentina in that second phase, that's pretty much the only time that we get to see a second phase mage.
There's very less second phase picks for now, but this is one of the more predictable ones, right?
Yes.
Yeah, very more predictable ones.
It's been tough, and I think until we see the next patch, this is always going to be an inevitable problem of like, oh, not only do we have to worry about the potential, oh, Freya going into the gold lane, but Sora has just been an inevitable problem that no one has solved, whether you're banning him or whether you counterpick against it. Because when you have Hazel on this Suyo, yes, you can increase the speed of the game, assuming that your opponents aren't playing at their top. Because again, Hazel is finding a lot of cracks and stealing a lot of buffs because they're just making faster decisions. AC are like, oh no, Minesweepers.
And then your mid lane priority, you have Juicing Khalid.
Don't even get me started.
You have Phobius, you know. You have Claude.
I mean,
sounds pretty good.
I don't know. I think really it's just a Hilda that needed to change out for like an EXP support flex. Maybe Gwen, arguably, but then like...
Gwen was ignored. They would have went Gatot and I would have been slightly happy. Is it optimal? No. But it's better.
It is better, or at the very least, just get something to force MelQT to take Purify. That's like literally the only way Aaron Cheeky wins the lane. Yeah. If freaking Claude doesn't have, so mad about this. But it's fine. It's fine. It's something these teams will have to learn.
Yeah, this I'm okay with first phase Leomord, but just based off of the track record, I think the Suyo would have slightly better for how AC approaches some of these games.
Honestly, I don't think it would have mattered.
Because I remember, like in recent memories, Ama would have a Leomord game. He would have, you know, like a decent game on Leomord, but they just don't win the game.
Yep.
Like he could go like 8-1 on Leomord and lose the game for whatever reason.
That's the thing. Leomord is like, he's uniquely positioned in the current meta. By no means is he weak, but neither is he like the 1v5 machine that we need him to be right now, especially in professional play. He always needs just a little bit of help to kind of send him over the edge and get that big multiplier, but against things like Eve, against things like, you know, just the raw damage that we are seeing from Harith alone that makes it difficult to get into these fights. If Leomord was on the other side, I would argue that Hazel would have an even better time.
That's true. He could have went Sky Piercer already.
That would be again on Leomord.
Why not? That's every 4 hits, someone dies. You know, trigger the passive.
Oh, a lot of highlight plays. But you got to give it to Nova Escobar. He played a solid 2 games. Both times, never underperformed.
Yeah, that's the Nova that when got picked up by SRG, that was saved them against Todak in the Season 12 play-ins. That is the guy that really set teams up for success. I guess IG found a piece in themselves today, and they're looking in very good shape.
I like it a lot. The question is, have they hit their ceiling, right? Is this the maximum cap that we can expect from Invictus Gaming? It's clear they've got some ideas going. Their draft with their coaching staff is phenomenal. It is great. But is it going to be enough to reach an international level, which is what I'm concerned about, right? At the end of the day, all this league stuff is kind of like, oh yeah, sure, great. Everybody wants to go to MSC. And especially since EWC is going to be big this year, I don't know if this team is at that level yet or whether they can reach that level.
I think right now is a good benchmark to start with, right? We've been seeing glimpses of what Homeboys did with Jess and Erpang back then, unique approaches, and then it was the overabundance of flavor that really threw them off the rails when things get tough, and I think BAM can find that good balance, you know,
possibly,
in the fasting phase.
I agree, possibly, but I also think that he's also keeping the energy, especially the mental of these players. The fact is, when we see IG come up on that stage, I thought compared to week number 1 when they were looking down, they're looking much better now. AC, week number 1, smiling. Week number 3, not so much. We don't know what's going to happen in the upcoming weeks, but you might be able to find out if you get these tickets now.
Yep, we have plenty of matches up for AC. Of course, the next one that they're going to be playing is SRG on 24th of April. That has been unfortunately sold out. But remember, this is a double round robin regular season, so there's always the second half of the regular season. These are on your screen, 15 ringgit per ticket, and remember, you get to meet and greet if they are the home team that day.
Yep, especially if they are the home team. So do research on the schedule. Make sure that if you are coming in and you want to maximize your time, you absolutely can. Or you can even buy multiple tickets for multiple matches on that same day to make it a whole day expedition. You know, that makes the most sense.
If you're a big IG fan, well, they're not done just yet. They can still continue their winning ways tomorrow because they are facing up against Team Ray, which gonna be surprisingly excited because we just saw Team Ray got a clean game over BTRM earlier on. They are also facing SRG after that, but that one is sold out. So look forward to the second leg.
I'm just honestly really excited for Novax Kobar to smash Martese. Just
smash Martese?
Yeah, like really. I mean, considering his trades here today, I hope he brings it over tomorrow. He better bring the A game. These two players played in MV together. One of my, previous favorite team before we got partnered.
Hey, show some respect to Ivan, okay? Playing.
That's true.
You can't forget about Just Guard. Get the Black Alien.
Hey, don't forget about Gebe, all right? Hey, you gotta bring out the classics.
Peace to you, Gebe.
Peace to you.
You can't say Gebe without Magma.
That's true. Gotta bring them both. They come in as a pair. But regardless of everything that has happened so far, tickets are only going to be $15 and you could be part of the excitement here live in Quill City Mall. So if you happen to be in KL at that time or you want to come down and come check things out, whether it's the meet and greet, the stores, or now that I think about the stores, we might have an opportunity to get the IG tracksuit. We'll see whether we have access to it, but hey, hopefully you guys are sticking and watching the show because our upcoming game, home team this time, is going to be RRQ Tora trying to recover from yesterday's defeat, facing off against a powerful foe, SRG on the away team. With that being said, we're going to close this round of games. The next one is going to be exciting. We're going to go on a short break and when we come back, more action.
Mati Uranus ya. Mati. Gue juga mati. Balik. Itu ya, nolan guys. Nolan mati. Go kali. Gue YV ya. Nice one. Gue flickerin. Tapi jaga di sini. Mampus. Apain, Cok? Itu Uranus ya. Oke. Gua stun. Lord aja guys. Jauhin nolan. Ulti nolannya. Jauhin nolan lagi. Udah jauh deh ya. Lihat nih, guys. Momo guys. Stun lagi. Komi. Widih, nggak ada flicker. Tawar lagi.
Aku guys, ready.
Oke. Gua stun mati.
Hidup.
Tabrak Lord ya.
Boleh, jump.
Lihat gua ya, JP guys. JP Goldie, kami ditutup.
Oke,
depan lagi. Target, langsung aja pakai semuanya.
Boom. Dido. Baik, Dok, mainnya.
Nice, bro.
Tarik. Gak ada ulti YP.
Baik, bawa aja, boy.
Kalah, Jim. Betul, Jim.
Mid.
Mana mau lari, wey?
Mana mau lari?
Kobo.
Naga.
Naga.
Kasih bam.
Ratain.
Kasih bam. Kau nak lari mana, wey? Lari.
Really, it's just the Hilda that needed to change out for like an EXP support flex. Maybe Gwen, arguably, but then like...
Gwen was ignored. They would have went Gatot and I would have been slightly happier. Is it optimal? No. But it's better.
It is better, or at the very least just...
Perangin.
Jangan main, jangan main.
YP ya.
Lagi.
Ampun!
Makanya.
Macam ini.
Kok bisa yang ini top 2 ya?
Top 2.
Kata orang-orang.
Alah, kata orang itu mah.
Kan case hari not.
Gua lewenya ya.
Kasih paham.
Kasih paham. Oke.
Kita mania guys. Oke. Kita mania ya.
Nice one.
Jom, kita mania guys.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
The
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。
愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, out of my skill. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
tanding semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi. Selamat berkenalan. Sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang ah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau. Gatal. Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit menari. Boleh menari macam mana? Ui dah. Ui. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, out of my skill. Bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan-kawan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。 愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Sabar bang. Sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa. Saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba dah lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang lah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau. Gatal. Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit menari. Boleh menari macam mana? Ui dah. Ui. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Kita Wira Arena.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specialize in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。お待
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan-kawan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Kita live la arena. sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Weh, sabar. Sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa. Saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang lah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau! Gatal! Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit menari, boleh menari macam mana? Ui dah. Ui. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Kita Wira Arena.
breaking the limits is our key to success. We specializes in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
愚かなる弟よ。
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar Zon. Aku pun lapar Zon. Kami faham Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh kawan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。 愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Oi, sabar, sabar. Sabar bang, sabar bang, sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam, salam. Sini, sini, sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa, tak apa. Saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy, good boy, good boy. Excited sangat ni. Excited sangat ni. Tiba dah lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Boleh lepas menang ah. Kau bawa kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal eh kau? Gatal! Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakaplah, cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey, okey. Tengok sikit menari. Boleh menari macam mana? Ui! Ui dah! Oi. Oi. Korang kalau nak tengok benda-benda best macam ni, jangan lupa untuk datang ke MPL MY di Quill City Mall. Bye!
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
We believe breaking the limits is our key to success. We specialize in sales and merchandising within the gaming and streetwear industries, where we blend the high-energy world of gaming with the cutting-edge style of streetwear. At Toe Dark Culture, we serve corporate service packages, rental or own package, event sponsorship and collaboration, and employee wellness program. We've helped others break the limits. Are you next?
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。 子供騙しか。お待てろ。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu. Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan-kawan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。子供騙しか。お待てろ。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
アマテラス。愚かなる弟よ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Kita Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Selamat berkenalan. Sabar bang. Sabar bang. Bang, sabar bang. Tahu excited jumpa saya bang. Salam semula. Salam. Sini. Cuba sabar. Tahu nervous. Tak apa. Saya bangun untuk awak. Good boy. Excited sangat ni. Tiba baru lepas menang ke? Aduh, tak boleh cakap pula. Baru lepas menang lah. Kau baru kalah. Kalau kalah nah, boleh pakai tak kat tangan tu. Sebab nampak macam perlukan juga ni sebab kalah. Ui! Gatal kau! Gatal! Boleh buat apa lagi ni? Cakap. Nak menari? Oh, nak menari lah. Okey. Tengok sikit.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel the same, no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya, melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. menelan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan dibawa perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gendir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Pautan. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Persiaran secara langsung dari MPL Arena Quill City Mall. Para penonton sudah pun membanjiri arena untuk menyaksikan perlawanan antara RRQ Tora menentang dengan SRG. Ini merupakan perlawanan yang ditunggu-tunggu oleh semua hari ini. Pertempuran besar akan diperlihatkan. Segalanya akan dibuktikan dalam perlawanan berformat Best of 3 kali ini. Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-17. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And of course, kita pun sudah masuk ke perlawanan terakhir hari ini di mana kita akan saksikan perlawanan RRQ Tora menentang dengan Selangor Red Giants. Tapi untuk match ni, Rose takkan sorang-sorang di atas pentas sebab kita ada side reporter kita, Puji. Apa khabar MPL Malaysia? Wow. Woo. Saya tak sabar Ros nak tengok match ni sebab saya rasa excited sangat. Awak rasa macam mana? Of course lah excited sebab kalau kita tengok daripada tiket sales, awal-awal semua tiket dah keluar pun ni dah sold out. My God. Tak sure SRG beli ke RRQ beli, tapi this is macam the match of the season. Sebab ni pertemuan yang best. Tapi awak tak tahu tak Ros? Satu benda yang best. Fun fact. SRG
tak pernah kalah dengan RRQ.
Okay, tapi kalau kita tengok tu RRQ Hoshi, mana tahulah kan RRQ Tora boleh buat something different hari ini.
Maybe sebab kita tak boleh nak expect what will happen dekat dalam game. Kita pun tak boleh nak tahu siapa yang akan main. Mungkin Uni, mungkin Skies, mungkin dua-dua tak main.
Weh, siapa yang main pula tu?
Coach. Mungkin.
Tadi Coach Akidi yang buat twin test. Okay, Poji. Kita tengah excited nak masuk dalam Land of Dawn. Tapi kalau kita tengok depan kita ni, di atas pentas ni, arena is a full house. So apa kata kita buat vibe check dulu, Poji?
Boleh sangat. Kalau kita nak buat vibe check, kita pilih team dululah.
Okay, I rasa I pergi dengan SRG lah kot.
Kita nak kat sini kan? Kita nak kat sini ke kita kat bawah?
I rasa sini je lah, susah nak turun nanti.
Okay, faham. Kita mulakan dengan pencabar.
Okay.
RRQ ready ke? Viva! Viva! RRQ!
Weh, kita punya home team hari ni sangat-sangat kuat juga ya. Tapi I'm sure lah kita punya SRG fans takkan kalah. Guys, are you ready? Tengok tu, belum apa-apa lagi dah start. Alright. SRG! SRG! SRG!
Begitu bersemangat, begitu bertenaga, inilah dia pertembungan match of the season first half.
First half, jangan lupa nanti second half jumpa lagi.
Betul. Ros, sekarang kita dah tak boleh nak buang masa, Ros, sebab kita dah kena hantar dekat caster dah.
Yes, tapi sebelum tu Poji, mesti kita nak belanja sikit kepada audience kita. So of course, jangan lupa untuk scan QR code di bawah untuk mendapatkan skin carry Ice Talent secara percuma.
Tak payah beli.
Tak payah beli. It's my time, my era.
I love you, Munton.
We love you, Munton. Ready?
Ready, Ros.
Are you guys ready? Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show to the casters untuk mulakan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat exciting ini. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Rose, as well as Poji up on the stage and getting this full crowd excited for the upcoming game. This has been a highly anticipated match for the first half of our season here. RRQ Tora now faces a podium finishing champion themselves, SRG on home soil, and RRQ actually taking a big chunk of the kingdom with them here today to get all the supporters for this match.
Now, today is an important day for the RRQ fans because no matter where you're from as a citizen of the kingdom, RRQ Hoshi is currently playing the best of 3 in ID, and RRQ Tora about to take on SRG. And coming off of a loss yesterday against Vamos, today is Redemption Day.
If El Clasico is happening in MPL ID, maybe a new classic might happen here today. We'll see how that performance is going to go because again, SRG are no slouches whatsoever. But on the opposite end, RQ have brought in a ton of people to support this team. And not only that, each and every single one of them, I asked them personally, what exactly is your telecom supplier? And all of them said the same thing. It has to be Cellcom Digi. Power up now with Cellcom Digi prepaid 5G power pass. Go limitless with unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeed made for Gen Now.
And this is why you see all of the players playing at their optimal form. No missed skill shots, only crisp execution. Only made possible by Cellcom DG.
Every single time I look at these two teams, I'm expecting the best to be coming out of them. However, RRQ Tora have already taken a loss yesterday. Hopefully today, they can at least go 1-for-1 because people have paid good money for these tickets to watch them try to win.
Yep, everyone pays 15 ringgit per pop to buy a ticket for only each series. And of course, for those who are not able to make it to today, remember there is still the second half of the regular season, which happens on week 5. If you're looking forward to SRG versus RQ Tora again, you can lock in your calendars and buy the ticket, and you might even get a chance to meet them for the meet and greet. And on top of that, get a signed jersey. To find out which team is the home team of the day for the meet and greet, when you check the schedule, just look at the team on the left side of the matchup. That will be your home team.
That's the one that you're going to be looking for no matter what. And not to mention, just enjoy the vibrance that, again, the arena brings with so many people already. It's a little, I'm not going to lie, it's a little hard to hear ourselves on the casting table because of the amount of people and noise that they're all generating, excited for this upcoming game. Speaking of which, RRQ Tora took a heavy loss yesterday. It was an unexpected loss even, and arguably.
SRG probably was watching the entire matchup.
Yeah, I think, at the start of RQ Tora's rise to power, they were definitely a couple of highlights we're mentioning, right? Like Dairon and Super Yoshi being in the spotlight. They were giving power picks. Sora on Dairon looked perfect. Super Yoshi with his Khalid, with his Cho. But when it came to Vamos, they did their homework. They did extensive research on what makes RQ Tora tick, and they attacked those pressure points. And yesterday, it was a big contributor to how they disabled Dairon by giving him suboptimal picks. They disabled Super Yoshi by basically rendering him ineffective in that early game, and they proceeded to take them down. With SRG watching that, I think SRG is going to take a couple of pages off of that gameplay.
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at two imports that have already kind of made names for themselves within the first couple of weeks of the MPL MY. Now we need to see the rest of the RRQ Tora lineup to actually join them in that level. We did get a word with Arcadia before the match, so we're going to show you what exactly he said in this upcoming video. Please enjoy.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita actually mulakan perlawanan yang sangat intens hari ini, Rose actually nak borak sedikit dengan Coach Arcadia daripada SRG. Hi Coach, how are you?
Hello, good. Bye.
Looking forward to this match?
Yes, very excited.
So Coach, I actually have a few questions for you regarding your ex-team, RRQ. Now we know that before your stint here in MPL MY, you were actually coaching for RRQ Hoshi back in Indo, right? So how do you feel like facing the same org here in Malaysia actually?
I think going up against RRQ, I'm always excited to go up against them because they have a very passionate fan base, and I think they're a big organization as well. So I think that's something that we look forward every time that we go up against them. And we go up with them, I think, a lot of times already in the international tournaments. So we're looking forward for this.
So now that RRQ is in Malaysia, right, and RRQ Tora is looking somewhat dominating, right? They look really good. So how would you compare RQ Hoshi to RQ Tora? The one you coached, obviously.
You mean the RQ version that I coached?
Yes.
I would say, because when last time in RQ Hoshi, I coached a lot of veterans. So for me, it's more about their more experience, and they have a lot of things that they do in a way that it's like part of their routine. But when it comes to RQ Tora, I think they're a pretty new team, and there's still a lot of things that they are trying to learn and trying to progress. So I think that's a primary difference between the two.
Yeah, a lot of fresher faces in RRQ Tora. Now, speaking of RRQ Tora, right, a lot of people actually look forward to this matchup because before they lost yesterday, everybody was really hyping up the RRQ versus SRG matchup, no? In your opinion, what makes RRQ Tora such a good team this season? Because we know that there's so many new teams, but RRQ Tora definitely stands out a lot.
I think because before, I think not a lot of teams know how to handle them. I think before, because since the season is pretty new, right? And usually that's the time that people try to create their identity. But I think this week, Vamos did a good job in identifying how this team works, and they were able to make their own gameplay and drafts that can benefit them, and then at the same time can fight RRQ.
So Coach, do you have something up your sleeve for today's game against RRQ Tora?
Let's see, because we're very excited for this match. The first one is Season 13, it's actually KGE.
Oh,
it was a Battle of Win Streak.
Yes.
Season 14, it was against Vamos, Battle of Win Streak as well. Season 15, it was against Homeboys, Battle of Win Streak as well.
16
and last season, it was against CG, Battle of Win Streak. So going to this match, we actually thought that's going to be Battle of Win Streak again because we're excited for it, but apparently it didn't happen. But we just want to make sure that we can keep our own win streak alive.
Okay, now that you've mentioned it, why is keeping SRG's win streak alive very important for your side?
For us, it's important because it's a way to assess where we are in the current local scene. And at the same time, we want to make sure that everything that we are doing everything that we are doing is correct. And if ever that we drop one game, then that's the time that we try to reevaluate and see what we can improve on.
Okay, a very insightful chat, Coach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck on that game. With that, Mari, let's turn back to the casters.
All right.
Thanks, Rose. And words from Coach Arcadia. Very in-depth in exactly what he was looking for. And honestly, a picture-perfect memory about how many win streaks he broke on his way to glory.
Yeah, this guy has accumulated plenty of accolades since he joined MPL MY. Ever since season 16, it really felt like he, Ozorveki, and the rest of SRG have created this unstoppable machine, right? They are always the standard to beat. Even in their lowest light in season 14, they still were this unbeatable in MPL MY and still went on to M6 and finished top 3. And I think it's something that you can't really take away from him.
Yep, it's one of the few international ready teams that we have here in Malaysia. So that's why a lot of people are excited and hoping for the cleanest matches they have against RRQ. But like mentioned by Arcadia, RRQ Tora is still relatively a new team. The Dynasty Derby now begins. Unstoppable True Dynasty versus the Royal Challengers.
And look at that, the Colossus Titans, Innocent Yumes, and Cram. Where's my Beast Titan? Beast Titan Innocent? Huh? Colossus Titan Yumes?
Okay. Armor Titan Cram?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Might as well.
Make him the War Titan, might as well, right? I don't know. They got this image up pretty fast. How did they get these images with the 3D gear on them is what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to see. They definitely slapped it on, but some of them are like a little too good. Like this one. Like, what the heck? That's rough. When did they do this on Media Day?
Go for the nape. Remember, go for the nape.
Don't miss. They cannot miss. They only have one opportunity to do so. And as soon as one member goes down, the snowball begins. Oh boy, I'm really pumped for this matchup. I really think RRQ might actually have a decent chance. However, yesterday's games really reduced those odds because now there is a clear hole that, well, assuming the SRG takes advantage of it or shows that maybe it could go a little bit further than that. RRQ on the other side looking to not only adapt, but assuming this goes the full 3 games, we got to see something special for Game 3.
Yeah, I think the expectations definitely have been readjusted, right? If we didn't have Vamos RRQ yesterday, I think today the hype would just be at all-time high with all expectations, you know, at the highest of standard. But I think it's good that yesterday happened because we get to get a skill check for RRQ Tora before their biggest match.
Yep, let's have a look at RRQ's lineup. If you're curious about it, RRQ Tora consists of Ruff in the gold lane, Super Yoshi, an import coming in, Rome, Kim in the mid lane, Gary alongside with their import Darren in EXP. So the ones that we're looking out here, Ruff, Kim, and Gary, they need to have an outstanding performance. News sources are telling me that Gary is feeling a little under the weather here, so really unfortunate timing for them.
Yeah, especially right before a big match as well. I know when at the start of the season, my focus was a lot on the Malaysian players, right? The locals are going to be the ones who make or break. I was super confident in Super Yoshi and Darren, but yesterday showed us otherwise. It was Super Yoshi and Darren who got shut down. Gary also feeling under the weather, but the Harley pick also puts into question, right, how good it is for RRQ Tora and how much practice have they had with him. And on top of that, there was even a comparison of Kim being the next in line after Stormy. But again, doubts were raised after yesterday's performance.
It's really, really hard, considering that the mid lane right now, you don't have that many picks. You have more situational picks than actual meta picks. And when you're facing off against the Slinger Red Giants, their chemistry is just through the roof, right? With Innocent in the gold lane, Yumes as Rome, Stormy in the mid lane, Uni as the main jungler for game number 1. We don't know if that's going to change. And Cram, of course, coming in EXP. This team just has the whole package.
This is the whole package. I know a lot of us want, including me, wanted Sakai's to get the original SRG experience, but we've seen that pattern. So they rotate Uni and Sakai's, and I personally am fine. I'm so excited to see what Uni has to bring to the table, because so far it's been a clean record when it's run for his run in SRG.
I mean, if we're talking about record, Martizi alongside, Ruff alongside with Uni have actually played before on the same team, known as Monster Vicious, one of the few teams I was keeping an eye on before they dissolved. I think there's extra motivation here for both sides.
Yeah, Uni against Ruff, that is a matchup that I personally didn't expect to see so soon. We know that a breakup is going to happen eventually, but not in this way.
Yeah, not in this way. With that being said, though, we're going to be introducing our teams coming in, but first for their ping test, mic check. We'll catch you then.
Arcadia. Arcadia. Are you Arcadia?
Yeah, but without beard.
Without beard, wow. But Arcadia already bald.
Yeah.
Crazy, bro. Arcadia bald in 2026. Crazy. Before GTA 6. It's crazy, bro. Bagi dong suran tu. Biar kita menang kat ping test.
Interesting thoughts. It looks like they're having a good time from SRG, and Kim's having a good time in the ping test because they're winning.
The cardio bomb for GTA 6, that's mad stuff, bro.
Oh, that's funny. Jokes. They still got the energy, and it looks like they're feeling pretty good today. Yep. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out because based on what we've seen throughout the week, the early game kind of predetermines what's going to happen. Well, obviously there are some situations where that isn't really the case, but I think here's where it's going to matter the most.
Yeah, and I think for SRG is also a lot in terms of how they manage quick second decisions.
Yeah, that's going to be the toughest part, but only one way to answer that, and that's through the Land of Dawn. We're going to be introducing our teams, walking up the stage.
They roar into the season, but stumble in their last hunt. But it's fine. Now, the Royal Tigers rise again. Fangs sharpen and pride awaken. Watch them strike back against their strongest opponents yet. Kingdom, rise up and salute your kings. Viva RRQ Tora!
The mid-trio of Gary, Super Yoshi, and Kim will need to step up big time if they want to have any chances against SRG. Ruff also has a huge mountain to climb with Innocent, a near-perfect gold laner on the opposite end. With Uni leading the charge as the starting jungler today, the favorites remain the favorites in this matchup. Still dominant and never ready to bow down to anyone in MPL Malaysia. This is their dynasty. This is Selangor Red Giants!
Uni, not a stranger to big matches. How will he stand out in this matchup against Scary Gary and former teammate Ruff on the other end?
Next, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, the brains behind the brawn, joined by the head of League Ops, Franklin, who will ensure that every game runs fairly and smoothly. For the side of RRQ Tora, head coach Sasa and coach Link as assistant. From SRG, Arcadia as head coach, Azora Vecchi as assistant coach. Good luck to both of our competitors as they fist bump as our last point of contact before the battle in the Land of Dawn.
This is going to be the battle of the century, the battle of the season, the battle of the nations, and the battle of two dynasties. No matter what angle you pin it as or you view it as such, SRG is still the Everest that every single team in MPL MY is trying to submit.
Everybody is trying to find that answer, right? 57% win rate on that first pick, and RRQ will take it as soon as they have it. On blue side for this game, SRG will be preparing on the red. Now, as we see blue side and red side being a big question mark, and even looking at the stats, right, it's kind of lopsided, right? Nowhere do we see a huge, well, when I say lopsided, we don't see a huge resounding, oh, blue side is better or red side is better. I feel like nobody has figured that part out yet.
Yeah, I think at least in MPL, based on the very limited stats that we have and some of the more goofy games that we've witnessed, red side seems to be the answer for teams that are struggling to find that early game tempo because you just have better pick orders, better draft orders to come up with an answer. But I agree, I think the draft right now is in a state where it's pretty even across two ties.
There is going to be a bit of something we're going to be talking about. We'll save it later for the draft, but let's first talk about Dyron. Will this be Dyron's first win over SRG? Because we heard that SRG has been smashing RRQ, and unfortunately, that was with the Hoshi side. On Tora, this is a new look for Dyron, but he still carries on that weight of loss from previous times.
And I think the greatest thing that SRG has achieved in the matches against RQ Hoshi, that they were also smashing ex-veteran in that came to MPL like Susujin, right? So this is just a fragment of that Hoshi squad that SRG has beaten twice. It almost feels like a ritual that eventually we will have to run into them on the international stage and get a win. This is Dyron's chance to prove himself that it's not the team problem. I just wasn't good enough, but now I'm ready.
Well, hopefully he's going to be ready, and hopefully the other members of RRQ are going to be able to find that goal, right? It seems like everybody apparently figured them out, and SRG, if they can see the fact that Vamos can do it, they can do it as well, as now the chance start to get erratic here live in the arena.
Oh, I need to somehow get them to give me that banner, Road to 5-peat. That one is some good stuff.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
5 stars.
Where did they get that? Oh, wait, no, they made it themselves. Even it's got the SRG logo on it. Okay, now let's go to the player quote from Super Yoshi, a test against the best. After yesterday's match, I feel like I need to step up as I only perform well on certain heroes. I need to expand my hero pool and improve my gameplay with the team. Going up against Yums, I feel really fortunate because he is one of the best roamers in the world right now. I'm going to enjoy the match against him.
Yeah, and I think this is a very positive mindset to have approaching such a tougher series than usual, because I think yesterday was a very good indicator of the limitation of Super Yoshi, right? It almost gives me a feeling that like when we saw Daniel in the last season, or in 2 seasons prior when he debuted with Homeboys, that the first 2 weeks looked good on Cho, on Kalea, and afterwards people started realizing that it's only that good with certain tools. And that's what you sort of want to expand on as a roamer. You need to have an arsenal wide enough to fit every single situation.
But it also means that you can't fix it over just one day. This is not a simple, oh, we need to change alter our rotations. Oh, we just need to worry about this timing. No, a hero pool requires time and effort to get proficient at some of these heroes. And I think that right now, RRQ probably aren't going to be as prepared as they could be the next time they meet SRG. So I'm hoping that they can take the few concepts that they had and elevate it even more to give us a good showing.
I think the best part is that it's a double round robin, but the challenge is that the second leg isn't that far away against SRG. So just a 2-week gap between, but we have to settle the scores for this first meeting first. Let's see, I mean, we've gotten expanding rivers, we've got a flying cloud. Now I want to see them get down and dirty with the grass.
Let's see whether it's going to be dangerous grass. It's actually, well, no. Oh, it is! It is! You called it! Back on the streak, baby. Let's see how many we can get. Now, keep in mind that the BPMs, the heart rate monitors, are on the coaches too. So both Sasa and Coach Arcadia, we can see exactly what their heart rates are telling them.
I'm looking behind and I realize that the Kingdom fans are like, man, we really got to put in a bit more extra effort, you know?
Well, I mean, I think they understand one thing. Why cheer during the draft? I think that RRQ, at the very least, they understand there's like no excitement going on here.
Hey, we've learned from the last 2 times these 2 teams met that we only cheer when we're actually winning.
Yes, that's the way, and that's the way it should be, unless we get to see a signature pick. Actually, speaking of signature picks, Fanny ban, Uranus ban, Fove ban, but Sora was already banned on the opposite side.
So there's some targeting done onto Cram, but this also directly affects Dyron, right? I think RQ Tora needs to also think about this. I respect the Cho ban because I was thinking that is SRG going to challenge that? They've done it with multiple teams before, give them their signature picks and try to beat them at their best, but I think throughout the seasons, SRG has learned that you don't really need to take these chances.
I agree, and I think that RRQ also adapted very well. They understand what is their comfort picks and have opened up some really good power picks on their own. But it does come at a little bit of a cost, right? Because saying, hey, we ban Phoveus on, specifically ban 3, we get the response from Coach Arcadia to take away another comfort pick. Freya, as expected, it was either that or Jushin. Finally, Jushin and Glue on the opposite side. All power picks are off the table.
Now, this is such one of the more powerful openings, right? Especially when you have a flex on the side of SRG. But at the same time, this again directly affects Dyron. I think in terms of flexibility in the XP lane, a lot of people would definitely side with Cram a lot more. So I'm looking at Sasa right now and thinking if he's going to give Dyron priority in blue 2 and 3.
I'm not sure, because if you were giving him priority over blue and 3, you might have to blind pick it. This Glue at the end of the day will be a flex pick for Roman EXP. So that's the risk that they're running if they're taking B2, B3 rather than waiting until B4 where you actually have a clear idea with the cost of 2 bans, of course.
Yep, and you still don't get to see the full draft of SRG, which is the bane of blue side, but they will play it more standard with the Yves Leomore.
This is much better. I like the way that they're going about this, making sure that they have Yves to actually deal with the Zushin, but the second problem here comes down to that Glue. most times we've seen it go into the roam 90% of the time. We might see a bit of an altercation here once we get an idea from the bans.
They should keep the glue as a flex for now. They could open up the jungle here for Uni, since they've already seen the Leomorph. The Suya looks like a pretty decent choice, but they also have tank junglers that they can look for, like the Baxia, like the Frederick, the Sandbag, RQ. But I think Assassin is the way to go here.
They need a specific assassin, right? They need an assassin that can get in and out of fights.
Harley?
Harley's not a bad idea, but into the Leomorph, into the Eve, okay, maybe not the worst, maybe not the worst. We need to consider two things. Harley has clears a lot faster once he gets into the mid game. Same goes for Leomorph, only after the War Axe, which is a very clear power spike, but Harley is just that much faster at traveling the map.
And the only downside to Harley is that she pops like a balloon. Leomorph touches her and she just disappears. So that's something that Uni needs to keep in mind. That positioning is of utmost importance because these hard dives from RQ Tora can easily evaporate him for the fight.
Yep, they still need a disengage mechanic, which we don't see just yet. They need to answer to this Eve specifically. I don't know where it's going to come from, right? They could go for the traditional Lapu answer. They could go for a Benedetta answer as well, but that's more up to SRG than it is for RRQ. Khalid going to be the follow-up ban. Very nice ban.
Yep. Another Roma I'm looking at is that Marcel. This is looking slightly juicy for SRG at this point of time. We've seen the few previous Marcel picks have almost resulted in in a landslide victory. It felt like there's nothing that you can do against him. And against artillery mages like Yi, Freya that wants to be in your face, Marcel could be the answer.
I think I actually like Marcel a lot here because Harley getting in and out of the fight, the hardest part is somebody taking care of where he first left the hat trick in the first place, right? Because as soon as he takes the first initial dash, you're looking for where it started from. And that's when Freya and Leomorph are going to be looking to catch you once you take it back. Now, with the help of the peel, sure, it's a good idea, but somebody needs to deal with this Eve still. No clear direction, no clear answer to it.
That's where the jungler can come into play. I think the junglers that are left, well, the jungler is already on the Harley. We have the XD gold lane. The Claw now comes into the conversation for Innocent.
Does he actually want to play it? Clawed into Freya.
Yeah, that is the only downside.
I think he doesn't have a choice at this point, right? Might as well just ban it out. Yep, the Arlet ban on their side. RQ, they ban out Claude, and it should be like, okay.
And then you probably would see a Granger on SRG side. Granger or Moskov.
Yeah, Granger or Moskov, both pretty decent.
Definitely not Hanabi. They won with it once, but not here.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's ever going to happen again. They need something that can consistently create distance between themselves and Freya.
I mean, the dynamics of Uni and Cram continues to be explored as well, right? Because prior to Uni joining the team, it's always been Cram that is taking control, but Uni, we also know him as that voice back in Monster Vicious.
Yeah, he is a huge shot caller for his team, able to give a lot of direction. I feel like SRG are trying to set up Glue to actually send Glue into the EXP lane, and then afterwards they're gonna switch up their support, like get a Kalia or something.
Kalia is good as well. I think right now RQ has no way to deal with the pickoffs, and Freya doesn't really want to take Purify. Yif is suboptimal with the Purify as well.
This one, if it is Granger, it's going to be the Kalia.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to make the call for at the bare minimum.
I'm looking at Granger, Kalia, and Marcel, right? I think these three picks are...
I think Granger first, and then they hold off on the support pick.
Yeah, I agree. I think Granger is a lot more important now.
They've got, they have a composition that can 100% snowball. The initiation is the big problem. It's either they get Glue to do it, but he has to use a flicker, or Kalia does it, which is much easier to do more repeatedly during the mid game. Let's see it here. This should be Granger. I think it should be unless they've got Innocent playing like another weird bold laner.
Because I saved my
the Yi Xin.
Really? Huh.
But it is another way to deal with RQ Tora. You technically have the turtle boat to really stagger RQ.
Yeah, but now you never win the lane, right?
Yeah.
You've essentially sacrificed your lane to let Freya take control of it, or they're worried that maybe the Freya just goes into the EXP traditionally, rather than sending.
That would be wild,
right? Because I mean, if it's against Glue, I think there's an argument for it, but we don't know. There's no way to tell. What do they go for here? If you know that maybe Alice will be on the other side. Oh,
okay. Now I really am liking that Marcel.
Very nice. That's very, very nice from RRQ. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to Alice and just like Freya so that way they don't have to worry too much about the glue.
Yep.
I'm surprised with the Hilda, but it works well with their two main damage dealers in terms of attack type.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, Marcel, I think is a great pick here.
Now you want someone you want a hard dive comp, RQ Tora gives it to you.
And you can literally block the projectile of the flowing blood.
Yeah, like you're literally, this comp, it literally just wants to be in your face. Once they get on top of you, you just die.
Yep, they have to make some choices here. It's either that they take the Kalia to deal with the Freya, or they go for the Marcel to wait out the durations.
Some noise for yours truly.
Wow, they go for CC instead and leave glue into the support role.
Oh, I am surprised because I was thinking maybe a Grok instead.
Honestly, I don't know how they're going to sustain the fight. That's my biggest issue. Like, the early stages of the game, it doesn't look as easy, and I think SRG is going to give up the first fruit turtles depending on the state of mid lane.
But I feel like there is an angle around it. You could pivot to get Cram ahead as possible, and he's going to be the leverage that SRG uses to scale from the mid to late.
Oh, that's hard.
It's not easy, yeah, into Alice, no.
Yeah, it really, because Alice is a great way to sandbag your opponents, if not the Uranus. It's a little 50-50 here in terms of the raw drafting power, and I would argue that SRG has the tighter win condition because Uni needs to make things happen from the get-go as we head on in to this beautiful match of RRQ Tora facing off against SRG here on our third best of 3 of today to close out.
And welcome to the newest installation of Attack on Titans. In this case, Attack on War RRQ. And you start off with a ceremonial pause because why not? You're gonna let the audience steal a little bit more. Just immerse yourself in this atmosphere because SRG and RRQ Tora have been going at it from the bleachers before the draft even begun.
Now that's how you know it's a good crowd. It's not the draft we care about, but when there are tech pauses, we need to hear their support. Make sure that the players are feeling warm constantly because as soon as they cool down, their performance will drop. Luckily, it's a type 1 issue. We will be able to conclude it quicker as honestly, I'm going deaf here. They are so loud.
They are, and we have the fortune of being on SRG side. Alright, I just gotta say, SRG fans, y'all making these bets right now, but I wonder how many of these people who make bets keep their words, right? We need a tracker.
Nah.
Whenever someone holds out their phone and be like, if this team's win, I'm gonna strip naked or something, we gotta make them do it. Maybe not strip naked, that's a crime, but if you shave your head bald, we need to see proof of that.
Honestly, if they can put it on the group, that'd be amazing. But for most of these, we can't keep them responsible here. Wait, did they come up with another chant? I've never heard of this one. That one's a little different coming in from SRG's side. Now it's starting to chill down.
I mean, a lot of the artistic banners with like pencil hand-drawn portraits of the players as well. I saw a couple from SRG's side. Look at that, SRG Aura plus 10,000. That's what I need. Can I borrow that? Can I borrow that?
Oh my goodness.
Wait, I need to...
Go get it.
Later, I'll take it. He doesn't give it to me. Oh, man.
Bam.
Dang it.
Can't get it. I see another one, Raja Kachak. That one's funny. That one's funny.
I saw one with Cram as well.
Yeah. That's the one. That's the
one?
Yep. They got so many good ones. I don't know when they got the custom prints, but I'll take it.
And didn't they win like best community like fan club or something?
They did last year, absolutely.
Right?
All right. Now, let's jump right back into the game and immediately, luckily we didn't get to miss out on first blood here as both sides already coming to fast, close engagements.
This should be a pretty neutral mid lane. I mean, any lane with a Dusin just feels slightly impossible unless you have an Eve or Zertian to deal with it. But since Super Yoshi is on the Hilda, priority given over the Yums and Stormy.
Yup. Again, can't really do much about this, which is totally fine. Stormy just needs to make sure that he stays healthy throughout this lane. But now they're going to go 3v3 here. I'm not sure about this.
Uni just needs to wait for the cooldowns. It's going to walk forward. They're getting immobilization on the Gary. First blood. The blink of an eye. Uni able to walk away with something.
This was such a mistake, and now it's going to get worse from this point onwards. You are not beating Glue as Leomord ever. Ever. He flickers on top of you. What are you going to do? Retry him?
And sometimes it feels like, it feels trivial, but it's such a common mistake, right? When you fight for little, you need to understand that matchup. I think we still fall into the bubble of mistaking Leomon for being really good at this contest without looking at the heroes on the other end.
Exactly. Now, I understand if you do it from long range, right? You first skill, try to get into retry range to steal it away. I think that's totally fine. But the fact is, you saw Yums at level 1, about to hit level 2. You should call it off at that point. There's literally no reason to fight unless you're specifically attacking Yums or Stormy, both of which have Flicker, by the way.
Yeah. And I see the appeal of this CC already. In fact, Pram gets priority to move from the lane itself, and is, calling attention to him from RQ Tora. Gary needs a way back into the game, so he's given the XP crap.
Yeah, and notice how both junglers both started on the top side of the map. They wanted to end up on the bottom side just so they can maybe contest, turn the tides for the level 4s, but they didn't get anything. Now it's net neutral.
RQ Tora should be able to get his turtle, as Uni is still pretty far away, but they can go for a kill. That's the lift back. Super Yoshi needs a bit of help. Still, Stormy finds the kill, and he is out.
Dead. Nothing that Super Yoshi could do. He already flickered early on, and because of those mistakes, he gets punished for it. They don't find the trade back onto SRG. Luckily, Stormy held on to his flicker.
And the turtle boat helping SRG to clear out the mid wave even faster. So you can see these priorities are slowly trickling in SRG's favor. Innocent gets to move first from the goal lane. Cram did the same in the XP. And Uni, he is just having a field day taking camps away from Gary.
Yep, it was a good attempt to trying to steal at least one camp, but I'm pretty sure that that Gary was able to get it. He's very, this is not correct. Gary's level 5, why is he level 4 here?
Must be the golem that was taken away. He did lose the golem and the litho.
Yeah,
okay. That's 2 camps.
Okay, alright. Doesn't add up, but probably just an API thing. Probably lagged on his side. We'll see how the rest of the team actually is going to move around this map. 55 more seconds until the next turtle, and so far it's kind of a dead lane here for the EXP laners, and that's not good. Oh,
they're gonna try and go on to Kim, and Kim is dead as well. They're just feeding it into the Uni machine. Meanwhile, it's a 1v1 in top lane. Innocent forced to flicker away from Ruff.
They need to figure something out here. They can't really open up the map, and Glue plus the Zushin is, you can't run away. You just cannot run away from the early damage that both of them provide.
Yep. Flicker is not that good. Purify is not that good either. It's basically a dead end.
Yeah, they close out these fights real fast, which is great, but they're not giving them enough time to actually respond.
They should kill Innocent here. He did use the Flicker earlier on. Is there a response on Super Yoshi? Nope. Able to run away just in time. And with that death, it does give Gary a way back into the game.
Unlucky. Innocent actually making a mistake. It's been a very long time since we've actually seen him make a mistake, but he was unaware that the jungler was going to be there at the time, which is why he traceless in the first place. But even so, mistake is going to be a what?
Right onto Kim. Yums just flickers in onto top of it. The RWM as a response kills off Stormy instead. The turbo does come out though with Uni arriving, but here comes Freya. Valkyries instead onto Uni. Uni needs to get out of this. He needs help, but he still holds on to the Deadly Magic, and that could be the death for Ruff. SRG hitting back with more.
Okay, hitting back with more, and they're hitting way harder. They're hitting all the correct targets here. They're not wasting any time on Dyrant at all. They don't want to waste too much time on Gary, especially when the support system around him is already collapsing.
Dyrant has a Crimson Gleam out of the way. XP Crab given over to Uni as he continues to maintain that XP lead over Gary. Though this turtle take will be delayed by just a little bit. SRG willing to throw bodies at RQ Tora, but they did have to expect a couple of flickers in that previous fight. Dyrant is the Deadly Magic. Chrono Ruin to the back, finds Uni. Uni still forced out of the way. Dyrant back to full health, but maybe not for long. Gary gets the turtle, and now they need to find a way out of this. Dyrant, Crimson gleams away, but Yums is still on top of him. He latches on him. Innocent finds the bolt in. Dyrant runs away in time as the spike fits in the 2. RWM out. Cram goes down, but Yums claims Dyrant.
Oh boy. An EXP trade, but the turtle still fell into the hands of RRQ Tora, and that's the important thing here, right? Because SRG, honestly, things could have gone so much worse. Dyrant, I don't know whether he knew where that hat trick was from, catches him, catches Uni. Luck, unfortunately, Uni doesn't die because of it, but Gary got pretty close to clearing him out.
Yep, and it took us longer than expected to kill off Dyrant, so Yums was also out of the fight for a while. So there's no substantial lead for either team. Dead even game in terms of net worth.
Yep. And honestly, pretty good for RRQ Tora considering everything, right? SRG are the ones who actually want to snowball. As long as RRQ Tora can actually maintain this level of aggression, and more importantly, the goal deficit, right? Don't let it break into the 2 to 3Ks. Just keep it nice and under 100, under 1,000 even. You'll do fine in the late game.
SRG did try to go slightly more aggressive to push the envelope, but RRQ Tora this time a lot more prepared to respond to it.
Okay. Still double waving coming in from Ruff at the bare minimum. They're making sure that he's getting extra gold.
Young is going to be a constant problem. Wonder what he's building towards. It seems like it's going to be the cursed helm for now. I wonder the glowing one will be considered at some point down the road, because that has been what we saw from other glue users from other teams.
Yeah, I am curious to see what he's going to build. The same can be said about Uni, right? Because Uni can go for like a full burst build, or he can buy a concentrated energy to buy himself a couple more seconds in the middle of these fights. Because depending on his build, he can either optimize himself to drag the fight, or he's looking to just find one guy, one shot, and move away.
SRG want to take that top tier 1, but unfortunately Ruff was a good enough defense, and that means they might sacrifice this third turtle as well. Yums will walk up and try to create some distance. Gary is the target, but they don't have enough output to take him down. So Gary gets the turtle, and here comes Ruff in the backline. RWM keeps them in the box. Ruff with the Valkyrie Descent dives on the Stormy, as Stormy uses the Crimson Beacon to get away. Ruff flickers forward, chooses to take Stormy down, and still finds it, but Ruff will also go down an innocent Super Yoshi a bit late as the backup, and Uni hits him with the Deadly Magic. They need a bit more output, and Cram will hop forward, find a yo-yo. SRG trades 2 for 2.
I see. So if Selangor Red Giants can't deal with your sustain, that's fine. We'll just chunk you out before the fight. These prolonged fights, especially when Dyron is not part of them, become significantly harder to actually disengage. You realize now that SRG are very sticky. Look at Super Yoshi. What are you supposed to do here? Help! Help! Oh no! He just has to go back into the fight, because what other option does he actually have? And look in the back, as Ruff deals 1v4, this is a scenario that SRG has to take, right? Continuously trading against their opponents because their ults come back way faster thanks to the Deadly Magic.
Yep. Not only did Jum stuck onto Super Yoshi, he was also tied down by the current call. And now he truly is dead. I don't think there's a way out of this.
He's got him.
Barbell is still. They use the RWM, but Stormy is out of there. Gary trying to will on Yules. Can he get a grab back up? Doesn't seem possible, but Cram is there with the current call, and Gary dashes back onto Kim, so Kim tied down for just a little bit, but SRG finds nothing.
A good disengage here. They understood that Freya was going to be a big problem when she got and closed the distance, especially with her ult. Not to mention that Stormy is missing out on his flicker. It's coming up at the same time as Ruff, because both of them traded earlier. Uni actually going for the one-shot build here. Lightning Truncheon as second item next to the Genius Wand.
This is pretty scrappy, all things considered. Both teams are just trading blow for blow at this point. With SRG taking the bottom tier 1, and RQ Tora did respond in kind. But there's no clear winner just yet. I think Kim's RWM has been instrumental in keeping SRG in check.
Yep, that RWM is so good. And I think even you can tell that Kim has adjusted his playstyle. He can't afford to get caught out by people like Yums. He can't afford to lose out his flickers. So now it's just a matter of how much can I poke my opponent without giving them a free kill. And now, is Ruff in trouble? Okay, at least there is some zoning coming in from Super Yoshi to keep him covered.
Yeah, he's actually soloing Cram too and winning that fight.
Yep. Pretty unwinnable fight for Cram. All he can do is raw sustain, and he can't even outpush the Freya as the game progresses.
Yeah, with the Lord now finally on the map, it comes down to how these two teams set up. The long lane was managed by Ruff early on, so he gets to move first. And Innocent pushing out the bottom lane. But all things considered, RQ Tora, they can definitely walk into the bush first. As long as they see Yums, they will get a good idea of where SRG might come from.
And Stormy, so far, nobody can really punish him here. Unless we see like a big engage coming in from Dyron. Most of the time, SRG is more aware of Dyron's position. He's the only one who can really ruin their odds. Kim, very understandable, has to sit far away, but SRG understands that right now isn't their time just yet.
Yeah. They have great scaling with this YSS, so there's little to worry about as long as they don't fall too far behind. But the chunking has begun on the Super Yoshi, who will try to sustain with the bush.
I don't know how long they can sustain, especially if they're the ones tanking the Lord.
Oh, Kim, he's burning.
Lethally.
Should be okay, but they do re-engage, this time on the Super Yoshi, and they found Dyron as well. The battle line from RQ Tora has been split into 3 pieces, and there's no way for them in.
Can't really get back in. And you can tell how both sides recognize that like a single death changes this fight. Even SRG don't want to take a clean 4v5, even though they forced Kim to actually recall early on.
They were hoping to get something out of him, but he still maintains his flicker. The hat trick has been used. Super Yoshi in dangerous water. It's going to be dragged back and he's gone. But they also found Stormy in the thick of it. Grabs in the backline to try and disrupt Kim. Pops the Vengeance. Finds the Eve as Dyron's in the backline disrupting SRG's core. But Dyron is low. Escapes the Prison Dream. As Rob now wills away. Finds a double kill. Innocent of all people gets the Lord for his squad. Yums in no man's land and Innocent still has a turtle boat. But can he help his teammate? Seems like the answer is no. Yums will have to find his way out of this. But with Ruff on the tail and Uni back up, gets hit by the knockback, but it's enough to get SRG out of it.
Yeah, I love the way that RRQ Tora is playing right now because, again, it's the amount of how much do I really respect SRG? Are we really going to let them take absolutely everything? No, they refuse to take it lying down. Super Yoshi knowing 100%, I'm going to die here. We need to make something happen. They find Stormy in the middle of this pick. And as we see this fight drive on over to Kim's side, Innocent is outplaying Dyron, charges up and steals the Lord randomly after we see the play coming in specifically from the glue.
And as we cut back, Super Yoshi might just meet his demise again. Able to get some healing. There's no mini wave in the middle lane. The auto blade now comes up. They're on the box. Dyron with the throne on range. Look for Innocent. The flicker, good enough.
Oh, this is looking tough. Now SRG is really going to struggle. They're burning Battle Spell after Battle Spell because they need to understand that RRQ Tora are pretty strong in the later half of the game as well.
Only a 1.6k goal lead, all things considered. Mid-tier 2 for RRQ Tora still stands. So SRG didn't really get too much out of the fall into the bubble of mistaking Leomon for being really good at this contest without looking at the heroes on the other end.
Exactly. Now, I understand if you do it from long range, right? You first skill, try to get into retry range to steal it away. I think that's totally fine. But the fact is, you saw Yums at level 1, about to hit level 2. You should call it off at that point. There's literally no reason to fight unless you're specifically attacking Yums or Stormy, both of which have Flicker, by the way.
Yeah. And I see the appeal of this CC already. In fact, Pram gets priority to move from the lane itself, and it's, calling attention to him from RRQ Tora. Gary needs to way back into the game, so he's given the XP crap.
Yeah, and notice how both junglers both started on the top side of the map. They wanted to end up on the bottom side just so they can maybe contest, turn the tides for the level 4s, but they didn't get anything. Now it's net neutral.
RRQ Tora should be able to get his turtle, as Uni is still pretty far away, but they can go for a kill. That's the lift back. Super Yoshi needs a bit of help. Still, Stormy finds the kill, and he is out.
Dead. Nothing that Super Yoshi could do. He already flickered early on, and because of those mistakes, he gets punished for it. They don't find the trade back onto SRG. Luckily, Stormy held on to his flicker.
And the turtle boat helping SRG to clear out the mid wave even faster. So you can see these priorities are slowly trickling in SRG's favor. Innocent gets to move first from the gold lane. Cram did the same in the XP. And Uni, he is just having a field day taking camps away from Gary.
Yep, it was a good attempt at trying to steal at least one camp, but I'm pretty sure that that Gary was able to get it. He's very, this is not correct. Gary's level 5, why is he level 4 here?
Must be the golem that was taken away. He did lose the golem and the litho.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
2 camps.
Okay, alright. Doesn't add up, but probably just an API thing. Probably lagged on his side. We'll see how the rest of the team actually is going to move around this map. 55 more seconds until the next turtle, and so far it's kind of a dead lane here for the EXP laners, and that's not good. Oh,
they're gonna try and go on to Kim, and Kim is dead as well. They're just feeding it into the Uni machine. Meanwhile, it's the 1v1 in top lane. Innocent forced to flicker away from Ruff.
They need to figure something out here. They can't really open up the map, and Glue plus the Zushin is, you can't run away. You just cannot run away from the early damage that both of them provide.
Yep. Flicker is not that good. Purify is not that good either. It's basically a dead end.
Yeah, they close out these fights real fast, which is great, but they're not giving them enough time to actually respond.
They should kill Innocent here. He did use the Flicker earlier on. Is there a response on Super Yoshi? Nope. Able to run away just in time. And with that death, it does give Gary a way back into the game.
Unlucky. Innocent actually making a mistake. It's been a very long time since we've actually seen him make a mistake, but he was unaware that the jungler was going to be there at the time, which is why he traceless in the first place. But even so, Mistake is gonna be a what?
Right onto Kim. Yum just flickers in onto top of him. The RWM as a response kills off Stormy instead. The turbo does come out though with Uni arriving, but here comes Freya. Valkyrie to stand onto Uni. Uni needs to get out of this. He needs help, but he still holds on to the Deadly Magic, and that could be the death for Ruff. SRG hitting back with more.
Okay. Hitting back with more, and they're hitting way harder. They're hitting all the correct targets here. They're not wasting any time on Dyron at all. They don't want to waste too much time on Gary, especially when the support system around him is already collapsing.
Dyron has a clean Crimson Gleam out of the way. XP Crab given over to Uni as he continues to maintain that XP lead over Gary. Though this turtle take will be delayed by just a little bit. SRG willing to throw bodies at RQ Tora, but they did have to expect a couple of flickers in that previous fight. Dyron is the Deadly Magic. Chrono Ruin to the back. Finds Uni. Uni still forced out of the way. Dyron back to full health, but maybe not for long. Gary gets the turtle, and now they need to find a way out of this. Dyron Crimson gleams away, but Yums is still on top of him. He latches on him. Innocent finds the bolt in. Dyron runs away in time as the spike fits in the two. RWM out. Cram goes down, but Yums claims Dyron.
Oh boy. An EXP trade, but the turtle still fell into the hands of RRQ Tora, and that's the important thing here, right? Because SRG, honestly, things could have gone so much worse. Dyron, I don't know whether he knew where that hat trick was from, catches him, catches Uni. Luck, unfortunately, Uni doesn't die because of it, but Gary got pretty close to clearing him out.
Yep, and it took us longer than expected to kill off Dyron, so Yums was also out of the fight for a while. So there's no substantial lead for either team. Dead even game in terms of net worth.
Yep. And honestly, pretty good for RRQ Tora considering everything, right? SRG are the ones who actually want to snowball. As long as RRQ Tora can actually maintain this level of aggression, and more importantly, the goal deficit, right? Don't let it break into the 2 to 3Ks. Just keep it nice and under 100, under 1,000 even. You'll do fine in the late game.
SRG did try to go slightly more aggressive to push the envelope, but RQ Tora this time a lot more prepared to respond to it.
Okay. Still double waving coming in from Ruff at the bare minimum. They're making sure that he's getting extra gold.
Yums is going to be a constant problem. Wonder what he's building towards. Seems like it's going to be the Cursed Helm for now. I wonder the glowing one will be considered at some point down the road, because that has been what we saw from other glue users from other teams.
Yeah, I am curious to see what he's going to build. The same can be said about Uni, right? Because Uni can go for like a full burst build, or he can buy concentrated energy to buy himself a couple more seconds in the middle of these fights. Because depending on his build, he can either optimize himself to drag the fight, or he's looking to just find one guy, one shot, and move away.
This is going to be close. What is SRG's choice? It seems like blitzing is not the option they want to go for. Chrono Ruin loose, but immediately dodged by Uni. He's back in the fight, but Dyron too tanky. Gary back up alive. Dyron now playing spoilers. Innocent force away. Lord reset.
Beautiful play. Hey, wait, hold on. They haven't reset it yet. Oh no!
Oh, Gary's almost here. Gary's almost here. He's in, and it will be Uni that gets to secure.
The rumbling of the crowd. They want more. They almost get Kim. The Lightning Truncheon does enough damage, but man, just a couple more ticks would have been enough. Woo! What a Lord fight. Dyron could not have played that any better.
Yesterday was just a fluke, that I dare say. Because this did not feel like the RRQ that got stomped by Vamos.
Dear God, what a tight game between the two. The harder composition from SRG is now starting to make them pay the price. They have to like work for every little bit of ground that RRQ gives them.
And Ruff is forced to play footsies as well with the very nimble members of SRG. They found Gary! Uni just canceled his recall. And now this is going to be tough for RRQ Tora. They need to hold the Lord. Uni is looking for Gary again. His recall gets cancelled the second time. Gary can't go back home.
Yeah, he's dead now. He's dead now. Gary knows it. Just buy some time. Let it happen. Just take him. Just take him. Oh, 50 seconds. That is too long. That is too long. Can he 4v5? I'm pretty sure they can 4v5 in the base.
They have a minion wave down bot. They can take the inhibitor. Innocent will take care of that. The top inhibitor also go down.
Oh no.
This has to be the greatest defense of RRQ Tora's career.
I mean, they can do it. They just gotta get in there. No!
They'll try. Mountain Shocker used. That's vision granted. SRG. They don't really have much minion wave. Dyron able to catch a backline, but they need a follow-up. And Ruff not able to get in on it. RWM now as a response. Ruff on the Stormy. Stormy backs off. Dyron does the same. The minion wave getting managed very well by Ruff. He's so far. Ruff is now dead.
Dies, and Immortality is bought by the Harley. They look for the end game here. They look to close it out. Now that Freya is gone, Gary needs to come back in now to save the team.
A blade might have been snapped in half, but another takes his place. RRQ Tora barely clings on to life.
Woo! Best scenario possible. RRQ, they don't lose. The game doesn't end. But SRG are realizing, man, Ruff is, he's manageable. He's very manageable if you have the right heroes to kind of play footsies with him. Right now, RRQ Tora just need a clean execution on the fight if they want to win this. And if they want to find it, it's going to be way harder. SRG, the fact is they nearly lost that lore. They just needed the full reset. That's something that RRQ Tora should have ensured.
Yep. He got pretty close. Dyron threw his life for that. But the good news for RRQ Tora is that Ruff will be back for a potential fight here. They might not get it in time though. Super Yoshi is already gone. SRG quick on the trigger.
Clean combo here from Jushin and Glue. Set the globule up, pick him up with the Lantern Flare, chuck him into the globule.
And Yums is just going to disrupt Ruff. This Lord, a guarantee for SRG, and Super Yoshi is 40 seconds out.
Alright, that's another Lord that falls into the hand of SRG. This should be the end game scenario that they've been looking for all game. But the extra damage reduction you get by walking next to the Lord, it's going to be real hard for an RRQ Tora to win the upcoming fight unless they catch them right here, right now.
Ruff's doing 15 seconds for his flicker, which is an important tool, but he might not have 15 seconds to wait. First minute wave getting cleared out. Gary onto Uri and takes him out! He gets the Winter Crown to avoid the ball from Innocent, but gets rooted by Yums. Immortality swap. Gary back up. The rune misses. Tyron in! And they find Innocent in place, but Innocent tracelesses away into the fray. Tyron needs to keep it in place, but the Lord is already here. SRG! Stampede through RRQ Tora in game 1.
Woo! That's game 1. That's just game 1, boys and girls. Let's calm it down here. A good attempt here from RRQ Tora, but SRG finds the late game that they were looking for. Damage reduction across the board. You can see that Super Yoshi keeping the mood up here for RRQ Tora because that was one hell of a fight.
That was a good game. That was a game that even in losses, it is worth commending. RRQ Tora definitely putting up one of the better fights we've seen against SRG. Something that I'm pretty sure the fans have coveted for so long.
There's nothing you can really do about it there. Once Hilda starts to fall off and Freya dies, it's done for. You've lost everything that you could possibly have. And I think that's going to be something that, at least for RRQ Tora, they got to adjust. They just cannot beat SRG in a simple early to mid game composition. They need guaranteed late game scaling, and more importantly, they need easy to execute comp styles.
They need someone that can also go a bit harder on SRG, right? Something that was, I would say, lacking from RRQ Tora's composition is the means to go for a hard dive. We did say that this comp can dive, but the conditions that they need to meet are slightly situational, right? Relies a lot on Dyron, relies a lot on Kim, relies a lot on Ruff having Flicker Valkyrie Descent. The Roma, unfortunately, like you said, does fall off. But all things considered, to push SRG this far into the game, that's very, very commendable.
It was very nice coming in from RRQ Tora, and it looks like they did readjust from what they learned from the last time here. Although I will say the only person who didn't get that luxury was Super Yoshi, but he still provided plenty of pressure when it was necessary. And he knew exactly what to do when it was like, I'm gonna die, I might as well throw all my cooldowns.
Yeah, before I die, this is my value, right? I've given an info, I'm gonna die in the next 3 seconds. Dyron, you take over, this is you now.
Yup. Woo! With that being said, let's give it up for our MVP of the game. Stormy here on that Jushin. Phenomenal game that he played. Perfect footsies at the end. He had to do a little bit of readjustment. The early game, he didn't get caught a couple of times by that Freya because he got flickered on. But once he had the tempo back, he figured it out, right?
Yeah, also need to make sure that he doesn't get caught in the RWM, because then Gary will come galloping towards him and We see the power is no more. 2 swings of the sword is what he needs.
Yep, 2 swings to just one-shot you, man. Unfortunate. But at the same time, look at the in-game equipment, right? This is the most survivable Jushin you will see in the Land of Dawn. And, more importantly, doesn't have the Queen's Wings, not involved, right? Don't need the shield. It's all about getting just armor, natural MR.
And Brace Might.
And Brave's Might. Like, there's just so many things to keep this man alive.
Yeah, and no wonder Ruff was finding a hard time trying to take him down and having to do with the YSS on the side as well. But again, even Stormy didn't exactly have the smoothest game, right? 5 deaths, and a lot of it comes down to either Ruff gets on top of him or Kim just happened to clip him on the edge of the RWM.
Yup, it's always one of those two, but this really we got to see the length and depth of both sides. The decision making is there. It's these small advantages that are created during the mid game of the very first Lords that really kind of set the tone of what's going to happen, right? Missing all your inhibitors, you really need a miracle to be able to steal the Lord away, right? That's pretty much the only win condition you have at that point.
And they still were able to put up some sort of resistance, right?
Yeah.
Although in the end, it ended up with Super Yoshi getting picked off and them losing the game, but very little teams have the competency to just explore the map when that far behind to create some sort of a threat to SRG.
Yep, and that was the way that you had to play it, right? A lot of hunting and gathering from Super Yoshi's side to make those decisions at the end of the day. But even so, right, they understood that the split pushers had to be 2 people. Gary, he wins his 1v1 against Uni because Uni can't one-shot him, even at full build. As soon as he hops onto Barbiel, that's just too much stats to deal with.
Yeah, both times that Uni died was actually being solo killed by Gary. And, I mean, that's what's stopping his recall, I guess.
Understandably so. But SRG, they got to be a little nervous about this. If RRQ can play well just because of a couple of mistakes and they didn't find their timings, it really bought a lot of time for RRQ to kind of put themselves in a winning position.
Yeah, it really did come down to who makes the snappier decision, right? And then that's one of the points that I wanted to zoom in on a lot more when we discussed it slightly during the pre-game, which is when we compare the top teams in the league or even on the international stage, oftentimes what separates them, a good and a great team, is that a great team knows how to make snappy decisions, and SRG is incredibly good at that.
Yep, they make some really fast, even when the execution is kind of weird. Like I can see the angle, but the execution just like doesn't go the way that it needed to, and then it all breaks down and you get a free double kill from your mid laner and roamer.
Yeah, but when it works out, it looks so good, right? I mean,
it looks like it was already planned, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
we saw that from RQ Tora when they won a teamfight against SRE, but we also saw how they dealt with Super Yoshi. It really felt like the connection of the abilities was they didn't have to communicate that. It was all built in.
Yeah. I'm hoping that the next upcoming game is going to be a little bit cleaner because it was extremely scrappy. Not the cleanest from both teams in the overall team fights, especially when it came down to like Uni trying to steal the Lord and kill Ruff at the same time amongst 3 RRQ members. That was wild.
Yeah, a lot of the fights was just the fight starts, Uni gets chased away, Stormy runs, then Ruff was chasing 2 people from SRG and Darren was like, I'm here buddy, I'm here. And then you pan the camera to the other end of the fight, it's just Yums.
It's just Yums.
He's sticking onto someone as Patrick, you know, Kim is like, get it off of me.
This was quite the fun game. Quite the fun game considering that it went 23 minutes. A lot to look at here, but most importantly, it's the way that they fight, right? As 5, both sides can clearly do it. Now it's those small decisions of, hey, why didn't we use the RWM to take an inhibitor when we had the Lord the first time? Why didn't we make that safe decision even though there was nothing to fight over in the map?
Yeah, honestly, for someone like Kim, I thought he would have used the RWM, right? Because that felt like a Kim thing to do.
Yup. But I think they learned their lesson quickly and they understood that they were waiting for the RWM. It's just that game of rock, paper, scissors that SRG puts you in, right? They put you in this deadlock of like, you better choose the right one because as soon as you show rock, paper, or scissors, we're going to instantly respond.
Yeah, and they make you hesitate sometimes, and hesitation does kill. But all things considered, when the fight breaks down into different parts and the battle line gets completely scattered, you can bet that all of the members know their individual tasks, right? And I think at that point, communication is secondary. It comes up to the mechanical prowess, and everyone show what they're capable of.
Yep, I think the only adjustment, and it's a very slight adjustment, they gotta switch out Super Yoshi. They can't get him on this Hilda anymore. They either put him on something that can actually open up a map, especially against the glue. If not, you might as well just straight up ban it.
Yeah, and it's someone that can do the set, right? And funnily enough, this is not the only game where the small difference of having a roamer that can do a setup makes the difference.
Yeah, and by no means is it wrong for Super Yoshi to actually go onto this Hilda, but because of this Hilda, they were able to not only get the power picks, but find a composition that synergizes with or without him.
Yeah, and Super Yoshi is probably, it's either him or Dyron as a sandbag because they were absorbing so much pressure. But then when the fight goes in their favor, this is all the result. Very snappy. Stormy and Innocent, they had to play a perfect game to not get caught by RWM, not get ran over by Barbell, and not have Rough on top of them.
Yep. A lot of things could have gone wrong from SRG, and yet they prevailed at the end of it. A lot of good fights overall. Even when it didn't seem like it was looking good for RRQ Tora, they managed to, salvage the scenario most of the time. A lot of it obviously coming in from Rob being able to flicker on his opponent, because as soon as he can flicker on him, you can see just the dashing between him, over him, under him, like everywhere. They are just outmaneuvering him.
And then a lot of times he's alone, and then you look on the other side of the map, it was Kim getting chased away with his RWM still available, but no chance to use it.
Yeah, it's frustrating. All of these small little tempo breakers, making it difficult for RRQ to get the perfect execution.
Yeah, honestly, this fight, I thought Ruff was about to do it, but Stormy has other plans. Picks him up, throws him away. But SRG almost certain to win that game with a Lord that healthy.
Yeah, a Lord that healthy, and not to mention that Innocent was playing a pretty decent game despite the one mistake that we've seen from him for the past year, I think. It depends on how you look at it. But with that being said, we want to thank to everybody watching the show right now from across the world, whether in Malaysia, outside Malaysia. We want to thank you for helping us break our PCU.
Wow, we broke the PCU for the playoffs of last season.
Season 16, baby! So please, come on over to watch Game 2 onwards to double up on this PCU, because every single time we hit another PCU goal, you guys get rewards.
Yo, Rashi, bring the Kingdom over right now.
Come on, Kingdom. If you're not having a good time there, come over here. They need their support. They're 0-1 right now.
I'm pretty sure your series is over. Move here.
Come on. I don't know if it's actually over. We're guessing. we're making random guesses. We have no clue. They could have won for all we know.
Yeah, they could have won. I mean, I said it's over. I didn't say they lost.
Technicalities at its finest. But with that being said, how far off are we from... Oh, actually not that far off considering everything, right? 177, more or less.
Yeah, it's pretty scary to set a PCU record this high, because now we gotta work harder for grand finals this season.
Playoffs is gonna be something that hopefully it doesn't clash with any of the other MPLs, because I mean, if we're clashing with like ID or DH, it's kind of over for us. But either way, the ones that we do want to shout out is new to the region. Thailand, of course. MSL Thailand 2026 is coming here, and right now you can technically watch both MPL MY and MSL Thailand at the same time, so don't miss out on learning on some of these newer teams who may show up during MSC 2026.
Yeah, there are certain times where I tune into live stream and I see the same account on different live streams, so this is another chance for you to utilize your multitasking ability with the regular season of MSL Thailand on your screens right now. 5 weeks of non-stop action and some familiar Thailand organizations in esports. Some established one like BTRM United, Full Sense, Bacon Time. But on top of that, we also have a lot of import players that are playing in MSL Thailand. A lot of familiar faces that you definitely have seen before.
Exactly. So if you think that you're going to be completely lost watching the MSL, don't worry. There are still recognizable things. Hopefully their meta looks better than ours, Sometimes I wonder that. Sometimes I wonder if the average base game at MSL Thailand is naturally better than some of the games that we have here besides the highlight games.
That would be fun because they get a slot to MSC 2026, right? So they could pose a challenge with my limited opportunity of casting Thailand teams. They have some interesting ideas. You can see it come together, but they do need some polishing, and that was prior to MSL Thailand. So this is a very good opportunity to shape the region.
Yep, so you guys better tune on in. Make sure that you're aware that Thailand, whatever their meta is going to be, whatever their playstyle is going to be, expected during MSC 2026. Although, coming into game number 2 here, the big question comes down to what exactly is the adaptations going to make happen? But before we go into that, We did get a word with the one and only Kuja, of course. We got Poji at the helm, giving a little bit of a chat with him. Let's quickly jump on over.
Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang yang kuat di dalam scene Esports ni sendiri, Kuja. Apa khabar Kuja?
Alhamdulillah, sihat.
Alright Kuja, kita nak menghimbau kenangan sekejap
Boleh.
9 tahun lepas Kuja pernah bermain di MNC dan masa tu ada kumpulan IDNS. So Kuja ada tak apa-apa sejarah ke, pengalaman ke bersama dengan pasukan-pasukan diorang?
Okay, IDNS short form dia, dia punya full name dia adalah I Do Not Sleep.
Tak tidur?
Memang tak tidur. Memang kita orang bersama-sama dulu main rank sama-sama dekat rank waktu tu. Memang berkawan rapat lah dengan orang.
Tu memang ada sejarah juga lah, pernah main sesama.
Memang sangat rapat dengan
bertanding sama-sama.
Bertanding bersama-sama dan masa dekat Indonesia waktu tu pun memang kita orang banyak keluar sama-sama pergi makan semua.
Diorang champion?
Diorang champion.
Hebat IDNS.
Betul.
Tapi IDNS ni tim daripada Thailand. Kuja tahu tak sekarang ada MSL tu, MLBB Super League yang baru buka dekat Thailand. Kuja lah. Serius? Kuja ada tak apa-apa macam pendapat untuk scene yang baru dibuka dekat Thailand ni?
Okey, sebenarnya saya happy lah untuk komuniti dekat Thailand sebab diorang dah berpeluang untuk bertanding secara lebih kata apa, agresif atau lebih aktif. Dan untuk kawan-kawan saya dekat sana yang mana yang pernah bertanding pada zaman-zaman dulu, diminta untuk kembali semula sebab kita orang rindukan IDNS yang lama. Dan of course ada beberapa player masih aktif dan saya mengharapkan diorang terus sukses kat sana lah. Dan ini adalah peluang yang terbaik untuk komuniti Thailand untuk bangkit dan tunjukkan balik kekuatan diorang semasa MSC yang pertama.
Faham. Maksudnya diorang pun ada kehebatan dan kelebihan masing-masing.
Betul, sebab kalau saya rasa diorang lebih ke arah mekanik lah sekarang sebab kita sekarang lebih ke arah makro punya playstyle. Diorang masih start dekat mekanik. So mungkin diorang nak kena improve untuk mekanik untuk makro punya playstyle untuk compete dengan kita orang lah.
Sebab soalan saya yang ketiga, saya nak tanya Kuja, apakah bagi Kuja yang Kuja nampak perbezaan paling ketara di antara playstyle untuk Thailand dan juga Malaysia?
Okey, macam yang saya cakap tadi adalah saya rasa diorang mekanik kita lebih kurang sama sebab bagi saya majoriti mekanik punya user memang tak jauh beza. Cuma makro je yang menentukan macam mana kita nak bawa game plan dan gameplay kita tersendiri. Dan saya rasa Thailand disebabkan dia baru aktif untuk MSL, betul? Untuk season yang pertama, saya rasa diorang kena lebih fokus pada makro untuk nak bersaing dengan region-region yang lain. Dan saya mengharapkan korang sukses.
Okey, tapi kan bila macam Kuja cakap ada tengok kawan, diorang pernah buka liga yang baru. Kuja, tahu tak? Ada juga info yang menariknya. Untuk MSL kali ni kan, champion dia kita akan hantar pergi ke wildcard untuk EWC.
Wow, tanya. So directly dapat terus wildcard
Directly dapat. So untuk benda ni sendirilah, adakah Kuja rasa adalah satu benda yang bagus untuk scene diorang dan juga untuk fan diorang secara menyeluruh?
Okey, of course benda ni memang sangat bagus untuk komuniti Thailand seperti saya cakap tadi. Cuma bagi saya lebih happy untuk Mobile Legends sendiri sebab dia telah membuka lagi besar cabang-cabang di serata dunia dan saya mengharapkan lebih banyak lagi negara-negara lain yang terlibat untuk kita besarkan dan kita majukan komuniti ini bersama.
Baik. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Anything nak shout out kepada kawan-kawan IDNS kalau diorang tengah tengok benda ni?
Okey, untuk IDNS yang semua nama ZZ kat belakang, mungkin saya tak ingat sangat lah. Mungkin saya ingat cuma Amzi dan Frame TZ, saya tak ingat lah. Tapi memang kalau tengok muka saya memang kenal. Saya mengharapkan korang comeback. Dan untuk komuniti Thailand, all the best. So sekarang you guys ada platform yang sangat-sangat baik untuk you guys tunjukkan bakat. Dan saya mengharapkan korang terus maju jaya ke hadapan. Dan jumpa di international. Good luck guys, all the best.
Terima kasih Kuja. Itu sahaja daripada saya dan Kuja. Kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Sawadee.
And there you have it, words from an interview from Poji and Kuja. For those who didn't understand, Kuja actually part of the IDNS run when it happened. He was close to those boys, very, very close indeed. Really goes to show how deep our Malaysian roots go, even though we weren't sitting at the top or somewhere close to the top prior to M1.
Yeah, the Kuja you knew came from Toda. The Kuja they knew was IDNS. Man, it's been so long.
Dude. I'm thinking about it, like how far back can I call Kuja's teams? RSG?
Yep.
Wasn't he part of... I want to say he was part of X-Pac's Assassins at some point?
It could be. Hold on a minute. Was it Craft's birthday? Belated birthday?
Hey, how come we're not being informed about this?
And these fans know how to gather intel.
They know how to gather intel. They're way deeper into this than we are. At the very least, teams have been very tight-lipped about it.
Yeah, they have been. Now, today is actually our cameraman's birthday.
Yeah, big shout-outs, big shout-outs. obviously, as we see the days go by, we're expecting more people's birthdays to come on through. Question is whether or not they get the little special surprise here at MPL Arena.
5,000 diamonds for you.
It's just, here you go. Can we name anybody who can actually give those 5,000 diamonds if they do happen to come into the arena? You know what? Let me just look around and see if any big important people that I can annoy unnecessarily. You know what? Bother Simon about it. Bother Simon about it. If it's your birthday, go ask him for 5,000 diamonds.
Maybe tomorrow. They just lost it. They lost early on. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. That'll be a better time. You still remember, everybody's a human being. You know, ask them at your own discretion. But it's time to start jumping back into the land of dawn right after we get past the most important phase. Of course, everybody knows and loves it. It's the drafting phase.
So the only map we haven't gotten was Broken Walls. So I do hope we go Broken Walls. Come on.
I don't know. RQ actually has a pretty low win rate on Broken Walls for some reason.
Ask my fists first.
Woo!
God damn it.
Whoa, I'm too good at this.
He's back on it. You've got the series down. Both predictions correct, but let's see the draft itself, because we're seeing that Sasa is opting to get rid of Fanny alongside with the Freya this time round.
So don't even want to make any trade. Sasa doesn't take any prisoners. No bargaining chip for you.
Does that mean that they're going to give away any other power breaks? I mean, Sora is banned out. The Valentina is like not as good now until you see a clear ultimate.
Like Jusin, Yave. The one pick we haven't seen for quite a while, at least I think this week, was the Farsight. I don't think we've seen Farsight yet, but the Kalea ban.
Kalea, I'm fine with that. I'm fine. I'm fine with that for now. Maniac by nature. Oh my god. Innocent by name. That's so good. Why did I think of that?
Y'all should sign up for like the next English audition. We need talents like these.
I am genuinely upset that I didn't think of that for slogans to give him. God damn it.
Join the creative team. We need you guys.
Damn, that's so smart. That's so smart. I can't stop thinking about that now. All right, Kalea gets banned out here. We go back to RRQ Tora side. They need a response because Zushin is still on the table, and that's what cucked them in game number 1. They banned out the Uranus instead.
And the Zushin is now open.
Okay, I think it's okay. Because at least now that you don't have to worry about the Sora, the Valentina is not going to be up for trades on the opposite end. If we do see Jushin, there should be a Yve on the opposite side.
And you can't go Jushin Glue on blue side in the opening. You only get one. And Jushin seems to be the juicy one.
Yoink the glue.
Take the glue?
That's what I think is going to happen. They're going to be like, whatever, we can do whatever we want in the mid lane anyways. We just need to make sure that Yumes has options.
That is true. The Gwyn is also still up.
Oh, you're right. The Gwyn is still up. What am I talking about? Oh boy, what's the priority here? Hey, maybe this gives us a bit of a tier list of what SRG thinks, you know? Is it Jushin over Glue or, you know, going straight into the Gwen? Where are we at here with them?
They have done it once. It's the Gwyn.
Okay. Jushin Glue. It's gotta be Jushin Glue.
It has to be Jushin Glue, right?
It's gotta be. Unless SRG are like, I'm ready to whip out the farmers today.
Or they could Jushin Marcel.
They can wait on
They can wait on Marcel.
Yeah, they can wait on Red 3, Red 4.
Just go like Jushin Glue, why not?
Keep it safe, keep it sanitary, you know? You don't really care where the Guinevere is going because you will be able to punish it. And now what does SRG do? Sorry. They No, they can't go for that. I mean, it feels like you have to go for the Eve, but then what do you do with this glue anyways? It's still the same problem. So it's either you go Yve Khalid to match up with damage, Yve Cho as a means to maybe potentially have 2 ways to enable a pick off to happen. If they want a team fight,
I'll do it the Vamos way. Yve carry.
Wait, let me look at the bans. They banned out the Uranus. There's still Alice to worry about. I don't necessarily...
Oh, Lilia Claude.
What?
That does deal with the Wait, when you black shoes, does Glue follow you if he's on you?
Yes, he does.
Oh, that kind of sucks.
It does kind of blow. Actually, wait a minute. Wait. Let me think about this for a moment.
The one thing we learned yesterday was that Gloom gives you Big
gives you
vision.
Yeah.
Big vision.
I don't know if that is intended or not. It looks a little jank. I will not lie. I saw you guys testing it out.
Yeah.
I saw the videos. It looks jank.
And the vision range is not just around the gloom, it's everywhere around the gloom. So you can see full bushes with that.
Yep. It's
Dyron learned the hard way.
Yep. It's not like Jushin where you have to check out the entire bush with the lantern.
No,
you just need one shadow ball in there.
Yep. Just leave your children there and then they'll do the scouting.
Yeah, I don't get it. Why go for Lilia here? Like, no matter what, it's going to be awful for you. You try to get the Gloom stacks on, Glue gets on top of you. If you take Purify, it's over, because as soon as you Purify once, then Jushin just ults on top of you.
That's true.
I don't see the value of this Lilia just yet, other than just to punish the Glue. But even prior to that, the laning phase is kind of dead, unless you've got, like, again, I was hoping that B2 was going to be a support pick.
I mean, they have the Gwyn as a flex, right? So that's sort of like their way out of this.
That's true. I didn't think of it.
But the Kali gets banned out, so Sasa is reading into that. What are the priorities? So no Cho, no Kalea, no Kali. I mean, Hilda naturally comes up next on the list. Hilda, Marcel, what was left? Gatot.
I think... Oh, do they even bother banning out Marcel?
Probably not, honestly.
Not yet, at least. There's no, like, clear indication that they need to go for the Marcel, other than to, like, stop the magic come from Guinevere. But even then, as soon as Guinevere is in the pit, there's no beating it.
Definitely needs someone to help the Guinevere with the damage output. Lilian needs time to ramp up. And their gold laner is already a Claude.
I'm thinking whether they want to go back into the Alice one more time, but they can't guarantee it at the very end. Knowing Cram with no clear ways to punish his opponents, Yishin Shin and Jushin, I think he might end up...
He might pick CC again. There's one pick that no other players have picked, which was the Terizla. Cram does play a Terizla, but maybe not into this comp.
I don't think he goes Terizla into this comp.
Yeah.
He already struggles against the Jushin, and there's no guarantee he can get on top of Yishin Shin as long as he has the Traceless, right? Yeah, ban out the Arlet, that makes the most amount of sense here. For Sasa, he actually... It depends on how Cram is feeling. If he goes blind and says, give me Yuzhong, I'll just chase the backline, I think that is a fair argument.
Give me Yuzhong or Lapu, right? Maybe Yuzhong. Yeah, Yuzhong's probably the better option.
I think, unfortunately, Lapu just doesn't fit the build right now if you're going blind. Yuzhong, yes, it's high risk, but at the very least, it makes Yishin Shin's life miserable. And, well, to a certain degree, Jushin, but that really depends. Wow, they're really maximizing the time here.
Yeah, last ban, so there's the Eastern Shin, so banning gold later doesn't feel exactly the best. So they're gonna ban out the Alice, which I do like.
Very good here. Limited down. All the big fat tanks are out of the way. No more sandbags there, so it has to be a volatile laner.
Yeah. This is also one of the few matchups that we have Malaysian coaches going head to head. The three big, right? Sasa, Long, Veki. Are we missing anyone else?
Sinhan as well, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any we've missed out on accident. I feel so bad if I'm missing out on Malaysian coaches. I'm so sorry.
Can't think of anyone else for now.
It's not coming to mind, but the blind pick hardly is going to be the case, and Yishin Shin has been confirmed to go gold.
Yep. And if you're having doubts about the Harley, I don't blame you, but that was yesterday's story. They're gonna give Gary a third chance on it. Reassurance from Sasa too.
It's just got to be confident, right? It's about reaction time more than anything else. If you got the reaction time, you'll never get hit by anything on this Harley.
Just one shot, Dominion.
Yeah, just one shot. It can't be that hard, right?
They have a Lilia, they have a Claw. What can they do?
Boy. They need single target lockdown from the side of RRQ, though. I think that's like the only thing that they're missing to round out this comp.
And who is more in need of the Gwyn? I feel like you might give Uni the Gwyn here and go for a Roma instead.
I feel like Cram has to make the sacrifice here.
There's a Yuzong. Oh no, that's the Phobius.
Yeah, he's sacrificing his lane to get the, he's sacrificing the lane to get the Suyo. He's willing to do it. Which I appreciate.
Alright, all hinges on Uni again.
Just get wait. Cho's banned out, Kalia's banned out. Are there any other single target? No, Selena doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Tigreal,
Kaja, Grok.
Kaja and Grok aren't too bad. I think arguably Kaja here, because you're already running the Harley as well as running the Jushin.
Or Marcel?
Actually, you know what? Yeah,
it's not the worst.
The zone control won't be as easy this time, though.
So they take the Hilda again.
Ooh, I don't know about the Hilda. Wait.
With the Harley and Drusin, they do get priority in their side lane. In the glue lane, at least.
They get it. Yeah, they get it off of the glue lane. The Claw lane is a net neutral. The mid lane is dependent whether Yums actually lands the Magic Thump at level 1. If he hits it at level 1 and forces out a battle spell, they've won the lane. Man, this one's a tough one. I really don't know. There are some clear strengths and weaknesses on both sides. And this Phoveus, I'm questioning whether it's going to be enough from the Selangor Red Giants to buy the time that they're looking for. There's not many dashes on the side of RRQ. Well, actually, now that I think about it, there's actually 4 dashes, all of which are on high cooldowns except for the Traceless.
Yeah. And not only that, once he gets knee deep into the water, there is no way back out. So let's see if SRG can close it out cleanly against the Kingdom as we hop into game number 2. SRG on that blue side, and RQ Tora on red.
Dang. Should they have changed the order to get Super Yoshi something better? They already set up for Dairon, right? They had that flex pick. It was either going to him or Super Yoshi, and unfortunately, this is what we get. Oh, there we go.
Yep, there it is.
And the lane's done.
Well, even triggered the lethal ignition as well. Kim really playing on the edge.
Oh my god, they managed to zone him off from at least 1 minion, which is good enough, but Stormy, I was thinking that he starts like shifting the attention onto Super Yoshi so they can at least contest 3v2 here on the Little Wanderer.
And they help Uni get the Litho too. Yum's doing a fantastic job.
That's wild. I'm surprised that they got that. I'm really surprised. I thought that retry came from Gary. It came from Uni, apparently.
And it's broken wall, so good times for the Suyo.
Yeah, it does mean an early invade, though, coming in from Gary. Very smart of him, recognizing that, hey, if he contested for the Little Wanderer, that means he didn't do a full clear.
Yep. And he doesn't have retribution to take that cam away from me anyways.
Yup. All he's got to do now, take the River Crab. Oh, actually, is it worth taking the River Crab? I kind of feel like he's got to give that over to Dairon. Yep, there we go.
Now Dairon gets a head start. That should speed Arcutora up just by a little bit. Not significant enough to affect the turtle fight, but does give Gary and Dairon a bit more of a priority.
Yeah, look at this setup here by Stormy. He has control and vision on both sides because of the gloom.
Yeah, and have Yums on the other end of the bush as well. Bottom lane wave frozen closer to Innocent's side. So SRG, despite not having the priority per se, they do have enough info where Arcutora is at.
Dude, this has to be a bug, right? Like, this can't be real. Like, every mage got readjusted so they don't get insane vision over the brush. Why does Lilia get the exception?
Yeah. The only mages that have that luxury that has a cost to it. That's a Purify out from Kim. It was still coming out of him though. Kim gets lifted up. Is it enough? Doesn't seem like it's. Stormy with the first blood. Does have the black shoes to work with. Rob comes in with the bone. Crab is going to eat all of it out. The passive heals him back out with the ultimate in front of Pursuit, but he gets pulled underneath the turret. And it'll be Dairon taking the kill, but Innocent is in. Finds one of his own. Super Yoshi goes down. Uni back in. Dairon knocked out. The combo almost perfect, but Dairon escapes. Yums makes it out with his life, and SRG gets 2.
How do they coordinate that? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's calm down here. You ain't getting him just yet, and you're stopping his recall to deter Gary from committing harder.
And Stormy with the clutch regenerate saves himself the flicker.
Can we get how much damage Stormy did in that fight alone? Like, that was an insane amount of damage. I mean, this is a guaranteed kill because we know that he doesn't have Purify anyways, but Stormy coming up big time in that level one, in that first initial engagement to net themselves 3 kills.
What? On top of that, SRG got the turtle amidst the chaos.
It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. It's very hard to keep up with the action, especially with how like chaotic SRG are interchanging, and most importantly, they're whipping out the signatures that a lot of top teams have, the pushing and pulling. If all your focus is on one guy, then swap him out with somebody who's fresh, and you just keep on doing that until you win the war of attrition.
Yeah. So aside from Cho, Guinevere is also one of the highlight makers for Yums. I mean, in first series against Vamos, he already had one of the best plays of the season already.
He's having the time of his life. He is very accurate with it, and he has yet to give it up or perform terribly for the time being. Both sides taking a breath. Oh no. Unlucky.
Saved by the Cyclone 9. Yums needs to wait for his cooldown.
Oh no.
Incidentally, Magic. Still healing up, but most likely gonna go down. Super Yoshi claims that kill.
That's so unlucky, dude. That's so unlucky. You land everything just for the Cyclone Eye to say, nah.
I'm so Kingdom.
I'm so Kingdom right now. They should have... Cyclone Eye, except it's just the RQ logo.
Yeah. Although now that the Lilia is slowly coming online, things working towards the glowing one first, second turtle under attack. I think Uni has priority. Super Yoshi chases Stormy away. Cram finally makes it into the fight. Stormy, unfortunately, forced out of it. Turtle down low. Gary easily secures the objective. Now BMI used by Innocent, but he's slashed on by Dyron. Dyron forced off, but Stormy will still go down to Super Yoshi.
Oh, they're doing well. SRG can keep fighting for days. Just because Stormy is done doesn't mean Cram is. And Uni, despite everything, unable to get remotely close to the turtle this time round. Not an ideal fight, but hey, take the best that you can get. You still have a 400 gold lead. In terms of EXP, you're slightly behind Gary, but that's only because you just got that turtle.
Cram is ahead of in experience. Something good for a change despite having one death. Everyone else on the side of SRG maintaining whatever net worth that they have.
Oh, it looks like Gary opted to go for a concentrated energy first item. So he understands, right? He's going to be in and out of these fights a lot. And he might just hold on to his ult a little bit longer than he probably should. Innocent, good ult against Ruff, zoning him out. But they already see, thanks to the Mountain Shocker, the 3 members that could potentially collapse.
Ruff needs to stay around and has Super Yoshi to back him up. Make sure that this structure stays up. If Innocent gets free from this lane, it's going to be quite a headache for RQ Tora. Even for cross-map plays, both teams have the heroes to do that, respectively.
Not ironically, both compositions kind of want to do very similar things, with the only big difference is the fact that SRG, because of Guinevere, actually has single target lockdown. RQ Tora, they depend heavily on information gathering and cutting you off at key supply lines in rotational paths. That's why you see them trying to hover around the tri-brush, the mid-brush, just keeping control of the general no man's land known as the river.
And as the front lines of RQ Tora get some more resistance, the Guinevere cash into a one-shot potential is gonna go down, as they don't really have that burst damage, right? They need to ramp up with the Gloom. Uni also needs to get through his spell rotation. They don't really have artillery like a Feather Airstrike or a Granger Death Sonata. So the odds of RQ Tora getting completely vaporized does decrease by a bit in this mid-game phase until critical mass gets achieved by SRG.
Yeah, they need a bulk discount here. Oh, hold on. We're fighting for space.
Oh, Yu's very deep in. Ralph was found out. Now calls in the turtle boat. Crab is just gonna go to the backline. Super Yoshi forced to flicker away, and now Innocent comes in with the blazing duet. Super Yoshi just back in, but Stormy claims the kill. Crab drags Dyron's back, but RQ Tora have lost one of their front lines.
They can't do much about this. Dyron has to do a lot of the heavy lifting, but Cram seems to be holding his ground pretty fine. Kim looking to shake that position right now, but even Innocent is trying to look for space on the side.
Doesn't have the blazing duet, but he's still fairly healthy, and Cram is just gonna full send it. Disengage and misses the knockup, and Cram will take over that space. Dyron looking for a room back in, and Kim also taking some significant punishment as SRG wrestle their way to get control of the objective, and Gary stood no chance. SRG walks away, but Dyron wants to look for a chance. Nope, RQ calls it.
Yep, in these types of contests, it's quite difficult for Gary to win a majority of them, right? But Uni, he's able to get these. Even without the retribution, the Soul Sever does a good chunk of damage and they bursted it at the same time, which is the most important thing. If you can burst it down at the same time, you never lose an objective.
Innocent is completely untouched as well. All the times he comes in with the blazing duet, doesn't even have to think of expanding the flicker. He always finds the room in, and Uni continues to get a bit of a minuscule lead. And still, SRG might be 2k ahead, but none of their members are too far ahead of RQ Tora. It's evenly spread out in terms of net worth. They use the Violent Requiem onto Super Yoshi, looking to blow him up. Super Yoshi goes down to Innocent.
And this is the problem. This is the same problem as game number 1. They have nobody to really open up this map, and whoever can is just too high priority if things fail. And now Ruff, he can't double wave anymore, and he's just stuck in this lane.
Stuck in the lane and needs Super Yoshi to bail him up every now and then if the wave crashes in. They really want to hold on to the turret, which gives space to Uni to start exploring the map of RQ Tora. Does see Gary, so no attempt there from RQ.
Yeah, he has to clear one more wave, unfortunately, but down by bot side, you can see that SRG have set this up perfectly.
Nothing that RQ Tora can do. This tier 1 will go down. Dairon was going to do his best, but he now will be forced to soak out the punishment. Dairon just disappears. And the turret still goes down.
Nicely done. Nicely done by SRG. They pushed out the mid lane. They pushed out the top side. They send everybody down for a full rotation. And in case Yulbis catches anybody, they have the numbers and the damage to make it count. Enchanted Talisman finally purchased by Stormy. These fights, if they drag out too long, he's just gonna melt people one by one. And Super Yoshi, he's taken so many shots.
Yeah, he's the punching bag. He is forced to take the beating. And it only gets worse if SRG gets further ahead.
We'll find out here because right now, Dairon, he needs to start zoning and fighting for the space again. It's going to be another wrestle, but just look at the waves, right? Topside is about to get readjusted and influenced by SRG as the mid lane gets shoved in.
And Dairon is going for the glowing one. So he is trying to go big on this. Instead of just full resistance, he wants to add a bit of the damage, a bit of that extra punch. Perhaps if he latches on the Stormy and Innocent, that could be enough to tip the odds. And he needs time to get to that point.
Keep in mind that Innocent just finished the Trinity build. He has the damage. He's building up those stacks fast. And worse yet, RRQ Tora still not pulling the trigger.
Might come down to Gary, but Super Yoshi getting caught might dissuade that. Kim now in a horrible spot. He's trying to disengage, but Yums have already found him. Only having to deal with Dairon in the backline, and Ruff works on Yums. Yums will buy time, jumps away. Yums gets out. The arrow from Ruff out of range, and Lord for SRG.
Beautiful, beautiful from Uni. Outplays Dairon despite getting stuck. Slam each time. All I needed was one jungle camp and some spell vamp, and I got this. And now they take everything across the map.
Contrary to game 1, SRG, they fight scrappy, but they make sure they win this time. No even trade for RQ Tora. They make sure that it is painful and swift. And now you're starting to see RQ Tora really bleed. 6k goal lead for the Giants.
And honestly, all of this came off of one really good macro play from SRG. Once they figured out the behaviors of RQ Tora and said, you know what? They don't actually want to fight us 1v1. Let's take advantage of this. Let's default and get 2 priority waves and then eventually crash down on where Ruff was supposed to be farming in the first place. We take away their late game insurance and they're going to be stuck with nothing to do.
They also disable Gary while doing that, right? It's collateral damage. Silver lining for RQ Tora. No inhibitors should go down at this point of time. The holy defenses will deteriorate anyways by the 12-minute mark. 1 week one between Uni and Gary. Oh, Gary is gonna win this! The third time Gary wins the 1v1 over Uni.
Wait, Surge, sir. Used it too early. Didn't have the iframes to dodge it. And when it came off a cooldown, he was thinking about dodging, but he knew he was dead no matter what. It's a very tight window to actually dodge deadly magic.
If RQ Tora loses this, at least Gary said he beat Uni 1v1 3 times. Oh, they caught Super Yoshi again, but no commitment this time. Spatial migration still being held on. Dairon patiently walks forward. Yums now unleashes that with Cramp to the back line. Innocent! Oh, he found the angle! And he's gonna take all of them down!
He needs to clean up here. I mean, Stormy was the main target for RRQ. They chased him halfway across the world and sacrificed 3 members to do so, just to kill one guy. And now, that being said, Innocent has been left untouched this entire game. Level 14, 4-0-7 with no flicker, yet still perfect positioning.
And he's starting to melt through Dairon's health bar as well. Whatever plating advantage that Dairon should have against Cram does not matter at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets on top of him, it will be ideal, right? I think he should be able to start burning him down unless Innocent has something to auto-attack. Let's look at the instant replay to watch this fight one more time, right? Because the engagement was beautiful. Both Cram and Yum saw the same thing and reacted at the same time.
Yeah, the Innocent was left untouched, and Cram with a clutch Dark Wave as well. Right as the Blazing Duet connects to really ensure that Innocent has enough space for the output.
Yep. I mean, if it wasn't for the lethal ignition, I'm pretty sure that Stormy would have survived as well. He had like a sliver of health that got burnt off at the very end by the glowing one and the lethal ignition, but things are going well.
How do you get Innocent?
I don't know, dude.
You want to send a board his way, but And Ralph is not getting close to him.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the only person who can kind of get on him is Dyron, but Dyron has, like, he needs to focus on Uni for neutrals.
Yeah, Dyron has too many jobs to do and not enough time, not enough hands.
Yeah.
The other hand is Super Yoshi, but they are constantly keeping Super Yoshi in a deadlock.
It's just too much space that SRG is currently covering, right? I think that RRQ needs to start contesting right now to maybe at least fight for mid-bush.
And Gary can't even walk up. That mid is under control of SRG.
They need that spot. They need this bush. Once they clear this bush, a lot of... Wait, hold on. Conceal!
Oh, and Yums catches him again! It's too good with these engages.
God damn, how do you react to that?
And they found Gary. Gary tried to one away Innocent, but wins! Gary actually wins!
Oh my god, that was close. He nearly just out-healed the damage, but thankfully, on Harley, everything is short cooldown.
And there's concentrated energy. It made the difference, and Uni now cannot continue on the Lord, allowing Darren to walk on forward. Stormy still has the black shield and Flicker. He's gonna use it right now, but Darren is still on top of him. Stormy flickers to isolate Darren from the rest of his team. And Cram and News will make sure the rest of RQ Tora doesn't blitz the Lord before Innocent comes back. They will start to work on Darren. It's gonna take a while. Darren looking to kill Stormy, misses the root, but still walks on forward. One more will do the job. Darren for Stormy as the fight breaks down into absolute chaos.
Oh no, that one was a little messy, I'm not gonna lie. Stormy wanted to play with his food and got punished for it. He could have walked out of there if he wanted to, but his damage was necessary. Uni, it's all up to you!
Can he do it? They control it, they hit the boat, he's dead! Carry now, free reign of the objective. RRQ Tora wrestle it back from the depths.
Woo! Oh boy. Oh boy, now we got a real game. Initially, it started off with SRG scrapped way harder, but this time around, RRQ Tora finally get the big punish at the end.
This concentrated energy from Gary. Brute force breastplate.
Yep. Again, these were the two builds I was talking about. It's either full damage with a lightning truncheon, or you start turning your head the other way as soon as you get the concentrated energy. Both of which are doing phenomenal for him right now, because he is winning more 1v1s than he probably should.
Now he's beating Uni, he's beating Innocent, extra armor. Now, all that gold lead that SRG has is gone.
It dissipates. But they've got the Lord on their side, coming from every single angle.
Should be able to defend this with the Lilia. It's gonna take a while though. Mountain Shocker gets used. All three waves synced up. Uni helps out with the Endeavor, but there's still a mini wave, so the inhibitor cracks in the top lane. Gary trying to look for Stormy, can't find it.
Honestly, he's getting pretty close to Stormy, one-shotting Stormy these days. Can force out Black Shoes very early on if catches him out dispositioned in a fight. With RRQ, still 106 seconds left until the next Lord, and so far they can't afford any mistakes. The death timers are going to start getting real long from this point onwards.
It's a chance for Yums to make another hero catch with that Flicker Spatial Migration to really turn the tides around. But RQ Tora, they've come this far. Just have to close it out.
Yeah, they need a traditional front to back. That's what SRG wants. RQ Tora wants to get into their flanks. They want to avoid that front line and outmaneuver them, but they just don't have the heroes to do so.
Kim is not doing a great job. The Ice Queen's once and Brute Force Breastplate helping him out. Cram is gonna willingly eat out the punishment. There's no way they take him down like that. But the presence is what RQ Tora needs. They need to continuously press on the pain point of SRG.
Yeah, they need a Wishing Lantern, honestly. I don't know if Kim is going to go for it because it looks like he's going for the Ice Queen's wand first, just for the extra utility.
Oh, they might have found Super Yoshi though. Call lacking too far. The rest of RQ Tora comes to backs him up. Super Yoshi is dead. Winter Crown used by Innocent. He gets lifted up, but he's still out of it. And Kim now isolated. Flicker forward. Cram gets a 3-man Dark Wave as he is now so far forward, but Yums is on the case. Follows up with Stormy. Behind his back, Gary around the corner. The rest of SRG trying to keep up, and Yum goes down. Townsend with the Immortality. Uni in the fray, but he blows up. Yums is dead. Uni has the Immortality. The item swap is dead. Kim toying around, but Innocent finally gets his moment to go back in. And Cram has a chance with Darren. Darren's in the base. They gotta stop him. Stormy, clear the way, Stormy.
I think he's got it, right? Yes, they'll be able to clear with the help of Uni as well. Now Darren's on the run as Ruff dies in his own 2v1. Gary tries still.
Darren trying to go in and end the game right then and there, but it is not time just yet. Not today for the Kingdom.
Oh. Oh, look at Yums. He's laughing about it. He's like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
We nearly got backdoor.
We almost became Team Flash.
Dear God.
They call flashing about Red Giants, but we are not that.
Oh boy.
Oh
wait,
no.
No, don't tell me when he dies.
Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Now Gary's dead. And he swapped the item too late. He was half a second away.
Oh, no, not like this.
A fraction of a second from the item swap. It popped up on the API, but just as he dies.
If he wasn't feeling sick today, he wouldn't have made that mistake. He would have hit the item swap and he would have dashed the right direction. He dashed forward there, saw 3 people, freaked out, even though vision was on all 3 of them, goes back, doesn't item swap in time. Really unfortunate there from RRQ.
He will be back for one more ride.
One more chance.
He did sell the immortality back for the Genius One, and I'm not sure if he has enough money to do it a second time. This would be the final siege, RRQ Tora. They have a chance to hold on like the previous game, but at the cost of the entire base.
Hey, honestly, at least RRQ Tora could say they got one inhibitor back.
They did. They were the first ones to claim the inhibitor.
Oh, they dance. Where is it? Dyron.
The back line, Stormy, a bit out of position. Dyron sticks onto him.
Oh,
that should get the rest of the team. Oh, Dyron, Stormy though. He might go down. Dyron has the going one. The damage is enough. Stormy dead. As the Lord gets taken care of. Dyron to safety. Uni down to hell. Innocent in the fray of things. There was some nature. Innocent full commits on the run. But there's not enough damage. RRQ Tora, they do it again.
Oh my god.
Just like game 1.
It's not over. Yums has to flicker away. And Crab, he can hold, but Innocent, he's back in!
Dyron gets the roll to Innocent, and he latches onto Innocent!
He should die.
Innocent needs help, but the help is not coming. Immortality though. Innocent back up, immobilized. He's gonna be out of the way, but there's Gary there. Gary finds a shutdown. RRQ Tora, they might do it!
I think they've got this. When he finds swap, and the item swap is there!
Cram onto Ruff, but Ruff gets the job done. SRG falling apart. Left, right, and center. Uni! He is out! But it's just him and Yums!
Just run, dear God, just run! Uni, he's got more than enough spell vamp to get on out of there. But finally, the war ends, and nobody is the wiser. Holy cow, what a fight! Both sides will not leave a single man behind.
Just like the state of game 1, RRQ Tora's base in shambles, but they fight back and give themselves one more chance, and a damn good chance at turning this game around.
Right.
Cram is 15 seconds out.
Innocent 2 seconds out. And RRQ, they get to hold the position first. This is a game, baby! We got a real game now!
This might be a lot for RRQ and the lot that they need. The commit from SRG is there. Yums buying space. RRQ cannot find time to commit onto the Lord. Dyron sticking on the Yums, not the target that he wants, but he's gonna transfer that onto Uni, and Kim follows up. RRQ Tora into it! With the grapple Innocent, he's gonna keep himself alive and take out Kim. Innocent, no! Can only do so much. Gary and Ruff enough to take down the half-man half-beast. Uni now back in the frame by Ruff. He follows up. Ruff gets him! And now it's just Crab against the Kingdom.
Nah, this is where it ends, right? This has to be where it ends! No! With Kim and Super Yoshi gone, traded for Uni and Innocent, this should be a Lord for RRQ Tora, but they gotta give up the space. They notice that both missing inhibitor lanes have already been shoved in, and this goes back straight to square one.
Longest game we've had today.
Whoa. Look at this fight. How ridiculous is this fight? The BMI into the Winter Crown looks good, but as soon as Innocent decides, I'm gonna try to go 1v1 Ruff, that was his mistake. You cannot get into melee distance against a Yishin Shin.
Doesn't seem like there's any other way. It was a last-ditch attempt. Desperation becoming apparent on the faces of both teams to commit everything onto Dyron, but the damage isn't there. Stormy needs time to ramp up. Dyron loses the immortality. The Lord now is a contributor to this team fight. Dyron finally goes down after so long, and Cram gets free reign.
Perfect. They got all the key ultimates. No Magic Shocker, no Deadly Magic. Uni is gonna show up on the opposite side while Innocent pushes out that mid wave to make sure that they're on top of those waves. And now they do it again. It's Lord Dance. Oh, Yums, what are you doing here?
Yums saw 2 of them. Yums is gonna die for this. He's gonna flicker the regenerate. Right on time. I can't believe it.
He doesn't lose his immortality for that. He saves some money. And now the no, Harley's not here.
They're gonna give up on the Lord. They're not gonna contest on this. Harley shots on the top wave, but is that the mistake that caused the RQ the game?
What? All right, Lord Seal goes over to Uni's side. What? Why? Why? What are we doing here? What are we doing? We didn't need to... well, regardless of the decision, a lot of factors are getting played in here, and it doesn't mean that RRQ Tora is completely out. It's gonna be hard, don't get me wrong. It's just that now that they have the damage reduction, I don't know how they're gonna kill Stormy anymore. They keep putting him down to 1 HP, but then he black shoes away just in the nick of time to go back to full.
And Heemin has radiant armor. Gary is looking for a flank angle, but he needs to be quick. This Lord not easy to shield through. Dyron would just try to buy time. Innocent, something on the boat on the Innocent delays the inevitable. The run is not enough. Here comes Gary. Innocent into Winter Crown to stay alive. The Lord at half health, but they need a bit more time. They need a bit more firepower. But SRG again powers through, and RRQ Tora will fall to their knees. SRG with a 2-0.
Dang! The Kingdom take a loss. The fans from SRG, of course, gonna be loud and proud as they can. Holy cow! Oh my god! RRQ got so damn close!
Both games, 0 inhibs, and a comeback angle, only to fall at the finishing line, but with a hell of a good fight.
When are these guys gonna be scrim partners? When? Please, please! RRQ has so much potential.
If they are screen partners, they better be on the top of their, I don't know, call logs or something. This is one of a kind.
Oh my god. Like truly one of a kind. I don't even know what to say about this game. Everybody played at such a high level. Like, I want to say Ruff was able to make impact, but Cram was making his life miserable. He could not get past it without the flicker.
Ruff going toe-to-toe against Innocent, Dyron, Gary, every single individual member having their moments. And even players that were given, you know, getting sort of shafted in the trap, in the composition, stepped up in the end.
Yep.
We've seen teams that put up a fight against SRG, like Homeboy, CG, Famos, but none the likes of RQ Tora.
Actually insane. And Super Yoshi was still able to find value. How
do you make a heal that work?
In 20 minutes as well. So ridiculous. It makes me mad. I'm gonna throw it over to our host Rose as she talks over to the SRG members.
Berjaya kekalkan win streak mereka. Satu lagi, 2-0. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Selangor Red Giants! Amazing crowd tonight. And of course, di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada Innocent dan juga Coach Arcadia. Hello? Okay.
Hello.
Okay?
Okay.
Good game?
Good game.
Were you a little bit nervous? They almost managed to push it to game 3.
No, I'm just scared of getting scolded by coach.
Huh? Why? Coach will scold you?
Yeah, because we have errors.
Because you guys play a lot.
Yeah.
Usually when coach get angry, what does coach say?
Depends on the mistake.
Depends on the mistake. Coach, sample.
Censored.
Censored, okay. Kita tanya-tanya lagi. So, Innocent, I actually want to ask you. The game today was rather long. And I realized that there's a pattern where this season, a lot of your games actually get pushed quite long. If we compare it to the previous seasons, you guys would be able to wrap up games in 12 to 15 minutes. But this season, most games are like 15 to 20 minutes. So I want to ask, does it have to do with the fact that teams are actually getting stronger, they're stepping up, or is it from the side of SRG that are underestimating opponents coming your way?
I think other teams are just getting better and better. Because compared to the past, how many seasons?
5.
4. Yeah. Past 4 seasons, other teams are very scared to fight against us during turtle fight, objective, or like defending their towers, right? That's why it's easy before because they're scared with SRG. But now I think teams are getting more competitive and they're really brave to, fight against River, Objective, and they're well disciplined also.
I think I agree. We all can see that untuk musim ni kan, ramai pasukan-pasukan di luar sana actually tengah step up and bagi SRG a good fight, which is a good thing when we go to the international scene. It's not like kita ada satu team sahaja that will represent Malaysia, but there will be another team as well. And of course, I have another question in which we know that teams are now starting to push SRG, but in your opinion, which team pushed SRG the most so far? Especially since you guys will be facing the team again in the second leg of the series. Who do you feel the hardest to fight?
I think RRQ.
RRQ is the hardest.
Because their discipline is really good compared to other teams.
So you think that in the gold lane, Ruff is the toughest to fight right now?
All of them.
Oh, I play safe. Humble. Okay, one last question before I start asking Coach Arcadia, no? Your next matchup is against AC Esports, and the last time you met Aaron Shiki, you lost and you went home. So this time around, in your own turf, MPL MY, what are your expectations going up against Aaron Shiki?
It's normal. Because if I want to get a revenge, it's not the whole team anymore. There's only 2 from TLID, right?
Yes.
So it's not really a revenge for me.
Not really a big deal anymore. Okay. I think that's acceptable, but I would still like to see the matchup next week. Okay, Coach Ark. Hi, Coach. How are you?
Good. Bye.
Okay, like I asked Innocent just now, a lot of teams are starting to push SRG. As a coach, do you actually like this kind of challenge to maybe mentally prepare the boys for the international scene?
Yeah, definitely. That's what we're hoping for in this previous seasons. I think it's good that teams are improving. And I think it's also good for us if we are pushed to our limit. We know what are the things that we can improve. For example, this series, I believe the game 1 is like naturally it will really hit the late game because of the composition that they had and the composition that we had. But in the game 2, I believe as a team, we can finish that earlier. We can finish that more maybe at the second Lord or third Lord already. But we made some mistake. But yeah, that's the thing. It's good for us. Then we can know what we can improve. So next week, we're sure it's going to be a better form for us.
I like that. We definitely take some learnings from the mistakes and the errors we do in-game. Now, my next question. Just now, before the series started, we had an interview and I asked you about maintaining the win streak, right? And you guys said that this season, you guys are actually more interested on maintaining the win streak of a 14-0. But if we look back on season 14, after your win streak got broken, actually, you said that trying to maintain a win streak adds pressure to the team. So why is it so important to maintain such win streak this season? What's the difference?
Because sometimes, right, because in our previous 4 seasons, right, we got really so many wins. And to a point that we need something that motivates us. We need something new. Because getting a 14-0 is something that hasn't been achieved by any other region. Normally, the one who get really long win streak in a 2-round season, they will drop one game, at least one game. So if we can achieve this result, then it's another opportunity for us to write history as like how we wrote history last season 13 wherein we swept the whole regular season.
Very interesting. Now that you mentioned it, that is true because kita pun sudah masuk untuk double round robin. We have entered double round robin and I think nobody has managed to clean sweep the double round robin really, really cleanly. And hey, another history for SRG in the making, hopefully. One last question for Coach Ark before we call our MVP of the game. And that is, you mentioned before that you want to face Adi because you both coached in RRQ Hoshi before in Indonesia. So now that you're meeting him next week, are you excited? How are we feeling about that?
Yes, very excited. The last time I go toe-to-toe against him is in the last IESF in, I think, 2024. We met in the semifinals, Indonesia versus Malaysia. So I'm excited to go up against with him again.
Next week is gonna be hot. Panas di atas pentas. All right, thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you.
Okay, MPL Arena, kita pun dah borak dengan Innocent dan juga Coach Ark. Tapi nampak ada something missing. Sebab kita belum lagi panggil MVP kita. Untuk you guys, siapa yang MVP you guys? Alright guys, mari kita panggil MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... siapa yang dapat MVP ni? Not again! Yums! Aduh. Yums, why do you play so good that every week you're the MVP? Setiap minggu MVP, nanti Rose yang stres macam mana nak tanya soalan. Yums. Hi Yums. Hello.
You hold for me. You hold for me. You hold for me. Okay, let's go.
Dah makan hari ni?
Oh, dah.
Dah. Makan apa tadi?
Makan sasa.
You happy menang hari ni?
Happy.
Okay, now kita semua tahu your next match will be against AC Esports, betul?
Betul.
Di dalam AC Esports pun ada WD. Tadi Rose dah tanya pasal Innocent punya perasaan nak jumpa Aaron Chiki minggu depan. Tapi untuk WD pula, are you excited to jumpa WD balik?
Saya sangat excited lah untuk jumpa lawan WD. Sebab dia promo yang bagus kan?
In your opinion, he's bagus?
Ya.
In your opinion, dia boleh buat SRG rasa pressured ke minggu depan?
Tak kot.
Tak. You rasa easy game?
Tak juga.
50-50.
Macam lawan RQ ni lah.
Oh, macam lawan RQ. So 2-0 tapi long game. So you boleh yakin 2-0?
Boleh.
Kenapa confident sangat?
Sebab saya ada Innocent.
You know what, Yum, since kita ada full house untuk malam ni, is there anything yang nak cakap dekat fans kita?
Okay. Terima kasih semua sebab datang. Jumpa lagi next week.
Simple punya ayat tapi semua orang goes wild. Memang aura lain macam Aura lain macam
biasa.
Biasa je. You know what, boys? Congratulations on that win. Thank you very much. With that, mari let's show it back to the casters to break down apa yang jadi di dalam Clean Sweep series ini. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rose. What a game this was. Me and Husky are still reeling back for how great this game was. Yulmu's coming out as the MVP of it. Honestly, it could have gone to anybody.
Yeah, this series is truly one of a kind. If you guys were not able to get the tickets, remember their rematch is going to be in week 5. So, and the window to buy tickets for Lake 2 is already open. Get your tickets right now, $15.
Buy them while you still can. You can't afford to miss matches of this caliber. Well, it's a mixed basket of chocolates. You don't really know, depending on the teams you get. But hey, between RQ and SRG, the best ones we've seen so far.
It truly is. There are teams that have been able to stand out to SRG, but I dare say this is one of the ones that is truly the greatest one.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Arcadia put it the best. If a team can push SRG, it means natural progression for SRG. They could, as you heard in the interview, they could have ended it Lord 1, Lord 2, but they made a couple of mistakes, and that's why RRQ was pouncing back so hard in game number 1. Yeah. Things to learn for SRG, but for RRQ, goddamn, I really hope that SRG and RRQ are scrim partners.
And it comes down to, the most minuscule moments, right? SRG makes a mistake, RRQ have a combat angle, and SRG still wins out when the chips are down. And that is really what separates SRG from teams that have gotten close to beating them.
Yeah, I mean, look at Gary's build right now, because again, I thought maybe he was going to go with like, a survivability build. He ended up going for a little bit of a hybrid of some sorts. Now, when we're talking about the one-shot build, Holy Crystal is a very key component because it's such a large amount of magic damage. The way he optimizes it is, I'm going to show up, I'm going to deal a bit of damage, I'm going to back away. Wait for the Lightning Chunger to trigger again, do it again with the ult.
Yeah, and he 1v1s Innocent, he's willing to throw cards at him, just kills him off.
Like, once he figured out that he can put Yums at 50%, everybody else who has less HP than Yums is dead meat.
And this also was a game where there were mistakes that really felt game-ending, right? Innocent getting caught, getting 1v1 by Gary, and Gary dying before an immortality item swap, right? These moments really felt like it was over. but then the team keep fighting back. I don't know how they do it. They were getting value. We were literally harping on this. They were getting value out of a Hilda when 90% of the time, the rest of the team we've seen here probably wouldn't be able to replicate half of that impact.
Yeah, I mean, it's so clear that Super Yoshi is comfortable on this Hilda. I can't wait for him to expand this pool. If he can get onto the caliber of how he is playing this Hilda in this game, nothing in the world can stop him anymore. The saddest person, I will admit, is going to be Ruff, because nobody on the side of SRG really wanted to let him play the game. It was, what, Innocent diving him, Cram diving him. I would argue even Uni was diving him. Yums had a different job, but if he could catch Ruff, he would.
Yeah, I mean, at certain points of the game, Stormy was gunning straight at him, and then...
He was literally running at him. I can't. That was such a fun game to watch on so many different levels.
What a palate cleanser. We end on a high note today.
Thank God. Really a high note, in a matter of fact. The fans are still sticking around for the meet and greet, of course. And I mean, even the RRQ fans wanting to make sure to see off their boys walk out of this stage in arena. Yes, they are down, but at least they know that the kingdom is behind them no matter what.
And the one final thing I'm looking forward to on social media is Vamos fans saying that Vamos is in second place because they beat RRQ.
On a
technicality-wise.
On a technicality, they are correct. But I will say, this week, we're seeing way more Harleys actually come into the meta. And honestly, I thought we would be pretty bad in Harley. Gary, despite being sick, kind of nasty with it.
And even though it's his third consecutive loss on Harley, today's Harley was very different. Today, he definitely played it to the maximum potential. Whatever rust that we saw from RRQ Tora yesterday, you can forget about it. It's a non-factor.
Yep, they were playing very, very warm today. And I think even Stormy, it wasn't exactly his best performance we've ever seen. He was getting caught too. Nobody was safe from RRQ or SRG, which is the best part. Now, let's quickly look at the item progression because it got chaotic once we passed the 12th minute. The items, dude, how many immortalities? 3 immortality purchases from Innocent alone.
Look at there's a panic purchase, right? 60 minutes, 40 seconds. That's where the panic purchase came in. Immortality, and he dies. He was a fraction of a second too late, and he swaps back to Genius 1. And they didn't have money to swap back, but they got the base defense, so he gets it with the crowd. And then he goes back to Genius 1.
Hey, look at Super Yoshi. He literally only finishes his build 20 minutes into this game. He gets the Heptases and it's like, I can finally complete my boots 21 minutes later. That's so funny. I can't. No way, dude. What a game this was. Oh my God.
I think this is the longest game we've had so far in the league. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Oh wow. Actually, Stormy, I thought he had the Lightning Truncheon way earlier, but he ended up holding off on it until the very end, and then finally getting the Radiant Armor at the end to actually stand up to Gary and Kim in case they got attacked, especially Dyren. The extra burn makes all the difference.
I thought he would up for Wishing Lantern, right? It makes me wonder, like, sort of, what makes these players decide between, do I want to get a Wishing Lantern or a Lightning Truncheon?
I think it's about the scenario, right? Because they wanted the extra bit of burst this time around, and most people are already running the Radiant Armor. So as soon as you make that first trigger of the Wishing Lantern, it's going to max out that Radiant Armor straight away. So you're much better off leaning into raw stats and, more importantly, ratioed penetration, like the Divine Glaive. Yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Even this early game got very scrappy. Remember, guys, at one point SRG was 6,000 go ahead.
Oh my God.
And RRQ was able to basically nullify that.
Yup. One mistake and one really good fight where RRQ Tora said, all or nothing, we jump the backline, and they got it.
That was kind of sad because everyone else was behind Innocent, and then they watched him die.
Yep, and they still can't catch the Harley. Man, Harley's so nasty. He's so simple, but he's so effective. These fights are like, we can literally talk about these fights for days. There's just so many bits of like, little tidbits of like, oh my God, what if he goes back in here? Even Gary, right? You can see there are moments where he's like, should I actually hat-trick back in? Maybe get a card trick through? But no, it's very timed.
And this was just both teams fighting with their lives, with item swaps to stall a Lord take. Was it? Such insane stuff.
Really insane stuff here. single series loss, but taking a 1-game loss. I mean, it's tarnished their quote-unquote perfect game record, but the series record is still, you know, achievable.
Yep, that's what matters the most. That's what Arcadia is looking for. Double round robin, clean record in terms of Series 1. So, again, Team Ray, good on you. The only team that took a game off of SRG so far. And Team Ray, they also got a pretty nice win. Their second win, in fact.
Yep.
Puts them at 2 points, same as Vamos.
Keep in mind that we only have 8 teams part of the partnership program. The bottom 2 will get eliminated and will not be able to make playoffs. So that's what everybody is trying to do. Keep themselves above the 6th place.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see IG in that 3rd spot. I think they've cemented their standings a bit more after today's showing against AC, although it felt like AC is a low benchmark, but it still gave us an idea of what IG was. And plays into, almost played into my power ranking. I had SRG, RQ, AC, and then IG. Not that far off.
Yep. I had a pretty similar image in my head. And that, honestly, it was like 1 SRG, 2 RQ, and then it was IG Vamos AC as like somewhere in between. Because you never know with these teams, like especially Vamos, they're having a slow start and all of a sudden they figured out their identity. By the way, they're going to be playing tomorrow alongside with Team Ray and IG. Team Flash facing off Vamos.
Now, today made me extremely excited for TR IG tomorrow. Especially with how TR won today. Just guard.
Yeah, how many more steals can he do?
Can he beat the Black Alien, you know?
I'm getting pumped just hearing about these matchups. Even Flash, I want to see some redemption at a almost getting to that peak, really finding their stride Vamos. Because then it's a real competition after week 4.
Yeah, if Flash can beat Vamos, then only AC is left to prove themselves, right? It's a harder mountain to climb for Team Flash, especially after quite a beating that they've taken. They've always came close. It felt like a bit of AC where you play the full series and then you just blunder somehow. Vamos is going to be a tough opponent, and Zorn faces off against his ex-team the same week he joined Flash.
Yep, I mean, call it a coincidence, call it scripted, but we've got some banging storylines here in MPL MY. A lot of individual prowess that must be shown, but more so, hopefully, some animosity. Oh boy. Today started off a little disappointing, admittedly, but man, that last game really sets the tone for how we're expecting every other team to perform.
Yeah, and we definitely had some questions after seeing RQ Tora yesterday, and finding out that Gary wasn't feeling well, but all of that dispelled. And all it took was just a good showing from both teams. Just honest MLBB.
It makes you question whether this game would have been different had, well, I don't know, Gary not felt as sick. Maybe that was the difference maker. Maybe then he lands the retry.
Yeah, maybe he lands the retry. Maybe he item slots a bit more accurately. Just again, the smallest of details, the smallest of details.
Oh, God, I already want to go back and watch that fight all over again. All the fights that happened in that game. But speaking of which, with SRG closing out this game against RRQ, they're going to be walking away at the very least very happy for the weekend.
Yep,
honestly, if you're in RRQ's position, would you be like, yes, that was a good week?
I would say that. I think it's a pretty good game, Even if I don't finish first, I get second, almost guaranteed. This could be a grand finals matchup.
I mean, okay, fair enough. I'll take that.
I'm an optimistic RQ fan.
The most optimistic.
Yeah, I don't go on Uni's IG and be like, hey.
You're telling your good stuff. It's like, hey, you pretty good, huh?
Hey, Uni, good job. The
nice,
kingdom sends their regards.
That's actually a good one. They should honestly take that for their branding. Even so, RQ Tora, very happy for them. Here's their entire schedule. They will be playing against SRG very soon on May the 2nd, as the second half of the league has already been opened up. So scan the QR code and quickly purchase those tickets now, so I don't have to hear your DMs later down the line.
And RQ Tora has taken, I think, 2 losses so far, but they can close it out still on a high note. Whereas for SRG, the winning streak continues and they have a very good chance in closing out their first leg of the regular season with 0 series losses.
Yep, they'll be facing up on May 2nd against RRQ. After that, they'll also be playing against IG within the same week. I am a little interested to see how they're going to face off against Vamos, because that's happening towards the end. And I'm hoping Vamos is backed into a corner, like they're borderline about to get eliminated, because that's when they really wake up.
Yeah, I mean, Vamos, losing to SRG was also due to minor blunders, right? Something that I feel like there's similar parallels to be drawn between what happened to Vamos and RQ Tora against SRG. Arguable, but Vamos have plenty of time to prep.
Yep, I'm very glad that SRG is still trying to maintain an international standard here, even at a local league, because it forces everybody else to just wake up.
Yeah, if they don't pull punches against teams like GMXK, y'all gotta step up.
You better learn their lesson after that loss. God, they're never gonna get over that, dude. Just GMXK forever onto SRG's side.
Admittedly, they put up a better fight than a lot of teams last season.
Don't even get me started.
Even though they got completely clobbered in this. It's a long history story. If you guys missed out last season, it was quite a journey.
Oh man, that is forever gonna be the MPL. Honestly, I wonder if Arcadia still has like nightmares at night. He wakes up with night terrors.
He wakes up and he sees Jaja's face.
Yeah, it's just Jaja and Fanny again. No, I should have banned it. Oh, we have a lot of fun here on the English broadcast. A lot of pent-up rage. But more importantly for you guys, buy the tickets while you still can. Plenty of things to happen. And more importantly, I think this is RQ as
home team, yes.
Home team this time. So you can actually meet and greet with them on May the 3rd.
Yep.
May 3rd.
Some of the super fans actually got the signed jersey of all RQ players, not just one. All of them, and it happened on live stream yesterday. So if you want to know which team is the home team for the day for the meet and greet, when you look at the schedule, the team logo on the left of the matchup will be the home team. Or if you're at the venue and you're still confused, maybe you can't identify which left or right, the team that gets their intro music played is the home team.
See, that's how you figure it out. Now, we also have another shout out because again, I don't know how interested you guys are into this, but yeah, for all the MCGG lovers out there, this is your reminder. The MCGG Rising Star Season 5 is back. We've got the top contenders from 8 divisions all fighting to claim the #1 spot. Don't miss it with your fan favorite divisions. Take the crown, or are we about to witness another dark horse upset like last time? I'm pretty sure you watched that game.
I was there. We casted the finals. Easy on top, baby. Foxy, go get him.
Hey, make sure you catch the semifinals on April 25th at 4 o'clock GMT +7. Remember, 4 o'clock GMT +7, and the grand finals on April 26th at 5 o'clock GMT +7, okay? So if you're in Malaysia, it's an hour back. If you're in Indonesia, don't worry. 5 o'clock, it'll be on.
It's an hour ahead. So 5 GMT 7 is 6 GMT 8.
6 GMT... You're right.
Ahead, plus 1 hour.
I'm good at only MLBB math. It's plus 1 hour.
Yeah,
oh my
plus
God.
1 hour. But you can join 2 hours before, just wait for the live stream to start.
Yep.
No harm in that.
Got it. No harm in that, no foul. But more importantly, guys, thank you so much for helping us break our PCUs. And on top of the code that we gave you earlier, here's one more code just for those who stuck around to the very end.
Yeah, plenty of more to come as the season continues. We always like giving back to the people out there because without you, they wouldn't be such an entertaining MPL. The fans, the community is what makes this interesting.
Oh boy, after like 2 days worth of games here, I think, like at least this one is a good way to kind of wash out the week for you, I would assume.
Yeah, this was worth it, This is one of the few games where you can rewatch a few times and then you get a good night's sleep.
Exactly. That's what we need to look for. We need more of these types of games to excite everybody. With that being said, this is Husky. My name is Gideon. Thank you so much for watching. This is MPL MY Season 17 English Broadcast.
Aman guys.
I'm good.
Innocent? Nice. Bawa guys.
Pantero. Nah, flicker.
No second glue. Ulti Gijon me. Aman. Ayo guys, Ro. Oh ya.
Kena.
Nice one direct.
Sabar. Main.
Targeting. Balik Lord guys.
Depan. I to give. Go. Simi, liamot. Give. Freya low. Aman. Give me Grom. Nice one. Oh my God, what a zone. Boleh. Aman. Can see me. Tengok Freya. Sabar. Freya, kita kuat bang.
Freya?
Boleh.
Nice.
Simi.
Alhamdulillah.
Let's go, bro.
Hampir.
Beri.
Kait. Apa lagi? Aman.
Let's wait for the backline.
Aga.
Main dia.
Tengok.
Apa boleh palap dia?
You see. Nice one, guys. Nice team.
Nice one, sir.
Hari nak topi, hari nak topi.
Boleh ulti nanti, Ro. Guinevere can jump.
Aku dapat. Aku setempat.
Saya go Guin.
Sabar guys.
Gua cari map belakang. Guinevere on me. Aman. Tahu jump. Tidak aman.
Cloud low.
Day low also, day low ah.
Cloud winter guys. Low.
Lord guys, Lord. Devil tower lock.
Nice guys. Zone dulu.
Aku rasa Glue Hali kat belakang.
Zone dulu guys. Zone dulu semua.
Zone.
Auto lock lu.
Nice one.
Pantai lagi.
Hali at the back send.
Gitu dulu.
Aku TP.
Gitu dulu. Lord guys, kita masuk guys. Tower.
Nice one. Nice one bro.